Well, good morning, everybody. Or, as I first said, your very day, greetings, adventurers, and welcome to Fighting Fantasy Fest. Thank you for bearing with us and for travelling so far, some of you, such as Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Japan, that I'm aware of. America, Spain, France. I mean, it really is an international community, so you're all very welcome and thank you for coming. Even deepest, darkest Devon, I think, some people have travelled from. They found their way here somehow. Just a couple of things before we get underway. My name's Jonathan Green. If you have any problems, it's my fault, so come and have a go at me about it. But there are some wonderful people who are helping me out today. You'll recognise them because they're wearing their Trial Master T-shirts. So those people will either be able to help you or be able to point you in the direction of help, which is probably me again. And just while if there's a fire alarm, you can see fire exits and follow instructions, but basically get out. Save yourselves. Last night we started events, as we always do, with a pub quiz, where we raised a lot of money for charity. This year we were raising money in memory of Russ Nicholson, legendary artist who sadly passed away last year. So we were sponsoring two charities that his widow suggested, and that was Smile Train and Sight Savers. So the money will be split between the two of them. And an incredible amount. I totted it up last night, and we raised over £1,000 for those charities. Right. Just wondering if there's anything else I need to tell you. It's urgent right now. I don't think so. So we will get underway with our first talk of the day, or first presentation. This is a very special event. Some of you may remember Steve Jackson's very expensive telephone game in the past, Fist, and it's now been brought back by the most metal games development team in the world. These guys are literally on the Encyclopedia Metallicum. They play. I remember I met Oscar at one event, and he'd come because his gig in Mexico had been cancelled. That's how metal they are. So I'd like to introduce Oscar and Gustav, who are going to introduce you to the official launch of Steve Jackson's Fist.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hello, everyone.
All right, I'm Oscar Karlqvist, and this is Gustav Sundin, and we are the founders of a platform called Sound Realms, and it's a platform for iOS and Android for audio-based solo RPG games. So right now we have licenses with...
we are working with Steve Jackson for Fist. We're working with Jonathan Green, Ace Gamebooks, and Chaosium Inc., Call of Cthulhu, Holmgard Press for Lone Wolf.
And so there's a lot of stuff going on in the pipeline, so you can expect a lot of games in the future.
Yes, and today we're here, of course, it's the launch day of the new version of Fist, Steve Jackson's old game that originally came out in 1988, and probably back then you called in on a landline phone and played the game through your phone, and probably no one has basically even heard these recordings in over 30 years, but we have brought them back from the original reel-to-reel master tapes and put it in our platform, which you can find as an app on Android and iOS. And we're very excited to bring it back to we try to make it as close as the original as possible to get the authentic experience, except the phone bill. And today is the launch day for Fist, so we're super excited about that.
So we're thinking like this: we're gonna play the game, and when the choices are announced, then you'll hear the choices, and then we'll repeat the number of the choices, and then the more you shout, the louder battle cries we hear from you. That's the choice we're gonna choose, and then we proceed in the adventure.
We play for a bit, the beginning of the adventure, and if you wanna try more, you can come by our booth and try it there as well. And of course, buy the game as well, if you like. Yeah, shall we get started?
Let's get started.
To an alternative reality, and you are being
It's late evening when you ride into the small village of Beckbridge. The villagers are preparing for the night. You've traveled far today, and the long journey has left you parched. There's nothing you want more than a mug of best ale to lubricate your dry throat. Ahead, you can see a well-lit building in the center of the village, and a sign above the doorway reads, "The Black Claw Tavern." Do you wish to enter the Black Claw Tavern? If so, dial 1. If you would rather just find a room for the night, dial 2. If you want to find the office of the Adventurers Guild, dial 3. Remember that any time during your adventure, you may have the choices repeated to you by dialing O.
So I can tell you right now, the Adventurers Guild is a future update, so we're going to stick to number 1 or number 2. So number 1. Number 2. Number 1 it is.
You tie your horse to a nearby hardnut tree and step inside the Black Claw Tavern.
Who's this? What does he want? Another one for Castle Mammon, I expect.
All eyes are fixed on you as you step over to the bar and order a mug of ale.
Greetings, young sir. On your way to the castle? I thought so. Plenty of them been through here just recently. Here you go. Enjoy your ale. And may the gods of luck shine on you. You'll need it.
The barman hands you your ale, and you take a seat next to 2 stout men. Although they're not particularly talkative, you learn a little of the Demon Prince from snippets of their conversation.
He is Lord of the Spirits. He appears as a phantom and sucks the souls of his victims. Is the head of a serpent and the body of a hell demon. Many have dared seek him out in his castle. Few have returned. He tempts his victims with untold riches.
As the evening wears on, you mingle with the others in the tavern and explain your plan to ride next day to Mammon Castle. The villagers try to warn you against such a foolhardy mission, but you will have none of it. When you ask how to get to the ruined castle, you receive different advice from different people.
Ride into the morning sun until you reach a brook which runs down from the hills. Follow this brook upstream and it'll lead you to the ruins. Head northwards into Spindlewood Forest. On the far side of the forest, you'll see the outline of Castle Mammon in the hills to the east. If you seek the ruins, take the trail northeastwards across the cornfields. It'll lead you there directly. Before you arrive, find first the grey-haired hag of the hills. She knows something of the dangers you may face. And be sure to keep a map of your route, for without a map, you will become hopelessly lost in Cadis Ra's underworld.
After a good night's rest and a hearty breakfast, you saddle up and head off on your journey. Which way will you go? To head into the rising sun, dial 1. To ride northward into Spindlewood Forest, dial 2. To follow the trail across the fields, dial 3.
Okay, we go with number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 3 it is.
You ride out across the fields and up into the hills. The trail runs past a small wooden hut. Wisps of smoke are curling out of a stovepipe chimney. If you knock at the door of the hut, dial 1. If you creep round to the hut and look in through a window, dial 2. If you climb up on the roof, block off the chimney and smoke out whoever is inside, dial 3. If you ignore the hut and continue along the trail, dial 4.
So, number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Or number 4. Number 3 it is.
You climb quietly up onto the roof with a handful of leaves and grasses and stuff them into the chimney stack. Finally, the door opens.
What is happening? Who's that on my roof? A stranger forcing me from my home. A curse on you. Halam, salam, bim. The curse of Shira be on your head. Now, be gone.
You feel no different. Have you really been cursed? Or were these simply the rantings of an angry old woman? Dial 1 if you want to know more about curses. Or 2 to continue.
So, number 1. Or number 2. Number 1 it is.
Curses and poisons have delayed effects in Fist. So you'll have to wait to find out what the effects, if any, are. If there are any effects, you will be told sometime in the future. Or you could play safe and try to find someone who can lift curses. Now back to the adventure.
The trail winds on from the hut up into the hills. It is mid-afternoon before you finally catch your first glimpse of Castle Mammon. Sitting on top of a distant hill, like the long dead skeleton of a huge creature, its jagged spires reach desperately up to the sky, as if pleading for mercy. You set off towards it with grim resolve. Nightfall is approaching rapidly as you reach the deserted castle. The main entrance gate is unattended and ajar, creaking in the wind. Storm clouds are gathering on the horizon, but you have reached your destination after a full day's ride, and now is not the time for turning back. You dismount from your horse and enter through the castle gate. Inside is an empty courtyard. The gate has slammed shut behind you and is firmly locked.
Who is this? Who dares enter the domain of Caddis Ra? Puny human. You would pit your meager strength against the forces of darkness. Savor these moments, miserable mortal, for they will be your last on Earth.
The courtyard gives no clue as to the source of the disembodied voice. From the far side of the courtyard, a horse is charging towards you. You recognize it as your own horse, which you left tied up outside the castle. A black-cloaked figure stands in the saddle, whipping your horse into a frenzy with its sword. Blood is dripping from its haunches. As it gets closer, you can see the figure more clearly. The billowing cloak obscures its body, but the hood falls from its head to reveal nothing. You must draw your sword quickly to battle the Headless Horseman.
Okay, so the battles in Fists work like this, that you choose a number from your dial, that's a number between 1 and 0, and every round you have a hit, a death blow, a miss, or you're hit by the monster. So every round, the numbers are going to change, which causes hits, misses, and death blows, etc. So now I need you to choose a champion to come up here and do the battle for us.
You with the sword.
Here is our champion.
Great. So now we can play it a bit slowly. So now you just choose any number there and press it. 6. That was a hit.
That was a hit.
You hear a little
Try
sound
again.
effect as well, and you get the visual indication on the screen. Another hit.
Another hit. Go again.
It's a miss.
That's a miss.
Try again.
Another
Miss.
miss.
A hit. And one more hit. I think you beat him. Yes.
You won the battle.
Good job.
The horse gallops off round the court.
Thank you very much. You can go back.
The creatures cape aside to see who or what has attacked you.
To your astonishment, you find there is nobody.
Help! Oh, please! Help! No! Ah!
You spin round in the direction of the cries. Across the courtyard, a hole has opened up in the ground. A beautiful dark-haired woman wearing a tattered white dress is trying to escape from the hole. She's fighting off something below, which has hold of her leg.
Quickly, down here
I think we're going to end here.
before the Tan attack is released.
Thank you very much. And if you want to try some more, you can just come see us. We're all the way down in the hall over here, down by the wall. And thank you very much for attending, and we hope to see you back in the hall later. Thank you.
Thank you.
moment. We're just hoping they can get it set up.
gave you a...
We'll need two, and we need a clicker. Get someone to order to press. Well, it would be good. Then I can quickly go through.
If they're not a long enough clicker,
Well, they don't have them.
Oh.
Normally it's... Yeah. Okay, cool. That would be great. Normally it's one.
yes, okay, you just gesture.
And then I can... This was for his iPad and his ear. Oh, okay. Then I can click through your book really fast.
Yeah, do it. I found, I brought a to hold up.
Get everything out. I don't know which way. Oh, great.
I'll hold that up.
Oh, we better go and sign.
Well, that's, yes, he's going to take us around.
give you a quick intro and then it's over to you guys, isn't it? I'm told the clickers don't work.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to have to do it from the keyboard. Just.
Oh, all right.
Is that? It is, but he's only tried 3 and none of them worked.
Oh, okay.
I think it's literally the mouse keys.
Yeah.
There we go,
Okay. Yeah. So it's back and forward.
Yeah. So, but yeah, he tried 3 clickers. Okay. Greetings, adventurers, if I haven't said hello already. Thank you very much for coming today. Anybody who's been to Fighting Fantasy Fest before, when we were joined previously by the Dark Lord, will have an idea of what to expect for this next talk. But I'm also really thrilled to say that we've managed to persuade, or Jamie's managed to persuade, Mr. Dave Morris to join us for the first time. So we can give a round of applause to Dave and Jamie. As you know, they are both legends of the gamebook world, not just Fighting Fantasy, having created all sorts of things like Fabled Lands, Vulcanverse, Bloodsword, and I'll stop before I run out and get it wrong. But they know far better than I do, so I'll hand them over to you and for a fantastic talk.
Is this working? Oh, yes. Greetings, wormlings. It is I, the Dark Lord, and my goblin minion, Dave. Say hello to everybody.
Press the button.
No, you just...
Oh, it just works. Okay,
Yeah, it just
hello.
So we've got one slight problem, is that we've got to press the button as the clickers don't
I'll
work.
go press the button.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So that's the beginning of it all here. We're just going to talk a bit about the history of our work together and game books in general. So that's me when I had hair. And and a moustache.
That's also Ian when he had hair.
Yes, Dave's still got his hair, the swine. But it all started years and years ago when I finished university and I was living at home with my mum and dad. And I didn't know what to do, and my mum was getting really fed up with me hanging around all day painting my Macedonian army and designing D&D modules. And so she found this advert in White Dwarf magazine that I was just reading, and she said, "Look, an advert for an editor on White Dwarf." And I went, "Oh, yeah, Mum, God, yeah, sure, I'm just going to walk in straight from university, the best job you could possibly imagine for a geeky D&D player." So, and she went away, and then she rang Ian Livingstone without telling me. Which is amazing. And she said to Ian, "Oh, I've set you up for an interview with Ian Livingstone." What? Mum, no, how embarrassing. So I went along to the interview, and Ian and I got on well, and amazingly, I got the job. And then maybe 20 years later, Ian came down to develop in Brighton, where my mum lived, and he came round for a cup of coffee and met my mum. So that was kind of sweet. So it's all my mum's fault.
On the next one.
Yep, so there I am in Games Workshop, and one of the great, Dave used to write so much stuff for White Dwarf that I had to make up 2 different?
More than two. Yeah, we had several pseudonyms. I used to write.
Yes, so there were many, sometimes there were 3 or 4 articles by Dave in the single issue, but under different names. And he would come along.
Those cigarettes, I couldn't get them now because they're illegal. The
menthol
menthol
ones are
cigarettes
illegal,
I used to bring in.
He'd come in at 10 a.m. and that's when we started work. And he'd smoke a fag in my office, because we all smoked in the office in those days, and would have a little cup of vodka at 10 a.m. to get in his head round all the weird shit he wrote. Magnificent stuff he wrote. Well, I can't remember what we got next. So that's how we started working together. Oh, yes, and then there's... that was, I don't know why we're talking about that.
That's because...
Oh, Castle of Lost Souls.
That was, yeah, because also White Dwarf had just started going to Smith's, hadn't it? And Ian said, Fighting Fantasy is popular, so we're going to start putting a solo. I think it's quite a bit unpopular with the fans of White Dwarf, but so he wanted a game book, basically, to be serialized in the magazine.
So we put Castle of Lost Souls, which some of you may know, we've since reprinted and then slotted into the Fabled Lands world.
It's one of the, yes.
And Tower of Despair was me and Steve Williams. I don't know if anyone, did he do any game books? I don't think so.
Riddling Reaver.
Oh, yes, of course.
A whole bunch
yes,
of
yes. But we started working on Games Workshop's first bunch of computer games. So it was a text adventure game done on a thing called the Quill way back when. So, and we'd come up with a really good idea of putting a booklet with the game where the graphics were, because there were no graphics available at the time on the computer. So it was like a really early adventure game. And there's Castle of Lost Souls now.
Yes, that was. I don't know why we've got the contract there, other than to show that they did exist. But it did become. Yes, it became a proper game book later. Now that was interesting because Lord of Shadow Keep was originally going to be one of the Fighting Fantasy books, and Oliver Johnson had signed, and I was going to help him on it with Puffin, and then I got a contract to do the Golden Dragons, and I told Oliver, and he went for a drink with my publisher, and then he said to me, I've changed the contract. We'll do 6 books, and I'll do 2 of them. And I said, well, when are you going to do that? And he said, I'm going to switch Lord of Shadow Keep over to Golden Dragon from Fighting Fantasy. And I said, well, okay, but just make sure you let the editors know at Puffin. And then I got a call, I think 3 weeks before publication, saying, we've just been told by Oliver that you told him to move it to the Golden Dragon series, and he hadn't told them anything. He just left me to deal with the flack.
Who was the editor then? Was it
Philippa Dickinson, who later was the editor of Dragon Warriors. So it was quite... When she came in, after I'd already signed, I thought, oh my God, it's like I've only been in publishing for a year, and I have one worst enemy, and it's Philippa Dickinson. But luckily, I explained it was all Oliver's fault, and we made up.
And then... let me just tell you about Talisman of Death. So way back then, I'd kind of gone through a couple of books that Steve and Ian had done to help them edit them and things. And then they decided to open it up and wanted as many as they could get as fast as they could. And there were only about 4 or 5 of us in the whole country that knew how they worked back then. So I tagged up with my mate Mark Smith. He's called Minnie Smith because he was very small and short.
Well, he was Smith Minimus at school. That was the thing.
Minimus, yeah, Minimus Smith. But anyway, so we'd been playing in his D&D world of Orb. So he provided the whole world background and everything and characters. And that's one of the things that gave Talisman of Death and The Way of the Tiger a kind of sense of ongoing stuff happening behind, because we used all of our campaigns to put other people's characters in and little vignettes, and it gave the feeling that the world was going on around you. And so we did Talisman of Death. That was before Titan and before any of the pinning down the kind of fighting fantasy world that we recognize today. So that's why it's got its own kind of... It's the only one that has got its own kind of world. By the time we did Sword of the Samurai, it had to be in the world of Titan.
Yeah. Well,
okay, that's not good.
Interesting. Jamie did the PowerPoint, by the way.
I did, yeah. Okay, and then of course we could. In those days, you could walk into a publisher and just say they'd offer you money on the spot. So we took Orb, and then in those days, I don't know if any of you remember Sho Kosugi in the 80s and his ninja films. Because for now, ninjas are everywhere. And, you know, but then they weren't. They were a new thing in the West, a new exciting kind of made-up thing. But still, so we just, it's just ninjas in Middle-earth, really. But it sort of took off. And the other day, and then I'd done a bit of Taekwondo. So all of the moves are kind of real, except for the teeth of the tiger, which came from ITV wrestling on the afternoons and was completely made up and ridiculous. And then, to my horror, not that long ago, someone was saying on one of the Fighting Fantasy, I wonder if the person is here, how he used to practice Teeth of the Tiger on his little sister. Because that's why we had to put that disclaimer in the book.
I think the other interesting thing with those books was each one was a real innovation, wasn't it? I was always impressed that you were doing, like one would be governing a city, and one would be fighting an actual battle.
Yes, that's true, yes. We did try and do new stuff with it, so it wasn't just part of that was that you couldn't endlessly do combats. We had to think of something different, so that was fun. And now there's 7 of them, so these are the originals, but we've got a chap, David Walters, who became an Orb master, and he did book 0 and book 7, so that we kind of... The end of book 6 was a bit of a mess because we were just burnt out. And it didn't... So we fixed the ending, and it's happier now. And in book 7, there's a kind of like proper denouement.
Oh, sword. Yes, well, I've told people about this before, but I'd signed to do Blood Sword as an ongoing series, again based in the Dragon Warriors world. And then I went to what I thought was kind of like the dotting the I's kind of meeting. And the publisher was beginning to say, well, what's unique about these books? And I had to say, we're going to have tactical maps. which I really didn't want to do, and I should have.
the spot.
I realized later I should have said that in the meeting and just never done it, because they just needed to be told something. But it meant, it was a real rod to beat my own back, was to stick those. And then when they printed the tactical maps, they were tiny in the book, so it was really irritating. But there is going to be a computer role-playing game version of this quite soon, and I think that's what it's always wanted to be, really.
Where are the covers from?
Oh, those were the original covers, which I think we used in France, but for some reason, Night Books didn't like them, so they got Danny Flynn to do a whole different series. But they did do they'd commissioned these two and a whole bunch of character sketches. For whatever reason, they didn't, you know, somebody at the publisher decided against them.
The early days, that's us all, that's Paul Mason,
That's
Oliver
Johnson here,
and that's
smoking.
on the far left is some freaky mutant. And on the right is a chap called Jack, who's an old friend of ours. And that's the handsome fellow in the blue jumper is obviously me. And that's us playing Empire of the Petal Throne. Any of you know it? Yeah. So we were completely obsessed with that. And
I don't know where our Nazi hats are there.
we burned that one. Yeah, that's how it all began.
My favourite game book, anyway, I think.
Constantly voted the best game book ever. Fools. Deluded fools.
And this is another one that we'd originally played as a role-playing game, and so I think that it always helps going into a book that you've got the idea of how characters would respond to it. In fact, a lot of the characters in the book are based on player characters from our games, but not necessarily from that campaign. But it gives you an instant template for writing the characters. And I've always liked that idea of a sort of co-opetition where you have to partly ally yourself with the other characters, but I suppose it's a bit like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or I often say it's a mad, 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 mad world, or something like that, where at some point the alliance has to break down, and I always like that kind of tension.
Or game book author partners. Someone has to be stabbed in
I'm
the
glad
back
you
of
saw
the
I was feeding you that one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yes, Duel Master. So this was all way back when we came up with an idea. I think it was mostly me, actually, to be fair. But so we did the Orb World, and we thought it'd be really cool to try multiplayer or two-player game books, which, of course, turned out to be quite difficult to write, and we did do it very well. But ultimately, game books are solo games in book form, and nobody wants so much to play against someone else. You just want to read it on your own kind of thing. So they didn't really work. And then Ian and Steve started doing a series 2. And there were quite a lot of others, but they never really took off in the same way that the old game books did, which is a shame because they're quite good.
They're worth a lot of money today, aren't they?
Not as much as Mage Hunter.
Oh, well.
Sadly, you better enjoy Paul Mason's company when he is today, because I'm going to kill him later. Because some of these sold him for maybe 70, maybe 100 quid at one point, but Mage Hunter's gone for 400 or something. Oh, there he is, that little swine. Oh, well, there's always a little consolation prize. Yeah.
So this was where we were getting the idea for doing Fabled Lands, which we'd wanted to do for quite a long time. We'd been pitching it to Puffin since the mid-'80s, I think, something like that. The idea of a completely open structured game book where all the little adventures could be kind of modularized and you could explore them in endless loops, as it were. And this board game by Eric Goldberg is like one of the major inspirations, because that's pretty much a game book board game, and also endless 3 o'clock in the morning sessions of Might and Magic with lots of dope that inspired us.
Yeah, that's true. And what was I going to say? Oh, yes, there's a new version of Arabian Nights out that I got not that long ago. And it's still kind of a little bit clunky, but it's still a lot of fun and quite funny. It was also very complicated in how they kept the memory of what you'd done. So we had to come up with something for Fabled Lands. But anyway, oh, there we are, yeah.
This is quite an old one, because I haven't updated it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we should have the new, yeah. And there's a book 7 as well.
Yeah.
And a book 8 along the way. So originally, Fabled Lands was a radio play that I did for the Radio 5 with my brother Peter, who'd done a lot of Radio 4 stuff. And the BBC had a kind of, ultimately, an obviously doomed attempt to create a radio station for kids. And of course, if you're a kid, you're playing computer games and you're watching TV programs and you're going to the cinema and you're all reading books and all that sort of stuff. No, they don't want to listen to radio. But anyway, we did a kind of fantasy play, 6-part series. It did work for grown-ups, and it's still kind of on Radio 6 every now and again. But for that world, I created basically Golnir, no, not really Golnir, but mostly Saqqara. And then we took that, and then we built around it everything that we've got there from...
Actually, I just remembered the southern land. Jamie was drawing the map round at my place, and he said, I've got this southern land, what shall I call it? And I said, well, what's the thing about it? He said, well, it's kind of unknown, because I haven't thought about it. I said, Ankonu. And he wrote it down as Ankon Konu.
Yes.
So Ankonu became...
Yes, because Dave was just saying the French for unknown, which, of course, I didn't know. Oh, that sounds good. Ankon Konu. And then you'll see the little hole in the world here. That's where Russ Nicholson dropped a splotch of ink on his map. And I think, it's book 8, so Paul Gresty will have to create the hole in the world, which is great. And we had all these wonderful ideas for the Fable Lands. And I suppose...
Great covers by Kevin Jenkins.
Yes, wonderful covers.
Came back from his incredible career in Hollywood to do us a book 7 cover. In fact, 2 different book 7 covers as well.
Because they were really innovative. Should we talk about the open world a bit? Do you want to
what the open world
talk about the system?
Generally?
Yeah. Well, no, for our Fabled Lands.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Dave's always the master of systems. But yeah, so it really was kind of a new way of doing a game book. And we were kind of trying to do a computer game in game book form. So we wanted the world to change according to what you did in it. So you could go back to a city that you'd burnt down and it would be burnt down. And that certain paragraphs became like locations that you could explore and keep going back to when you needed to.
Well, I guess we'll return to this when we get to Vulcanverse as well.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well,
oh, of course, dear old Russ.
Yes,
that
sadly
we
missed.
Yeah, he did some fantastic pictures.
And Russ would always come along to meetings and he'd show us sketches he'd come up with, and they would be things like, he'd say, this city can walk in times of war, and we'd stick that in. So he would be coming up. It was like Lord Dunsany and Sidney Seam would, sometimes Seam or Syme, I'm not sure which it is, would come up with the drawings, and then Dunsany would create a story around it, and Russ would do that for us.
I think it's Aku that is the city on spider legs kind of thing. That's completely Russ's idea.
Yeah.
So he took that and ran with it and never credited him. He'll be cursing us from beyond.
These are colorized versions of Russ's stuff, which he probably would hate, but...
Colorized, yeah. Vase the Sea Dragon.
Ah, Keep of the Lich.
Back in time, yeah.
My only toe dipped into the fighting fantasy world, but we've later resurrected it as a kind of ties into Fablelands, but still as a linear story, because we thought, okay, Fablelands is a big open structure, but we can always drop a linear story in that you can get to a certain point in the Fablelands, enter the linear story, finish that, and then return into the main world.
Keep of the Lich Lord.
I realise that you've never read the Fablelands version. I can see the blank look. I thought, Jamie will say something about the Fablelands version. I thought, no, he's probably never... Have you ever read it?
No, I've never read the Fablelands version. I was going to say it's probably quite complicated just to adapt something like that, but Dave's brain works quite well in that area, just not in normal human day-to-day interaction.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, the serpent, yeah. That was a massive tome in book 7, and Paul Gresty's working on book 8, so it is going to come out eventually, but Dave and I are kind of old and tired. Oh, it's Gascoigne, hello. I nearly used his rather unpleasant nickname from Games Workshop days, which I thankfully avoided. I'll tell you later. Okay. Forgotten my train of thought now due to being
Shall
old.
I give you another
oh
slide?
yes,
No.
That's why we can't do Fablelands books anymore. I used to be able to hold a Fablelands book in my head, the structure of it, but now it's so much harder. We have to write.
Some of you will be aware that I've just done a 1700 section game book. So
That's
some
true.
of us still have brains that work. I mean, just saying.
When it comes to game books, obviously not.
Oh yeah, Leo's maps, of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
are absolutely definitive for fighting fantasy or any fantasy maps. I think.
Sham the bag.
One of his smaller ones, that one.
Most of the names are Dave's. He's always so good at names. Bloodrise Keep.
And Russ's map, fantastic.
Oh yeah, that's book 7 of Fabled Lands.
Oh, you say something about it.
I edited it and didn't find too many mistakes, just a few. It's very clever,
The mistake
actually.
was turning the creature on, I think.
What?
The mistake was turning the creature on in the first place.
Ah, yes, yeah. So it was very much in the style of the original book, which I read 2 or 3 times, and Dave did a brilliant job, I think, of turning it into a kind of game book, because it's all from the point of view of Frankenstein, of Dr. Baron. No,
Victor
that's
Frankenstein.
just...
It's not a Baron.
Yeah, that's only the
It's
what's
only
his
the
name
movie.
version.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whichever
the Hammer
one's-
version.
Yeah.
And you have to make choices as Frankenstein himself and the creature. And it's a very interesting ethical take on the morals of the whole book. It's a good piece of work. And you had some interviews with that Gothic professor.
Yes.
I mean, I don't mean a professor who was a goth. I mean
He
a
actually
professor
think he
of
was,
Gothic
though.
literature. Yeah.
I think he was. Yeah, I mean, it's particularly interesting because Mary Shelley didn't really finish the book. It's kind of like, oh, he chases him north and that'll do. And I realized she'd basically covered all the bits she'd actually traveled to, but as soon as she went to lands she hadn't traveled to, not having Wikipedia, she was stranded, so I was able to complete what actually happened when you went to Turkey, then up through Europe and through into the Arctic Circle. So, it only took 200 years, but we finally finished the book between us, I think.
He did most of it, all of it.
Oh, there you go.
Ah, this is another example where Dave did about 95%.
Many of you will
of
be
it.
too young to remember this incident in British history. But what came about was I was thinking about how complex an issue Brexit would be, and how would we do a game book when we'd need to do a kind of turn counter. And I was thinking, well, how would we make the game book remember how far through you were? And after a while, thought of this system where you would be told, you'd have a checkbox, but you wouldn't automatically check it. You'd only check it when you'd been just told to do so in the previous section. And I thought, so we can build in the whole idea of a 6-month roll around for different tasks. And I wrote that on a piece of paper and shoved it under a bunch of other papers on my desk, thinking, having thought of how to do it, we luckily won't have to do it. But then increasingly we thought, well, now the idea has come along. I never would, if I'd known then it was going to take like a year of research, and I had stacks of London School of Economics reports and House of Lords reports on various, like 12 different economic or social factors of Brexit, and trying to keep those in our heads and create what was hopefully an entertaining narrative at the same time was quite difficult.
Also, Dave had all these... The primary purpose of the book is that you're the Prime Minister and you have to survive, which I thought was quite amusing. And but a lot of things that Dave put outcomes have come exactly as he thought they would, some of them, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, the Nigel Farage character
What did we call
actually
him?
joins the Conservative Party and runs for leadership, which might yet happen, God help
Yeah.
us all.
What was his name?
Colin Fungal.
Fungal, yes. What did we call Johnson?
Here we go.
Yes, that was it, yeah.
So, the Lost Tales.
Oh, yes. So these are all ideas we had that we sent to Puffin, and they rejected all these and picked Keep of the Lich Lord. And so these could have happened if they'd wanted a few more. If we'd done them earlier in the whole growth of Fighting Fantasy, we probably would have had them made, but they only needed one.
This is one that was based on one of our Tecumel campaigns, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one of the players improvised a brilliant solution to. We were basically just going to rip that off. Steve Foster, we were going to rip that off and use it for the denouement of the game book.
Wait a minute, before you start, I have to say, Curse of the God Kings.
You've got to do that for all of the titles now.
Yes.
So,
The Mists of Horror. It was so much fun making up titles, and then you'd have to think, oh God, what are we going to put in The Mists of Horror? I can't even remember.
so that was kind of a Celtic Otherworld one.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Oh, of course. This is just classic fighting fantasy. Dinosaurs of death.
can you do a Tyrannosaurus Rex roar?
No.
Okay.
I could do a kind of baby
Oh.
Tyrannosaur.
How about
We really thought Dinosaurs of Death would be the one they'd pick because it was classic, but actually I think they had another dinosaur one coming
yeah,
along.
they'd already got dinosaurs.
Thirst. This, for obvious reasons, I suspect that they didn't want to do, given that you hunt down and murder a girl in the first... Of course, we didn't think about those sort of things in those days. It's just what the story would... If it was a Hammer horror film,
they
it
were
would
really
be
starting
like
to
that.
wimp out by that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A horror film would have done it straight off.
Oh, and that was the one that was kind of a proto-Fabled Lands.
Yes, Knights of Renown.
Yeah.
Because we started playing for a while. What was that game that Pendragon?
Yeah.
Was it Ian Marsh ran that? Did he? Was
Yes,
it? Yeah.
when he used his own rules, of course, being Ian, but so it was basically Arthurian and it wasn't Pendragon, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we just like the idea of doing some Arthurian legends, but...
Yeah. And you know, Mallory lends itself to that whole episodic little bits happening, you know, Lancelot going mad in a wood somewhere and stuff like that. So it would have been a great open structure game setting.
The Keeper of the Seven Keys. Oh, yes, so... Keeper of the Seven Keys? Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah,
We'll
they
have to
still
sue
owe
them.
us for that.
Yeah, it's the lowest for that. Yeah. Because this was one of the first ones where we were doing it from the point of view of the bad guy. So it was like a proto-Dark Lord. But he's not really the bad guy in this. He's just makes it look like he is to keep people away. But you'd have to defend your tower. And Dave had done a brilliant timeline where, you know, we'd have little groups of heroes that were fanatic paladins and stuff. So like, you know, Sir Gallant breaks through at this time, and you have to send your unicorn. No,
Well,
wyverns
that's
to defend.
another thing, because I was reminded talking to Victor Atanasov at Prime Games about Bloodsword, and he was, I mean, it's a long time ago for me when I wrote them, but he was saying, oh, you meet these same characters, but at different points according to how you've come into the battle pits in the first book. And I realized that's the thing we liked, was the idea that it's almost like there's a living world going on, and the player just dips into it at a certain point.
And you have to decide where you're putting your defences, you know, like your Goblin Legion and stuff like that.
That really should have been a board game, though, I think.
Yeah, it should have been a board game, yeah. And then along came Dungeon Master and all that.
Yeah.
Obviously ripped us off.
What happened next?
Oh, yes. Then game book-wise, Vulcanverse.
Yeah.
There was my Dark Lord books in between, of course, which you all must buy
Hold
or
that one up.
die.
You got a real copy
Got
there.
one here, yes.
Yeah.
Paperback one. So
these are open world like, sort of like Fabled Lands, except in Fabled Lands, if you play in one book, that's one territory. Well, they are in Vulcanverse as well, but most of what you do in a Fabled Lands book is within that book. You'll sometimes have quests that cross over into other territories, but really Vulcanverse is like a 7,000 section game book that happens to be serialized in 5 bits, but you can't really do the labours of the world and complete the whole story arc unless you have all 5.
So it's a massive open world with a story arc that's got quite a few endings. Dave finally did book 5. I was unable to do it due to personal tragedy, really. So I left him alone, and he didn't moan too much. And it turned into a massive magnum opus, and also a very complicated. I'm not sure if I could have written a bit of it, but I couldn't have really done it.
Well, I had
without Dave's
a lot of
functioning
help
brain.
from John Jones, who's our editor in America, who would be constantly sending me, you know, bugs that he'd spotted in the logic. Because trying to tie together the logic from all the previous books, which of course, if we were doing this in computer game development, we could go back and fix. But you can't change anything in the earlier books very easily, so everything had to be tied together. And sometimes I'd find we didn't have a code word for the thing I really needed to know, so I had to find clever workarounds that kind of gave me the information I needed from what we had tracked.
There are probably still mistakes in it, but
Yeah, they're
we'll
bound
just
to be.
deny it.
Oh, yeah, I said Jamie did the PowerPoint.
Oh, yes.
That's one of mine, though. You put one of yours and one of mine there.
As previously.
Oh, okay.
So I did the Hades one, and Dave did, because it was originally on a computer game, so there were 5 regions, the Vulcan city, and then Boreas, which is the Greek name for the north wind, and it's all icy and cold. And then there was Arcadia, the wild woods, and so it's all Greek myth. And Pillars of the Sky is the frozen one. Oh, the Notus, which is the Greek south desert wind, and it's all deserty and.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's sort of Greek. I mean, it's because it's a simulation. You invented it, right?
Yes, I'd forgotten. Yes. So the idea is that Vulcan, or Hephaestus, in Greek myth, and Vulcan in Roman, but Hephaestus doesn't. The Hephaestus world, the Hephaestus verse doesn't have a very. I'm probably mispronouncing it. So we called it Vulcan, and the idea is that all the Greek gods are sleeping, unworshipped, except Vulcan, who's the technomaster. So he creates what he calls as a virtual Olympus. So he's trying to bring back all the Greek gods through being online in a sort of computer gamery world, because he's the only one that can actually handle modern tech sort of thing.
Yeah. So it's Matrix meets Clash of the Titans.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it, I think.
Oh, yes, there we are.
There you go.
Okay, so that wasn't too long. We were worried it would be too long. So there's plenty of time for questions. Yes. Let's hope someone has some questions. Nobody has any questions. Was Vulcanverse supposed to be a computer game? Yes, it's a computer game now, but it's a play-to-earn game that my nephew set up, and then he paid me to do all of the, employed me to do all of the, not all of it, but a lot of the lore and the background, because it's always going to be Greek. And you play the game, and then you can earn, I know it's not going to be, it's cryptocurrency, so. But that's the game, the computer game, which you can still play, and you'll meet lots of characters from the Vulcanverse, or you can just play the game books and not worry about all of that.
Yeah, I've never played the game, or I don't. In fact, all my only experience of cryptocurrency was I was partly paid in cryptocurrency, so I'm still waiting for that to be worth anything.
When it was worth, yeah, when it was worth about £5 or £6, I think, and now it's worth £1.90. So there's, as I was telling Paul, there's always a silver lining to everything. So I paid Dave and ripped him off. But you never know, it might go back up again one day. Only has to go to about 10 quid and then Dave will be happy. It was 30 quid once. But yeah, crypto, God, it's insane. Anyway, anyone else got some questions? Staying Island. So he's saying that he lost a bet to his mate for 10 quid because his mate said it was Staying Island, and your name? Andy was saying it was Staying Island. Yeah. Well, originally I wrote it as Staying Island, but I misspelt it. And no, not really. No. Dave came up with the idea. He would never have called it Staying Island. It's like a little holiday B&B, Airbnb, Staying Island with undead.
Yeah.
You check into the Airbnb and don't worry about the shambling zombies, and do not go to the cemetery at night. Yeah, Staying
Just do
Island.
a new edition with the changed spelling.
Yes. Well, Keeper of the Lich Lord, it's mostly Dave doing the names. He came along with the... Yeah, Port Borgos and all that stuff was mostly yours. There was a couple of bits I did. I think I did.
I think the way we worked was you just simply went... It was like Ian and Steve on the first book, wasn't it? You just went up to a certain point.
Yeah.
And then I started. So I think it was at the gate.
Right. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Or was it? I can't remember now, but at some point one of us took over from the other. Just.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, the way we work together, because who was we were signing for, might be here, but he was saying that he couldn't tell who'd written what, which is annoying, because obviously I'm much better. You should have immediately said, I know your stuff, Jamie, because it's excellent, and Dave's is substandard. So that's good that we work together in that way, that you can't easily tell.
Yes, well, we're both large language models. Obviously, James is a larger language model than I am. Trained on the same stuff. Robert E. Howard and Jack Vance and people like that.
Jack Vance, yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. Although Dave's never read Lord of the Rings,
No.
which seems unbelievable. But there you go.
But you've never read War and Peace.
Yeah, it's true. I haven't read War and Peace, and I'm not going to. Unless it's with zombies. I did read Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. That was fun, but not Pride and Prejudice. Any other questions? A few more. Guy with the beard. Well, it was kind of just that my nephew, he used to go and get lots of tattoos. And he'd go to a tattoo parlour in Brighton, and he'd have a little one done every day because he just wanted to talk to the tattoo artist. And she was Greek, and he married her, and they had a kid, and then he moved to Athens. So, and then he started a company in Athens, and that's why it's Greek mythology, basically.
God,
and so
now you
then
tell
he was
me.
saying, and now we need all of this. It was sort of, that's it. And it was great doing the research because I'd forgotten how rich and wonderful all of the Greek myths are. There was so much material that we could use. So it was a great way for him to, because the game books were never going to make any money, but it was a great way to create the lore and the background and the characters and the monsters and the places and locations. Because to do a massive game book series like that, you've got to create everything from what the motivation of various gods are and all these different characters. So many of the characters in the books end up in the computer game because that's just a great way to create all of the lore. Any other questions? Of course not.
I think I'd say Duel Master, because I remember getting those and playing them with a friend and going, God, these are really good. And then we actually went out and got the local bookshop, had the second one, which wasn't quite as good, but no, I thought those were really top-notch.
Oh, well, that's good. That's kind of you. I tend actually not to read
Steam
other game
Highwaymen
books.
as well is very, very good.
Yeah, I don't really play them because I just can't. It's just, there's so many memories of struggling with game book structures, and we've written so many. It's not something I really
one
want
I've
to
just
read.
got hold of, was given a copy by the Rick Soul, and the other designer is Expeditionary Company, which was going to be a computer game, and they've done it as 3 books. And the only reason I haven't yet started is it's clearly going to be a big undertaking, and I want to do it justice. So I've got to kind of clear a few weeks when I'm having a kind of a holiday and just play the books properly, because they just look so intricate. I think they go far beyond just an open world. It's almost a computer game in book form, but that looks very impressive.
What are they called?
Expeditionary Company.
So it's a kind of 1930s exploration?
No, it's there's a fantasy world where there's been a kind of barrage of meteors or something, and a kind of golden race turn up and say, we can protect you, but they effectively they tax people for doing that, and you end up joining expeditionary groups that go between the city-states, because the city-states are little oases separated by these deadly mists that turn people into undead or whatever. And so you're trying to trade with the other city-states, but it's in very dangerous territory. So it's an interesting kind of fantasy setting as well.
Any other questions? There's a few more. What was the question, Dave?
It was at the end of Bloodsword Book 4, which is the second to last. It removes all of the items apart from the Bloodsword. Again, it's 30 years ago. I suspect, because the original plan was that Oliver was going to write all of Book 5, and Oliver's attention to detail his setting is a bit lower than mine. So I thought if I leave all the items, he'll just suddenly say halfway through, oh, were there items? Could you add those for me? So I thought if I actually remove them, it will be a simpler task. Probably it was for that reason.
That's why you got me in to write
That's
a bit.
why, yes, because suddenly Oliver decided he could only write a tiny bit. And I
had to
was
do it
already on
in-
another project, so I roped Jamie in and we ended up.
I only had
that
a
wasn't
short time to
expected.
do it, and then it doesn't really fit with Bloodsword either, because I played Dragon Warriors, but not. Okay, up at the top with the beard. Yeah, well, we went mad.
Do you want to repeat the question?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, yes. So how did we keep track of all the code words in the Fabled Lands? Because it is complicated. And we'd have big A3 charts, and we'd write down lists. We'd have to, because it was kind of before computers. Well, we did use computers, but it was easier to try and put it out all on...
Yeah, it's not so much that it was before computers, it's just we were.
Yeah.
So everything was done on paper.
Yeah, yeah. So there was lots of big sets of maps and lists of things. It was very complicated. But to be honest, by then, we'd done, God, I don't know how many game books between us.
Well, I think we had got a sort of bug checker running in the back of our heads, because I remember in those days, we used to go to the gym quite a bit, and in the afternoon, I'd suddenly say to Jamie, oh, we've left a section out where if you do that, you go off to the cove, and we haven't written that bit.
Yeah.
And it was just suddenly in my head, it would be, that's a missing bit.
We were really good at game books.
We were good at it.
Yeah, the structure and everything. Now it's all decayed and turned to, well, for me anyway, turned to sugary things. Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Oh,
yeah.
blue T-shirt. So in Where the Tiger, we innovated new things in every book. And was that in the original pitch? Yes, it was, but maybe not in that detail. But what we wanted to do was have a storyline that was like a proper RPG. So so it's all linked. So you have a character that develops, whereas in Fighting Fantasy, you're just doing one-offs all the time. So we wanted to have a system where you could get extra skills and extra, just like an RPG where you go up levels, basically. So we wanted to capture that, which was a new thing then.
And also because I think you said that Orb was based on Min's role-playing game from school times, wasn't it? When you were at school with him. And everyone who joined, I think the initial idea was, it was a D&D campaign, but you joined as yourself. That you'd got, he said, you've come through from this world into this fantasy world. I joined it, I was killed that afternoon, and there was no coming back. If you got killed, that was it. So otherwise, I might have been one of the player characters, because they're all player characters in the book.
Yeah, there's a bit where, I don't know if any of you remember, you might, but you arrive in Doomover, and there's a guy who gets his head chopped off by the general of the Legion of the Sword of Doom. That was my character. He got his head chopped off. Luckily, I was able to, I can't remember how it worked, but a druid brought me back to life as some kind of furry animal. It was really annoying, because I had to try and do everything I could to make that character resurrected, because he had a strength of 2190 or something like that. Remember, you had the percentile dice. So he was super strong, and I knew I'd never roll another character like that. But he finally did come back somehow. Any others? Are you talking about Fabled Lands and open worlds generally? How we keep the characters a sense of what's happening to the character? Yeah, in an open world book, yeah. I'll pass that on to my colleague.
Well, I mean, different writers have different approaches. I think I try to avoid assuming anything about the character, because I think that's the player's province. So in role-playing, I wouldn't ever tell a player how they're supposed to play their character. And similarly, in game books, I try to avoid imposing, say, a moral stance on the character, because you might decide that's not how you want to play. So different game books take different approaches. So some authors want there to be, you are playing a hero, and I'm going to say that on day one, and so everything about this will be you are a knight, and I expect you to play in a certain way. But it just depends on what the style of the author is, really.
Fabled Lands, there's always so many different options and choices. I guess in a way, it's quite hard in Fabled Lands. Well, no, you have character classes, but beyond that, it's quite hard to play a character that's in an RPG. Obviously, you can, but
well, actually, wait a second. Vulcanverse is a good example, because you have this huge story arc that's kind of MCU style, and it all lands at this epic battle, and you can join either side. So, and even if you're on the side opposing the big bad, because you can join her, but if you don't, you've still got different alliances, different levels of degrees to which you can support the the old guard or be in favour of a kind of revolutionary new world, even if you're opposing the big bad. So in fact, there's multiple possibilities there, and I just left it up
But
to the
that's
player which depicts.
easier to do because there is a story arc,
Yeah,
a one-off story
yeah,
arc. So,
yeah.
but it's still very much open world. Yeah, so anyone else? Questions? Nobody? Oh, one more? Well, I probably am almost near retirement, and I'm not really in a place that I can write at the moment due to stuff that's happened to me, but Dave has probably got some more stuff to do.
I do. I've got Jewel Spider, which is a little role-playing game set in the world of Dragon Warriors Legend. I'm doing, hopefully in time for Halloween, but I'm not sure, a kind of revised version of Crypt of the Vampire, my first game book, because that's its 40th anniversary this year, so I thought I ought to do something with that. Yeah. So it's a different, simpler, fun
Crypt of the
version.
Vampire, I'd just like to point out, Crypt of the Vampire is an autobiography.
And and next year, I'd like to, when I've got some time, I'd like to do, I've got this idea of doing an open world style game book, but one where the story itself is generated kind of procedurally, so that rather than having just chunks of story that you access, it would be more like playing a game like The Long Dark. So, you know, if you talk to somebody, they go, this, like Oliver was talking to me, and he said, oh, I was up a mountain and I was looking for this shack, and then a blizzard came over and a bear attacked me and I was badly injured, and I knew I'd got some food up there, and I thought if I come down the mountain, the bear will heal up, but if I can get to that shack and bandage myself, I can go hunting that bear. And I thought, this is great, because it's all created. Nobody wrote that story. It emerged. And so I want to try and do that in game book form. So next year, I've got 50 pages of notes about how to do it, but actually doing it is the big problem.
Crikey, that sounds complicated. Don't ask me for help.
Well, it's that or I figure it's that or do Sudoku, because you've got to just stop Alzheimer's somehow.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Maybe I'll do some novels, but I don't know. Hard to say at this point. Anyone else? Must be one more.
I have a question. Did you say that Mark Gascoigne had a nickname at Games Workshop?
Yes. Oh, he's buggered off.
And did you have a nickname? Perhaps we should ask Mark.
Yes, I did. Also, it's a bit rude. It's Lord, instead of Dark Lord, it's Lord, and then a rude name for a piece of organ, a human organ, belonging to only men. Yes. Yeah, so we were doing all these different kinds of books and having to balance them all at the same time. So we were doing Where the Tiger and Falcon, and then we started doing Duel Master. And it did help that a lot of them were just in the world of Orb. And again, Min had created a really cool kind of stellar conquest game where you each played an alien race and you had to explore the universe like a PBM thing, played by mail. So we were able to use a lot of that as the world beyond Earth in the Falcon books, time travel, of course. So there's a lot of history too. But to be honest, we didn't handle it very well. We got quite burnt out. That's why book 6, I was so many different things going on in Way of the Tiger. Inferno ended up being a bit of a mess because Min had to do it on his own. And I did most of the flow charting of everything. And that ended up, because he was burnt out too, we tried to do too much.
I thought one of the things that was interesting in retrospect is that we would use worlds that we'd created for different publishers, and they didn't make a fuss. I bet they would now, but you know, I could go and do Bloodsword with a different publisher and use the Dragon Warriors world, or Orb was used by several publishers, and they just accepted it.
Yeah, they seemed okay with it now, but IP ownership, okay with it then. So, anyone else? How are we doing for time? All right.
Some more signing.
Yeah, we could do a bit more signing. Unless anyone's got another question? I could ask myself a question. Why are you so wonderful, Jamie? That's an answer I've never been able to answer. Question I've never been able to answer. Well, go on, a couple of questions.
Oh, well,
yes.
I have a Patreon for Jewel Spider, and I hesitate because people say, is it Dragon Warriors version 2? And it's not. It visits that world it's more like the kind of realistic take on that world rather than the big adventure-y take. But the biggest problem for me was cracking how to do magic, because as soon as you have rules for magic, it becomes less mysterious and fun. So finding a way to keep a magic system that players could use, even if I actually advise that it's only NPCs that use it, but to have a system that they can use that feels like it's actually magical and not just a list of powers. So that's been the big nut to crack, but I think I've got there now. So it's just a question now of, it's got artwork by Leo Hartes's son, Inigo, who's my godson, but that's not the reason I've hired him. It's just he's very, very good, and he's done a bunch of slightly medieval style, what look like illuminated manuscript images to go through the
Also,
book as
he
well.
doesn't mean God's son, he means Satan's son, obviously. And the other question? No. Yeah, we'd have to. They had a thing in those days called a telephone. So we'd have long conversations on the phone. But yes, it was a bit of a headache until email came along. And then we could just fire stuff back at each other, which made it a hell easier. Because it's hard to imagine, but we were writing things before in the 1980s, we didn't have email until the 90s. Yeah, so that was difficult. So actually, quite often I'd go round to Dave's, and then we'd do a bit of work, and then just go to the pub and get drunk at lunchtime, and then play Gladiator, or other board games, and, hopeless idiots that we were. We should have done a lot more
It did
work.
get done at some point, I don't know how. But
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes we'd have great ideas at 2 a.m. with whiskey. I remember
We'd
one
forget them,
booklet I had,
obviously.
and it starts off, I don't know, maybe it's like Shadow King, a kind of futuristic London where Dracula won. And then later on it goes, Dracula, blah, stuff. And then it goes, and there's just massive scribbles. I'm supposed to work out what it is later from just drinking too much whiskey. Yeah. Well, Dave wasn't so keen on fighting fantasy.
Yeah.
He felt constricted a bit. I think that's fair
I
by the
think
system.
It's just, I think probably, I always preferred control of my own stuff, and so all the different series I could do my own thing. And I think also by the time when we were pitching those things, the world of Titan was very well established, and it just wasn't, it's not a kind of fantasy world that I read about. I don't read that kind of fantasy literature, and I don't play that kind of role-playing game. So it just never really clicked for me, I think. You need to love the setting of anything you're writing, I think. Like, that's why I say Heart of Ice, I think, works really well, because I was really vividly into that setting. And if you're not, then it's not a good idea to be working on it. And as Jamie said, your early ones were set in Orb, weren't they? It was
Yeah, which is a world I knew very
just
well
wasn't our
and
world.
really felt happy with. It was a cool world.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the end, he did it for the money.
And even Keep of the Lich Lord, I think, works better now in the Fabled Lands world. Like, there were little bits where I thought, this story with one of the Utakin works much better than when it was like our half-elf.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Because it had a whole history of what their culture meant and what being exiled actually meant.
Yeah. Cool. Anyone else? Oh.
Yeah, that monkey.
The death of a monkey.
Well, the readers were too young for me to stick a girlfriend in the fridge.
The Monkey's Revenge. That can be the next book we do.
I suppose it was there that I started to like putting companions in, because there are lots of companions, obviously in Vulcanverse, but in Down Among the Dead Men, you have a bunch of companions, and I found that then you can have a dialogue with them and they can have their own personality. And although I said I hate imposing a personality on the player, I wouldn't do that. I can, of course, put a personality into the companions, and that's fun.
And he put a bunch of companions into the Vulcan verse, but I couldn't do it, really. I don't like having companions, so I haven't done that very well. Okay, a couple of questions.
Okay, this one.
What was that? Oh, when we were writing, what age were we writing for? Yeah, well, back then, that was the whole wonder. As part of the success of game books, the people writing them, Ian and Steve and the rest of us, we just wrote it for ourselves.
Yeah.
So that's why kids loved it too, because you should never talk down to kids. They hate that. So I've done that with the Dark Lord books too, where it might be quite complicated for them to find new words, but then they can look them up if the book is drawing them in. But yeah, so we were writing for ourselves as 20-year-old 12-year-olds, 24-year-old 12-year-olds. We still write for, yeah. And
We've got to make that the last one, actually, because they're
yeah.
clear for the next person.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right. Well,
thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
I deserve it. He doesn't. Thank you. Could you start booing Dave now?
put your password in your laptop so we can access the talk? Thank you. Is Ian sending? I don't know. I think he's just got... Hello, everybody. Fantastic to see so many of you here. If I haven't said hello already. Before we start, have a bit of practical housekeeping. I can see some amazing cameras and things, but I'm going to have to ask you to switch them off, please. We're very lucky that we have a very special guest who's travelled from Canada to be here, Mr. Ian McCaig. So there's going to be a formal introduction in a minute from another Ian you might know. But part of the deal is he's sharing with us some amazing design work he does for Hollywood studios. And if any of it goes out online, somebody will get in a lot of trouble, and we don't want it to be Ian. So please can I ask you to respect the fact that he's sharing this with us. It's a real privilege. This is one of those, in our world where everything is streamed and everything is available, this is unique. Only people sitting in this room will enjoy this talk today and have this memory forever. So please, respectfully ask, turn off all your cameras, videos, all the rest of it. Live in the moment, enjoy. We're just waiting for our other special guest of honour, who's scribbling in the book, but that was the most important housekeeping. If the fire alarm goes off, get out. Save yourselves. So, to introduce our very special guest, I would like to introduce our very own Knight of the Nerds, Sir Ian Livingstone.
Hello. How great to be here again, and so happy to see all these young children in the audience. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Jonathan, for organizing it. And is Geraldine here? Okay, we also have, I don't know if you've seen Geraldine Cook, is in the house. She who actually was the visionary at Penguin Books to sign Fighting Fancy in the first place all those years back in 1980. And that's, of course, led us to all being here, and in particular, one special man who I'm going to introduce in a second. But first, I'd like to say that Steve Jackson sent his very best. As you probably all know, he's ill and wasn't able to join us today. So I think we should actually maybe do a quick video which you can send to Steve, because I'll be seeing him next week. Where's my phone? So maybe we can do that if you don't mind. Give me a few seconds to get my video technology in order. And then, what can we say to Steve? Okay. No, we say, Steve Jackson, may your stamina never fail, right? Okay. When I say 1, 2, 3, you've got to say that. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Steve Jackson, may your stamina never fail.
Hooray! That's great. Thank you very much. He'll be delighted when he sees that. But of course, Fighting Fancy is not just Steve and I. It's you, the readers. It's all the authors and editors who's helped us along our journey. And last but not least, art. The art has played a crucial role in Fighting Fancy. I think you might have seen our new book, Magic Realms, which celebrates the art and artist, who always never get the praise that they should, despite their genius. And the one genius that's in the room today, I've had the pleasure of working with on 5 Fighting Fancy game books now. He did the cover of Forest of Doom, Deathtrap Dungeon, Island of the Lizard King, and City of Thieves, of course, with the legendary Zambar Bone on the cover with his spiked cranium. And it's no coincidence that this same gentleman went on to create Darth Maul, a distant cousin of Zambar Bone. So he needs no introduction. I've said it in print before. He's my favorite Fighting Fancy author, perhaps one of the most amazing science fiction fantasy artists in the world. So I think I should pass over to the man who is known as Ian McCaig.
Thank you all. We've been collaborating for as long as I've been married. Just saying. Yeah. I came home and said, hey, I got a job at Games Workshop, and she said, I do. But it's fun. It's fun having a collaboration for that long. You get to be almost psychic, right? And Ian, in case you ever get the chance to collaborate with him in the future, is the most, cover your ears, most generous and collaborative of collaborators. Because we started off with, I'd like a shapeshifter, you know, on this cover, kind of a creature that turns from the hooded thing it is into whatever, to what do you want to put on the cover today, Ian? For Death Trap Dungeon, he just literally threw it open, let me invent a creature, and then very kindly wrote it into the book. So yeah, that is the rarest of rare things you can get. So I owe my big head and my desire to tell my own stories to this man who made me think I could. That's because he could.
I better get out of the way.
I'll show this and then come back up, because I think you and I should do some Q&A with these people here, okay? That all right with you?
Enjoy the man. He is the man.
Woo! I think we only have an hour for this talk, is that right? Really? So let's see, 15-minute introduction, 15-minute Q&A, so you only got half an hour slide, so we might go fast here. Right, well, I do this at home all the time. It's how I wake up in the morning. The thing that makes me do it is that I sleep in. I thought there should be some advantage to getting older, so as I get older, I get to count to my age. And now I get to count to 67 before I have to get up. And I fall asleep at 40. So it seemed logical to me to think of 67 things, 67 great people I've met, 67 great drawings I got to do, 67 films I got to work on. And by the time you get to the 67 of those, you wake up and you're so excited. And then people ask, how do you keep your enthusiasm up? You get old. That's how you do it. Anyway, so when I was young, this was my chosen career. After that, I wanted to be a secret agent. And my mom said, why don't you just write about it? So I still dress up from time to time. Yes, that's me. I have too long a nose to play the Frankenstein monster, but it's perfect for the Joker. I've been really, really lucky, a really lucky career. So as well as working for Ian on all those books, I got offered a job in Hollywood, and I got to go and design these characters here. And so how lucky is that, huh? It really is like doing the thing that you would do if you were retired. I got to work on this series of shows, not the original classics, although I am in The Empire Strikes Back. I am a stormtrooper. Oh, I saw you. I saw the impressed look wash across your faces. Yes, I was working for George on the prequels, and then he kept coming up going, I'm gonna fix those old ones here. Who wants to be a stormtrooper today? So yeah, they put the bleach bottles on me, and I realized you can't hear anything in them, and they hard parts bang over that black soft part, which happens to be your groin. As a side thing, I do magic cards because they're fun, and you know, you want some place where the pressure's off and you can just have goblins steal babies and, you know, draw all those not politically correct things. This is the lady with her tigers. And then back in film, sometimes you're making it up, but a lot of the times you're taking an icon and you're trying to breathe new life into it. And I don't know if you remember, but the Hulk there'd been 2 films before with the Hulk, and neither of them really hit, right? So as designers, put yourself into concept design mode here and ask yourself, why? Why didn't they work? Contrast! What is the secret of life? It's contrast! And so in those first 2 films, Bruce Banner was as angry as the Hulk, and with Edward Norton, angrier than the Hulk. And so there's no contrast, there's nothing. you cast Mark Ruffalo, Mr. Cuddly Ruffalo in there. Then you can turn him into a monster and you can tell the difference. So that's what worked. The only thing is studios will always say, can we put his face on the Hulk? And just fortunately with Ruffalo, you could put essence of Ruffalo in there. But I did get asked to put Julia Roberts' face on Charlotte the Spider once. That was not very pretty. I also got a chance to jump onto Guardians of the Galaxy. They were having problems with their raccoon and their tree. So I did the raccoon. Raccoons are little monsters, in case you've never met one personally. They will do terrible things. They will chew right through anything you put in front of them. They're beasts, and they're worse when they get major firepower. This was my talking tree. He went through so many incarnations. We didn't know Vin Diesel was going to play him. So I kept suggesting Tom Waits, here with his big gruff voice like this. Would have been perfect. But anyway, yes, I thought Vin Diesel was a good choice. The one I'm mostly known for is this gentleman here. And I didn't know much. Can you actually see the screen? Everything seems so light. We should put off the lights. Can we do that? Can we make everybody go dark? Where are all those wonderful tech people hiding? So there's a light switch somewhere. Oh, wait, never mind. You sure you can see it? Okay, like I trust you. All right, so Darth Maul, all I knew about him was he was a vision from your worst nightmare. And of course, I drew my vision from my worst nightmare. It was not this gentleman. It was a dead-looking white face with metal teeth, and it was raining, so I drew these stylized ribbons in front of the face and handed it over to George in one meeting, and he took one look at it and said, "Oh my God!" He passed it back. He said, "Give me your second worst nightmare." This is my second worst nightmare. But I also understood that Star Wars is not serial killers, right? It's not real life. It's mythology. So my second worst mythological nightmare is clowns. And there is a clown, there's a Sith Lord who paints the expression on his face, and you never know what he's really thinking. He has no resemblance to this character whatsoever. I deny it completely, because even though in this picture here he has horns, the original picture was this. And I did not put horns on him. I put stiffened black feathers. I thought that was really cool, because I didn't know anything about him. Right? I didn't know what a Sith Lord. We'd only seen Darth Vader before. So I thought, well, he must do some ritual in the morning to turn into such a badass. Maybe he binds his head with piano wire. And he's got these stiffened black feathers, and they have to be in exactly the right place, or he has to do it again. That would piss me off in the morning. So that's what those were. And then I went off to the makeup artist, who looked at it and went, "Ooh, cool horns. We should make them yellow." So that's what happened. And then Ray Parks stepped inside and gave him, a cheeky, wonderful performance. And John Williams came aboard and gave him his soul. And we were happy. I started a long, long time ago in a country far, far away called California. My first job was doing Sesame Street cartoons. This was a sketch I did of myself as a young animator, animating the letters A, E, and W. Changed a lot of lives. When I wasn't doing this, I was doing this. No, not peeing in parking lots. I was part of a band called October, and we actually, this is outside, this is the parking lot of the BBC after one of our performances. Peeing on the parking lot. Back at art school, in case you want to see art school work, I drew this in my final year. I love Edgar Allan Poe. I'm actually writing a story about the last mysterious 4 days of his life, because he had a very mysterious death. And no one has been able to explain it except me. Because I'm not going to say what really happened. I'm going to make it up. It's a horror fantasy. And I like horror fantasies, as you can tell. I work on all kinds of random films. I worked on Ghostbusters Afterlife. This is What's Her Name? Melting. But enough of that, back to fighting fantasy. So as a young man, I used to hang out with these two gentlemen, Steve Jackson, Ian Livingston. We'd go to carnivals, sideshow fairs, stick our head through holes. It was a good relationship. And the first job I ever got straight out of art school was this. I went in, to the Games Workshop. It wasn't Ian, it was Tim Olson that was there. And took pity on how thin I looked at the time, because I was a starving artist, and said, would you like to design our carrier bag? And I thought, yeah, sure, why not? God, I used to play Dungeons & Dragons, because I got the original staple-bound version. So I was a veteran by the time I came to London. And so I decided we'd have a barbarian fighting a spaceman, because Traveller was a big thing at the time, right? Anyway, they didn't have a logo, so I made one up. And they still use it. What? The only thing is, 44 years later now, I look at that, and I see all the bad anatomy, and I see all the rhythms that are broken in the drawings. I see all the things I would do better and different today. And that's why I don't have any tattoos. But, magic of magics, Ian calls up and says, hey, I'm writing a book. He doesn't talk like this. Ian, I'm writing a book called The Dice Man, and we want to use the carrier bag on the front. I went, no, but I will redo it for you. So I went in and I set up my studio and started redrawing it. Oop, I'll show you what happened in a minute. I think I have it later. I looked at my old covers, old Forest of Doom and City of Thieves. These were so fun. These were all watercolors back then. We didn't have computers to draw with. This one, I remember I was always, when you're a freelance illustrator, you never stop. There's no, oh, wow, done, clock out, wait for the bonus, nothing like that. So this was during a party thrown in my honor, happening next door, because I had to sit and meet the deadline. I was next door drawing this guy. By this time, Ian said, draw whatever you want. I think I will confess, I haven't told this to anyone, I had just seen The Return of the Jedi. And I loved Jabba the Hutt. He was so fun. And I thought, I'll make him evil. This is my evil Jabba the Hutt. And doing the black and whites was joy. I grew up on comic books. I grew up on Frank Frazetta. I love his black and white work. By this time, I was using both brush and Crowquill pens. And this is still my favorite drawing I've ever done for that series. Ian got even more collaborative. He said, let's do a puzzle book together. So we made something called Casket of Souls. And I believe that no one in this room probably was able to solve the puzzles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're made for little kids, which I thought you were at the time. Because we got 3 mailbags of correct answers, just so you know. Don't feel bad. It was from really young kids, because they understood that most of the hidden things were there in dot-to-dots. Or you fold the page like you do at the Mad Comic Book thing, and it puts 2 sides together. And see me later, and I'll tell you all the rest of the answers, right? But it was really fun. Got to do all these elaborate paintings. This project that I think was due in 6 months took 4 years. I think that's the worst deadline I've ever missed. This is my wife. So I met her at the same time as Ian. I proposed to her during the making of one of the books. She said yes. She's from Portugal. She's beautiful. You will never know her name because she's not even on social media. She's so private. Me! I married the most private girl in the world. What? And we're still married. It's amazing. Her name is Leonore. Shh. Anyway, so it was full of all kinds of things. That's a pencil drawing, and that's what it turns into when you paint it. I can give you a how-to lesson on this. First, you draw an oval, an egg. You put 3 dots on it for the eyes and then the mouth, and then you add some details. Really easy. This biography that I did for, I think it was Wizard magazine, it pretends to have an interviewer who comes to get the interview from me, and I'm not there. And this little bad-tempered pygmy tyrannosaur shows up, leads him through my whole studio, and then he starts to head for the drawing studio where I'm supposed to be, and it's not time yet, don't go, don't go. And then by the time the interviewer bursts into the room, of course, there's the last interviewer tied up and right in front of a hungry dragon. And I say, oh good, I'm just about finished with this one. So that became the basis of this. I actually did it, I think 2 other times for 2 other interviews, and it kept getting more and more elaborate. And finally I decided, why don't I write a whole book from the interviewer's point of view. So the author of this book is not real. I made him up. But he's written the great American graphic novel, and he's come to get me to illustrate it. And he can't find me because I don't show up there. And the little pygmy Tyrannosaur leads him through the entire building. And by the time he does find me, I've taught him to draw. So he doesn't need me anymore. And then I tell him I made him up, and he kills me. And then buy the book if you want to see how that one ends. I'm actually there was a revised version of this that came out, I think last year, year before. And I'm writing the sequel right now. Because really it was just a fantasy way to talk to you about the creative process. What happens when an idea wiggles in this ear and comes out this hand here on paper. And that journey is the journey in that book. Now it's 14 years later. I've done 14 more years of film work and stuff that I want to put in the book. But I got all these emails from young artists who would be saying, I've done what you said. I've practiced. I've got the job of my dreams. I'm the art director of this game, or I'm the lead concept artist of this film. Why do I want to give up? That was my reaction. Give up? What? And I realized, oh, it's because you trained like a Jedi and you gave all that power to somebody else to use. I said, no, 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 you always have to do things for yourself. And then I started to teach them, and then I started to teach the next one, and hundreds of people later realized, just write a book. So there you are, that's what the next shadow line is. It's how to live an artist's life. And yes, there will be centaurs, centaurines. And yes, there will be monsters, because I like monsters. And they don't like interviewers. And as for the little pygmy Tyrannosaurus Rex, he's fired! I don't need an inner critic anymore. So he goes to the real world to find the interviewer from the last book and bring him back. Anyway, so this is me. This is my home. That's me when I had hair and dark hair. And that's my tree. And I bought the house for the tree. You can climb up to the second floor of my house on that tree. Wow. Thank you! Right? Trees. I live in Canada because we're surrounded by them, and I live literally in a forest. My house is in the forest. If you come up to the second floor, it's like a tree house. Don't come up to the house without an appointment or my wife will kill me. Oh, come back. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? We're going this way. Shh. Meanwhile, back in Fighting Fantasyland, Zanbar Bone, Ian Livingstone called me up and said, I'm doing a new book. I didn't have a title for it then, it's Blood Island. And he said, I really liked this reimagining you did of Zanbar Bone. So can we do something like that? Something bone-like, maybe? And yeah, kind of liked reimagining things. That was a new blood beast that I did. And I thought, you know what? There was that crappy old cover. Maybe I could do the cover of Dice Man first. So I said, can I redo this for you first? And he said, sure. So I dove in, I started redesigning all these characters, giving them really outlandish armor and space costumes. I posed. I got my clone to pose with me. And then from that, I did this. So this is the new version of that black and white carrier bag image with the rhythms here, just in case you forget. There's the unbaked cookie dough version, and then boing. And I hope you can see a difference. Because, yeah, thanks. I was pleased with that. And I don't think it will play. No, probably not. No. Shame. I do have a video of me actually making that. I think I showed it last talk, though, so. Okay. So anyway, so Blood Island. It's not playing? What? I can't hear you. What? What's she saying? Want me to go back? It started to play? Really? What? Okay, so Procreate records what you draw. And I didn't know that for years, so some of my more famous drawings are actually recorded. You can see them from my first sketch. You can tell it's my first sketch because every once in a while I go, this is cool, this film is just crap. And I draw a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the corner. It always happens. this, and Ian went, you know, White Dwarf usually has a helmet. So, okay, there's a helmet. Wow. There you are. Thank you for helping. Okay, so can you please draw another bone-like person? So I lay in bed with that same Procreate, is the name of the program. You do it on an iPad. What? Okay, right, fine, sorry. So, can you do another bone-like thing for my new book? And I said, yes, I can. So I use a program called Procreate. It's a drawing program for the iPad only. So which means you have the luxury of lying in bed at night with several pillows and everything propped up, and you just draw to your heart's content and then realize, whoop, 4 in the morning, go to sleep, please, go to sleep, please. But people keep coming up to the table where I'm signing, they go, oh, you must be tired. Oh, your hand must be sore. Are you kidding? I draw for 18 hours a day standing, and I draw for another 6 hours at night in bed, lying there on my Procreate pad. So I painted this for Ian, and he said, oh, could the mouth be open? And I thought, what? Ian, you've always just said, great, I'll use it. And okay, I'll open his mouth for you. Yeah, but you know what I like about your paintings, Ian said? It's always felt like I'd just come in the room and he was looking at me, so could he look at me? I'm thinking, what's going on? So he's looking at you. And he didn't say anything else. He said, paint it. So I went, okay, good. I don't have to kill him. And as usual, I sat down and sculpted, just for reference, right? It doesn't have to be a good sculpt. I sculpted this goofy little guy, just so I could study the lighting on him. And then I jumped in. I know he likes traditional. He much prefers it to digital. So I started painting. This is a giant painting like this. And I always paint in some sort of earth color so I can lift it off if I make a mistake. And then I took a brush. This is the smallest brush that I use. I use things about, I know, right? Right? Thank you. If you paint, you know what guts it takes to paint little details with the brush that size. But I did. And then, I think I got it to this and sent it to Ian. And he said, I really admire how simplified you've become over the years. You want more detail. Fine. And I had even done it with the lettering and everything else too. I thought he looked great like this, but then now, I want my details. So, my details. And now, he's the monster from Blood Island. And that's the one you'll find on your books, except they printed it kind of low and smaller, which is a shame. But never mind, it's still good. And yes, in my spare time, I still draw lots of boneheaded creatures. So there you are. And I do cherish my time working on Fighting Fantasy. And yes, I'm sure I will do more Fighting Fantasy stuff in the future. But in the meantime, I'm writing stories. I just wrote this collection here. I had a heart attack 7 years ago and died. I flatlined and, no, stop. No horrified looks. No, oh, I'm sorry. No, it was an amazing experience. I'm glad I'm here to tell you about it. But it involves Tom Hanks and a robot. I'm not going to tell you that story right now, but it was really fun. And when I came home, I discovered there's my studio, exactly like I'd left it, and that's what my family would have to deal with. And there's 44 years of artwork in drawers you've never seen. I just do it for myself. I've never showed anybody. And I thought, ooh, that would have died with me. No, they wouldn't know what to do with it. So I took some of the 44 years and I put it in a book. And I put a drawing I did 44 years ago next to one I did last night. It's like, oh, they're looking at each other. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So I sort of built a story landscape from the drawings, life drawings staring at the severed head of a giant, and suddenly now they're not just posing, they're like, look what we did. And then I thought, well, make up a story too. So I did a visual story of a guardian angel of the sketchbook finding a lost dog and then taking it back to whoever lost the dog in the book. And so I threw that story through the sketchbook and let it interact with all the other images and stuff. And that's called Once Upon a Time in the Sketchbook. And that one is out and available. And then I turned and looked at the closet doors, the big French doors opposite. So it's like 4 doors worth. And there are 44 years of stories there that were all going to be novels and screenplays. And if I finish them, I'll be about 150 years old. So I figured, okay, it's not going to work. I'll write them as short stories first. So at least you get to see them. So I took 24, wrote them as short stories, took 14 of those, went to Titan Books. Titan published it, and that, if you come up to my desk, you'll see that. It's called Small Town Tales. The weird thing for me was all of these stories I'd written over the years, I didn't realize they all take place in the same town. This was the same town. 65 million years ago and 2,000 years in the future, but they're all the same place. Some in the 50s and 60s, whatever. And it was so fun because the character here is the great-great-grandchildren of the character back then. So that is what Small Town Tales is. And I have had only one review that said they were delightfully creepy. If you buy the book, I will give you my email address. Please write to me and let me know what you think of the stories. But that's another story. Thank you, folks. Let's get Ian Livingstone back in here. Do you all have a microphone? Is there one we can pass around? Or are we going to share this? Just shout out. Does anybody have a question? Raise your hand. You? Did I know I was naturally talented, or did I study hard at school? I did not study hard at school. Not drawing. I didn't even take art in school. I took it in the last year. I took it in my hires up in Scotland for the first time, and then I went to art school. I just assumed everybody drew. It was a shock to me that some of you don't. So, but being talented is just like saying you were born tall, right? That doesn't make you a basketball player. It gives you a slight advantage, but anything that any talent's only like 7 things. And any talent you can be born with, you can learn. You can learn in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe, tops. And they're little games. You play them while you're on the telephone. You just do that. A sense of balance, that's one of the big ones. You need to be able to draw something so it looks like it's standing up and it's not falling over. And I can show you how to do that some other time, some other talk. Expressions, you can be born with a natural sense of how to put life inside a face. Or you can draw 6 eggs, put 3 lines across as fast as you can, 2 on top, 1 on the bottom. Expressions. You try it. You try it. You're all looking at me disbelieving. Those expressions aren't just good. They aren't just happy and sad. They're like pensive, sneaky. All these really shades of different emotions and stuff. That's all it takes to do an emotion, right? Just 3 lines. The trick is to put noses and ears and hair and eyebrows and stuff and not bugger it up, right? So that's what you learn. And when you do change the expression, say with an eyebrow like this, you put that in your tool belt. Next time you want to draw someone a little evil, you use that eyebrow. So that's all there is to talent, right? And even if you have it, you have to practice and do those things. You were all either talented or not talented at walking once upon a time. Look at you now, such pros. So anyway, any more questions? Yes? How much work is line art compared to full color stuff? Depends what kind of line work. So pencil line work, I would say it's about I can draw a picture faster than you can finish a sentence sometimes. But that's one of my superpowers, right? Some people draw really slow, very carefully, they construct, they do all kinds of things. Painting, some people paint like that. I don't. I paint and bring it up in layers because I was trained as a watercolorist, and so you do your tones first, and then you float in some color, and then you bring out your contrast, and then you go, what have I done? And then you erase back to white paper with bleach, but don't tell anybody. So yeah, it depends on your skill level and your talents, but generally I'd say a quarter of your time is drawing, and maybe 3/4 is spent painting, maybe. And maybe like a quarter, and then another quarter if you're going to pen and ink it. Yeah, a lot of those, I'll tell you another secret. Oh, this is great. They shouldn't leave us in here too long. Oh, wait, Ian's here. I can't tell you any more secrets. Sorry. Ian, come on in. We're doing Q&A. This is his favorite part. He pretends he doesn't like this one. All right, go ahead.
He pretends he can paint.
Okay. Yes, you choose. Choose. And questions for both of us or one of us or either of us, whatever you like. Choose.
Don't freeze up. Okay. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to get into art, but it's a real struggle for them? For example, if they have something like dyspraxia, which really heavily influences how they write. For example, bad hand-eye coordination.
It's a very, very good question. How do you move forward with what you dream of and want to do when there are insurmountable obstacles in front of you? Well, the first thing you don't do is give up, okay? You clarify what it is about drawing that you love. For me, that's storytelling. I love storytelling. If I suddenly go blind, and I only have sight in one eye, by the way. This one I don't, the core retina got eaten a while back, so I only have sight in this eye. And if it disappears, I still tell stories. I just need one of these, right? I just need one of these, or I need my piano. And I can play my piano with my eyes closed, and I can sculpt. And actually, probably next time, I can draw with my eyes closed too, because I practice. So whatever you're not good at, find a way around it to get to what you really love, and practice even if something's stopping you. Because you'd be amazed. Not next time, but maybe the time after, I'm going to have Ian blindfold me, lead me to a big canvas, and I'm going to do a drawing for you with my eyes closed.
Leading to the edge of a cliff.
Somebody ask him a question, please. Which cliff?
Cliff Richard, so you die by bad music.
All right, any more? Yes.
How much backwards and forwards was there with the puzzle design? For example, how much input did you have in the puzzles?
How much fault? Whose fault was it?
I feel really guilty about Casket Souls. That's one of my darker phases, that so much of the work was on Ian's shoulders to do. I mean, that's an extraordinary piece of work, and we are talking about bringing it back out at some point in the future. But the amount of work that he had to do in that was infinitely more than I had to do. And all I did was give him shit for delivering late.
So it was my fault, just so you know.
But if you look at that art, it's absolutely amazing. Has everyone seen Casket Soul? Yeah. Extraordinary.
Long time ago.
I mean, it didn't do as well. Again, that was my fault, because the puzzles were too hard, and the story wasn't compelling enough in itself. But what he did was the best bit and deserved all the credit. What I did, I must do better, as my teacher used to say all the time at school.
The subtitles to that are, here's one of the world's most humble men. The story is fantastic. I made the puzzles too difficult. But we are going to fix that, because we are thinking.
Because I'm going to do the illustration.
That's right. And the puzzles.
And he's going to write it.
Yeah. All right, next question. Yes.
Oh, it's the only thing that makes me smile these days. Just think, oh, they're just really going to fall into this pit, and they think they're going to get loads of gold, fools, and I just imagine it happening. It makes me chuckle as I write it. Well, I think over time, it's been quite apparent that my disposing of popular characters has been quite cruel to young minds, like Mungo, for example, R.I.P., died rather prematurely in Island of the Lizard King. And of course, the guilt from having to deal with Thrum, poor fellow, R.I.P. So, but for the super deaths, I have to think about that, because I can't think of one in particular, because I used to think that most of them were pretty entertaining for me, if not for you.
Inside, I'm going, what, they died? Obviously, I chose the wrong
Yeah,
page.
but it didn't matter, because you all cheated. And you're probably now all old enough to admit it. And the rest of you are liars.
Fair enough. Any other questions? Yes, gentleman with the magnificent beard and hair.
So, a question for both of you. From the first adventure book to the last one, and from the first cover to the last one, what's the most important thing you've learned on the way?
From Warlock to Blood of the Zombies, what have I learned? I've got a lot older. I think the most important thing I always learn is that every choice has to have a consequence. You can't just an arbitrary go left or go right and it's the same outcome, because that is kind of defeating the object. And it's difficult, though, to write a book today, because am I writing them for 10-year-olds or 45-year-olds masquerading as 10-year-olds? And then that comes to difficulty levels. I get pilloried if they're too easy. I get pilloried if they're too hard. So it's trying to navigate that optimum Zen flow through a game that satisfies everybody. Because Crypt of the Sorcerer, everyone says, was way too hard, as was Blood of the Zombies. And books like Forest of Doom were too easy for some people. But I used to say, well, that was for younger readers. But frankly, at my age, I don't care what people say, because they vote with their feet. They either enjoy it or they don't. But it's an absolute pleasure. I mean, seriously, for 1 second, you cannot believe how proud and happy I am that they're still survived the test of time and are still of relevance today, and how much positive effect they've had over time, especially with reluctant readers, improving critical thinking, literacy, decision-making in young minds, when at the time they were massively criticized. I mean, many of you heard this before, but when they came out, we had an 8-page warning guide about fighting fantasy from the Evangelical Alliance, saying because you're interacting with ghouls and demons, you're just bound to get possessed by the devil. A woman... That was you. A woman in deep suburbia phoned a local radio station, said, having read one of the books, the sun levitated. So all the kids are thinking, oh, for £1.50 you can fly? We'll have some of that.
My favorite moment was the broadcast on television where you saw the pyre of books that one of the evangelical groups was burning, and on top was Casket of Souls. Proud moment.
Yeah, that's good.
Anyone else? Right at the back, shout out.
Yeah, if you could have any of the books turned into a live-action movie.
Deathtrap Dungeon. You?
Deathtrap Dungeon.
No, Deathtrap Dungeon. That's the one. Yeah, and then after that, Casket of Souls. Yes.
I think it's great. It gets rid of all these artists we don't need.
Yes. Next question. Do you want me to answer that? Okay, short answer is, it's a new piece of technology. We're all far too in love with it right now, so it eventually will fit it in where it belongs in the tool belt, which is great. Currently, in its current form, it is unethical and illegal because it has been trained on artwork that is copyrighted. That's just something you clean up. It's not something you go out and murder your neighbor for, okay? So there are groups, mostly artists, that are trying to clean that up. And actually in Europe, we've already succeeded at that. There's nice things in place. They're working on compensation and credit and all kinds of good stuff. For me, for my purposes, a machine that helps you think up ideas would be like hiring somebody to chew my lunch for me and tell me how good it was. Which means I will never, ever want to use AI, because why? Thinking up ideas is the best part.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I thought it was very cruel.
Yes, absolutely. He requested it.
He didn't want me to become an artist.
And just so you all know, I think I told Ian that only this time. I inked that drawing in Penguin Books because I was always missing deadlines. I'm better, no, forget that. I still miss deadlines. But back then I was really bad. And I hadn't finished that one yet when it was time to deliver the book. So I went to Penguin Books. I forget where they were. They were in the big building.
Rice Lane in
Chelsea. It was the big building,
yeah.
in Chelsea. And I went up to the editor and I said, I'm just going to do this one home. I'm sorry, I have to bring it in tomorrow. She goes, nope, you'll do it now. I was like, okay. So I pulled out, I had brought my inks and things along, and I started inking and started finishing it. I got really into it because Ian's got a great face to draw, and I got his hand off, and hey, I'm done. I look around, nobody's there. Everybody in the building had gone home. And they had mistakenly locked me inside Penguin Books. Books that I love more than anything on earth. So it was very hard to convince myself to actually try and go home. But I did. I went down to the front door. And it's a giant door. And there's a lock here, and there's one here, and there's one way down there. So I'm like spread eagled, trying to do this with my hand, and this with my midsection, and that with my foot. And I got them all turned at the right time, and the alarms were thunder. So I opened the door and walked casually out as the police ran in to see who was looting the building. So that's the story behind that picture. How are we for time here? We're probably way over, right? I got the hour! Woo! All right. Well, so good to see you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's one more question, and then we'll say goodbye. Yes?
And there's one.
I didn't draw that.
I do play a bit of blues harmonica. I've been known to. What? Play a song. Well, I usually do a little bit of that with John Robinson, but my harmonica's around the corner. But
come to his table later. He'll play for you there, right?
Okay, I'll go get my harmonica. 1 second.
Okay, wow. I was about to say money might be required here, but just so you know, I'm a drummer. I've been a drummer since I was 8 years old. I've played in bagpipe bands and rock bands and punk bands and jazz bands and everything, because everybody needs a drummer. What I really like to play is the piano. And we always had a Steinway Baby Grand growing up, but my dad was playing it. So when he wasn't there, I'd sneak over and play songs. And if you name a song, I can play it. That's not really playing the piano, though. So I've spent 3 years now painfully learning Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star from the music and using the right fingers for it. So one of these days, when Ian goes for his harmonica, I'll whip out my piano and we'll do a little duet, but not today. Who plays, hands up, who plays an instrument? Yes. Don't let that die. Playing music is so much like drawing and painting and any kind of communicated language.
Where's your piano?
What's that? They should have one here? So I'm going to go and wheel the piano in here now for you all. Bye. No. Go on, Ian. You can do it.
All the mistakes that occur back in the day in the books, like a wrong reference or say, for instance, too high stats you need and all that, how that did occur? So was it down to hectic schedule? Was it down to something else? I'm just curious about that.
In one drawing, I put white socks on a ninja. You're laughing because you think it would have been easy to find reference. Back in the beginning days, how do you find ninja pictures? There's no internet, there are no books on it. So I thought they all, well, I don't know about the text, but for the drawings, I got so much flack from all the readers of the books about the white socks. And I've never made that mistake again.
I'm not sure why I'm doing this.
Woo! Hand for Mr. Ian Livingston.
Can I just say, I don't play in public. I've been to the occasional open mic with an audience of about 4. This could be the start of a new career. My first, I'm going to start charging now.
I told you. Right, get out of here. Go get some lunch. Go home. Thanks for
We're now
coming.
signing books as well at the Chicken and Egg.
Still signing books.
Chicken and Frog.
Thanks a lot. That's a tough act to follow, isn't it? I don't play any musical instruments, I don't sing, I'm not dancing, that's for certain. Is Ian and Ian signing now, or yourself?
I think we're going to grab a quick cup of something and then we're going to
Just there.
That was fun.
Joe, do you want me to take it to Joe?
Yeah.
Actually, I think you might need to do it down here. If I give it to you, I'll just phone Santa. Do you want to keep signing where you were earlier? Is that easiest?
Sure, why not?
I did say the bookshop, but people know where you are, so.
Yeah, let's just do it there. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Making that
Sorry I
all
didn't
so
see
easy.
it. My daughter came and watched it, and her friend Ariana, she's at the Brit School doing art, so we thought she's got to come and see. Yeah.
I did GCSE art, and I got the lowest grade of A possible to G, because I was very easy. Did you?
Teacher you well, yeah.
See, everything I did, even if it was good or bad. The thing is, I got my GCSEs when I was 16 were okay, but not very good.
Sorry, we're doing it at the bookshop, because it will give their sales a
Bookshop's
boost as well.
great.
So
Let's do it.
that's what we're doing. Right, I'll now go and get Joe.
And I'm now a well expert in because I didn't have to do everything. So it was going to be very if you've got a teacher who doesn't like what you do. My daughter and son, they had an art teacher, and every time they did anything, she'd say, "That's a shame, don't." And I suggested they go on the sheet of paper and say, "Is this document So I put it in, so AFF Talk, I did it as a PowerPoint, which you probably worked better. I do a lot of training course at universities, and the amount of time I spend trying to do my own IT support for my presentations, it's ridiculous. And half the time the projectors are not plugged in or not connected to the computer, or you can't log in, or... Right, so moving on, is it just mouse, easiest?
Mouse, spacebar, neck,
okay.
back to the board.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Thank you. And then, I don't normally use microphones, but that one's on.
That one's on, that one's on. I'll turn that one on in a sec.
Thank you. No, that's fine.
Start. No.
That's fine. Right. Good to go. Got my microphone. Brilliant.
Introduce you, or do you want to say it yourself? Like I said, it's the no singing, no dancing.
Yeah. Go on then. Might as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the no singing and no dancing Graham Butley.
Thanks. I've got. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to talk loudly. I find it easier than a microphone. I've got lots of talents in life, lots of skills, and I'm not really. I do lots of things, but singing, dancing, nah, not one of them. And just talking to Ian McKay, art is not one either. I did do an art GCSE. I got a G in it. You get a G if you handed up bits of coursework in. And even that was grudging, I think. So. I'm quite pleased to have been given this opportunity to talk about the board game. I may well have talked about the board game to you already. If you stopped by the stand, you may have seen some emails about it, you may have seen some of the promo videos I've done, and so on. This is something that I'm getting really, really excited about. I've obviously been the publisher of AFF for 13 years now. We've gone from the initial core book and Tightening Out the Pit to 28 books. There are more coming. So this is fantastic, but this has got me really quite excited. So, there we go. Right, so yeah, finding doors is not one of my main skills either. So, back in 1983, my father bought me a copy of Forest of Doom. That got me into fighting. That got me into fancy gaming. Blown away. I read it, and I read it, and I read it, and I read it. Incredible. Moved on to Advanced Fantasy, basically, all sorts of RPGs and so on. I had a couple of board games back then. The Warlock of Far Mountain board game was played a lot. Many of you will probably recognise this. Yep, those people have that. Copy of Legend of Zagor, a bit rarer. Got the little electronic bit with the voices. I think it still works, actually, which is good. So there were some board games, but there were no real board games for Final Fantasy or Advanced Final Fantasy since that time. But of course, I had all of this. I've taken Dungeoneer, Black Sand and Anestia, turned it has really expanded the range of what we're able to do. Now, the adventure creation system, in a way, plays a key part in this, because the adventure creation system was originally conceived to be a solo guide to AFF, to allow you to play AFF as a solo player. And it did get me thinking, why not do an advanced fighting fantasy board game? Now, the other thing that is sort of important here is the quick start. You may have seen this, just bypass it and straight to the books. But the quick start is very, very easy for anyone to pick up and play. And I've spoken to, over the years, loads of kids, 7, 8, 9, 10, who have downloaded the quick start and have run it for their friends, brothers, sisters. So the quick start has been instrumental in getting people into advanced fighting fantasy. So the board game can do the same thing. Sorry.
I've been asked if you can use the microphone because the live stream can't hear you, or the people in YouTube land.
Okay, well that's good. I've completely forgot about all the people in YouTube. So I will use the microphone instead. The other important thing is the dungeon creation system in Advanced Fighting Fantasy. This I first developed 30 years ago for some games I was playing back then, and it found its way into AFF, and it works really well to quickly create a dungeon, to create a random dungeon. But actually, for Fighting Fantasy, that feels right. The random dungeon bit feels right. Because, I don't think Ian will mind me saying this, but Fighting Fantasy has never been about complete coherency. You'll often have a room with a vampire in, and then the next room's got a troll. Well, why doesn't the vampire eat the troll? Or vice versa. But that doesn't matter, because that's not what Fighting Fantasy is about. Fighting Fantasy is just about sort of that exploration. So, I spoke to Steve a few years ago, and Ian said, right, board game. I said, yeah. So we started to plan it. So what did I want the board game to do? What did I want the board game to supply? So I wanted it to be a dungeon crawler, because I think that's a very classic style, and really that is what the Fighting Fantasy game books are. They might be, you know, on floating cloud islands, they might be in a swamp, they might be at sea, but you're still effectively doing a dungeon crawler. I wanted it to have advanced Fighting Fantasy mechanics. I wanted it to have skill, stamina, luck. I wanted it to be replayable, and this I think is really important. Times are tough for everyone. You know, money is short for everyone. And if you buy a game that you play once or twice or 3 times and think, well, that's it, I've done it, I'm finished, you don't really feel like you're getting great value. I wanted a game you could play again and again and again and again. So there had to be some randomness there, lots of options available, and I wanted it to feel like a Fighting Fantasy or Advanced Fighting Fantasy adventure. So, we also wanted to put in 3 different modes. Now that's actually expanded to 4 since I did the slide a couple of days ago. But we wanted, firstly, a competitive mode. Most games are competitive. Most games, it's you versus the other players. Who's going to win? Well, I wanted that in there, and that's in there. But I also wanted a collaborative element. So I've got 4 children, and we play a lot of board games. And the ones they like the most are ones like Pandemic, where it's you against the pandemic. Either you win as a group or you fail as a group. Part of that might be that my youngest is 8, and he gets a little bit upset if someone else he feels like they're picking on him. You know, if someone else takes something he's got in a game or whatever, then sometimes he can get a bit upset with that. So, especially children like collaborative, but actually sometimes it is nice to just feel like it's you versus the game. But I also wanted a solo mode in there. Firstly, because solo games are becoming more popular these days. But also, when it comes down to it, the Fighting Fantasy game books are solo games. And if we're trying to evoke that feel, I don't think you can do it without having a solo game in there. And lastly, I wanted it to be easy to learn, easy to play, but with some depth to it. Because I think this has the possibility to target the family market. Board games now are not just for board gamers. If you go back a few years, you had sort of the hardcore board gamers, and then you had Monopoly. Now there is a lot more crossover between those. A lot more families are playing board games. So, where did the inspirations come from? Now, these are not my pictures of Sorcerer's Cave, but if anyone had this one, you will recognize that scenario, where you've got dungeon level 2 over here, and dungeon level 3 over here, and 4's over there on the table, and 5's over there on the sideboard, and so on and so forth. And trying to remember where everything was a bit manic. But at its heart, you've got a combination of passages, rooms, with encounter cards. So there was some inspiration from that. Another big inspiration was Talisman. I was given first edition Talisman when it first came out, and then I got the second edition colour one. And I have probably played Talisman more than any other board game in my life. I've played huge amounts of it, and it is a really good game. So that some of those provided inspirations. But there's also later inspirations. Carcassonne, many people will have played Carcassonne. Great game, really easy to set up. You can open the box, stack the tiles, and you're playing. And you're done in like half an hour. So that's really quick and easy. But while I was doing the development process, someone I was working with suggested a couple of other games to try. So there's one called What Next? Has anyone got that? Just out of interest? No? If you haven't, actually it's a really fun game. There's not quite so much replayability because you've got 3 adventures in there that you do. There's a sci-fi one, like an island one, and like a superhero one. And it's a combination of balancing bits on each other and picking bits out and flicking things across the table and all sorts. But there is some inspiration from the adventure cards on there that ended up in my game. The other one that's an inspiration is Escape the Dark Castle. Does anyone have that? Yeah, there's a bit more of a response to that. If you look at Escape the Dark Castle, the vibe is fighting fantasy. The art is fighting fantasy. It feels like a fighting fantasy game almost. And so there is an element of that in there as well. So lots of inspirations have come together, which allowed us to start on the basic design. So I wanted it to be tile-based. Now this photo actually is from Fighting Fantasy Fest 2 years ago. Some of you may have played it back then. It's changed a bit since then. I don't know if have you tried it this time? Not this time. Not this time. It has changed a bit since then, but the core of the game is still the same. So I wanted it to be tile-based, so you get a random dungeon. And because you get a random dungeon every time, that immediately gives you an element of replayability. I wanted various card decks. Again, going back to Talisman, where you've got spell cards, adventure cards, and so on. So the first prototype was just printed, colour tiles, stuck them on some foam board, put a blank back on, cut them out with a craft knife, all quite ad hoc, but it worked, and it worked for a playable prototype. Now, what I will say is, if you're doing card decks, and you want to create your own prototype game or whatever, one of these is an absolute must. Because if you print them and cut them square, they look like you've printed them at home. You print them and just snip the corners off and round them with one of those, and it looks professional. Well, professional-ish. But it really does make a difference. And it's strange, isn't it, that you know you're playing with a prototype version, but just having something that looks just a little bit more like the finished product actually makes such a big difference. So we did loads and loads and loads of play testing. Myself, my group, various other groups, Fighting Fantasy Fest last time. But we then kept play testing it, refining it. We then changed the iteration. So at one point you could have 3 dungeon cards in a room. Now it's only 1 per room. We've changed, so that solves a problem of card order, for example. In Talisman, you actually had events went first, followed by monsters, followed by people, followed by, and all sorts. So you had to follow that specific order, which provides a particular problem. Because what if you've got 2 monsters do you fight, and so on. So we've simplified it down. We've tweaked the stats. And then we took the bit from the What Next game and made the cards double-sided. And that actually was a big revelation, because if you think about it, if you've got cards with a logo on one side, I mean, like we have, like treasure cards, fine. but you've only got enough space on one side for information. So what we've now got is we've now got double-sided cards. So if you look at the bottom here, you can just about make out the Gark. There's some narrative text. We couldn't fit that on a card if we had all of its stats on just one side. So we've got some narrative text. And having a bit of narrative text that the player who draws that card reads out makes it feel just a little bit more like a game book. Because you've got smells in there, and you've got sounds, and you've got feelings, and so on. And then at the bottom, you've got some standardized icons that tell you what you can do with that creature. Do you want to fight it, run away, sneak past it, steal from it, try and bribe it? But importantly, because it's a double-sided card, you don't know what your chance of success is until you turn the card over. So you look at it and go, well, if I fight it, I don't know how tough it is. If I want to steal from it, is that easy? Is that difficult for this monster? Some monsters might be easy, some difficult. And so you've got to take a chance on that decision, or maybe you might remember from last time. So I wanted to keep the basic mechanics the same. Skill, stamina, luck, provisions. Because if you say to someone at a games convention, you know, what game does this make you think of? Skill, stamina, luck, provisions. Everyone says Fighting Fantasy, because that's archetypal to it. But I wanted to also bring things like magic, talents, armor from Advanced Fighting Fantasy. So it is recognizably a fighting fantasy game, but it's simplified down just a little bit. But we still wanted things like we wanted combat, because it's fighting fantasy after all. We wanted some traps in there, because not quite as lethal maybe as Ian's traps, because dying, you know, in the first room on 5 successive games might be a bit tough. But we wanted magic in there, we wanted stealth, we wanted some social interaction and some decision making. So it wasn't just move from room to room, fight a monster, fight another monster, fight another monster, fight a monster, right, that's the end of the game. We wanted there to be a bit more to it than that. So an example of the mechanics is combat. So this is what one of the hero sheets will look like. We've got a dwarf. We've got skill of +1. So it's not skill in the gamebook sense of 7, 8, 9, but it's a modifier. Because when it comes down to it, you roll and add your skill, the monster rolls and add the skill. Effectively, you can almost reduce that down to the difference in skill between you and the monster and add a roll. Certainly makes it a lot quicker. So you've got your skill, you've got stamina, but you can put your tokens on there to keep track of that, and luck. Dwarf doesn't have magic or mana, but does have armor. And the way the armor works is much like Advanced Fighting Fantasy. You roll your 3 dice. 2 of the dice tell you if you've succeeded or not, if you've won that round or if you've lost. The other dice, the red dice, tells you if your armor saves you if you lose. So if you've got armor 5 to 6 and the red dice comes up 5 to 6, it saves you 1 damage. Now the opponent, the fire demon, has got skill 10+. So to hit it, you roll your 2 dice, you add your 1. If you get a 10 or more, you've won that round of combat. Nice and easy. But a fire demon's got 1 armor too. So if you win and the red dice comes up a 6, it doesn't take any damage. But it's got 2 swords on there, which means that it inflicts 2 stamina damage if it wins. And even if your armor does save you, it only saves you 1. But what we've got below there on the card is the runaway. So you need a 7+ to run away. To sneak past it, you need an 11+. And if you don't sneak past it, you have to fight it, but it's 2 skill higher. So actually, there's a bit of a risk trying to sneak past it. But the little asterisk is something else. If you've got a banishment bell, you can discard that to win instantly, because it's a demon. And if you beat the demon, it has 2 treasure tokens, or 2 treasure cards that you take. So all of that is contained on that 1 card. So you've got lots and lots of mechanics, effectively, on there, which means that you can move from round to round, combat to combat, very, very quickly. Because we wanted ease of play to be important. Generally, the games take around about an hour. If you've got 6 players, 6 argumentative players, and I'm thinking of specific people here, it might take an hour and a half. If it's just a solo game, it might take sort of 45 minutes. So I wanted lots of replayability. I've got quite a few games on my shelves in my games room. Some games I've played twice, and you feel like you've played every option that's there and every permutation that's there, and that game's done. I wanted it to be like Talisman. Talisman, I have played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and if I break it out now, it will still be a different game to what I've played before. So obviously randomness is important. So we've got 8 different heroes, 24 different spells, and 18 abilities. So every hero has an ability. So a dwarf might be berserk, or they might be tough, or they might be armor master, or they might be fast. All of these affect the way that dwarf hero plays, but the dwarf has got his own special abilities anyway. So what it means is, if you play 4 successive games with a dwarf, but you have 4 different abilities, every game will feel somewhat different. If you're a spellcaster, there's 24 different spell cards. Most of those are wizards, 16 are wizard, 8 are priest. And again, you get random cards, so the way you play your wizard will vary from game to game to game. We've got random dungeon card, a dungeon condition card. This came from the Adventure Creator. So you find out what your dungeon is. Is it well lit? Because if it's well lit, it makes it much easier to run places. You can run a bit further. But it's harder to sneak past enemies. So if you're the rogue player, you curse if the well lit card comes up. But if you if it's a gloomy dungeon, then it's easier to steal. So you're happy if that one comes up. But again, you see, playing the rogue in a gloomy dungeon will be very different to playing it in a well-lit dungeon, which we're playing different to playing it in a slimy dungeon, and so on. We've got 61 random dungeon tiles. Not all of these are going to get used every game. And we've got 100 adventure cards, and there's no way you can use all of these in a single game. So if you have your adventure deck and you play a single game, you've probably got almost enough cards to play 2 more games without shuffling them back in. And the good thing about that is, if you play a game today and play a game tomorrow, you're going to get a different combination of cards and cards tomorrow that you didn't get today. So it increases the replayability. And the same with treasures. 50 treasure cards, but you're only really going to get 25, 30 maybe in a game. There's 2 random bosses in the box. There's also going to be some random solo win conditions. So the default win for a solo player is defeat the boss. That's easy. But what if you then choose one of the random ones and you've got, for example, acquire 20 treasures, or you've got explore 15 tiles, or you've got steal 10 treasures, or whatever? That makes it more challenging to do as a solo player. And I think if you're a solo gamer especially, you're playing the game again to be challenged. If you sit down and play it and you just win it easily, then you sit down and play it again and win it easily, you don't come back to that solo game. You want to be challenged. That's almost the whole point. And so the feel of it is really, really important. Really important. It is a Fighting Fantasy, advanced Fighting Fantasy product. I want people to be able to walk past it on a table in a games convention being played and go, oh, that looks Fighting Fantasy-ish. Even if they've never heard of the game, they look at it and the first thing they think is Fighting Fantasy. So obviously the randomness is one element of Fighting Fantasy. We've got classic monsters in there. We've got wheelies, we've got ogres, we've got trolls, we've got goblins, we've got the standard ones. But we've also got things like calicorns and so on. And yes, if you have the mouse that you find as a treasure, you can scare the calicorn with it. Although, in a game we played a couple of weeks ago, the calicorn had the mouse as its treasure. And I'm not quite certain how that worked out, because later on in the same game, the rat man had the cheese as its treasure. So, yeah. But there you go. I mean, that's just like. But yeah, you can get the cheese and bribe the rat man, and you can get the and yes, cheese is a treasure, and you can eat it as well. So you've got your added bonus there. There's plenty of traps in there: lightning traps, stasis traps, desiccator traps, all sorts. There are empty rooms, because when you're running AFF, there's nothing funnier than having an empty room. And you put a few runes on the floor or some random items, and then you sit back and smile as the players panic. Admittedly, 2 hours later, when they still haven't got up the courage to go into the room, you get a bit fed up. But you've got some empty rooms. Some of them are empty, some of them are traps. There's strange things, like a chair you can sit and eat provisions and get more stamina back. Paintings that mesmerize people, strange floor patterns, and so on. There's helpful encounters that will help you out, a guide that will tell you about the tiles. We've even got Pookie's Cafe in there. So you can go in, you can spend your hard-won treasure tokens and buy some extra provisions. Because I wanted it to feel like that. There we go, here's the cheese. And part of that feel is the black and white card art. Now, unfortunately, Russ is no longer with us, but we've gone very much for the classic feel. The tiles, again, if you come and see the game, the tiles are in colour, but they're not really vivid colours. Because I didn't want vivid colours. I wanted something that looked relatively dark and gloomy, but not too oppressive. So the black and white art, I think, and the tile art really does evoke the feel. The narrative text. Oh, as Escape the Dark Castle, I was thinking, what have I written there? Why have I written that? In Escape the Dark Castle, you read the narrative text on the card when you turn it over. And they specify in the rulebook, you need to read it out because that's what gives it the feel. And I think by reading out that narrative text, you help to generate almost like a group adventure, even if you're playing in a competitive game. We do want a bit of underlined humour with the cheese and the cafe and so on. And the picture of the ogre with its finger up its nose and so on and so forth. So the main modes of play, obviously solo, collaborative and competitive. We've also put in there team mode as well, which will be 2 versus 2, 2 versus 2 versus 2, or 3 versus 3. So in a way it's a bit like collaborative because you're working with someone, but it's also competitive and you're trying to get as much treasure. And then we're also going to have in there a rather interesting one we came up with on the playtest weekend, which is the the crumbling dungeon mode. So you start with your tiles, put your entry tile in the middle, you build your dungeon. You just lay out the tiles one by one, players in turn. And then the player to your left places your character on one of the outlying tiles. And every time a character takes a turn, a tile is removed by the person after them. Certain rules, you can't, remove a direct route to the exit, etc. So you've got to keep moving, but you don't know what's in the rooms. So you've got to encounter enemies and try and get past them quick. You can't wait and just fight for 3 rounds. You can't just wait and recover your mana for 3 rounds of mage, because the dungeon's crumbling behind you. If it catches you, you lose. And so you've got to get out before the dungeon has fallen apart. And that's quite a fascinating idea. One of my friends came up with that. I'm going to have to credit him, I suppose, in the book. But that's quite an interesting way of doing it. And in a way, that sort of epitomizes what I'm trying to achieve with the game. If with one box, you have got the opportunity to play a collaborative game, a la Pandemic, or a competitive game, or you can play a solo game in various modes, or you can play the escape game, or you can play a team game. It means you can play the game in lots of different ways, because every time you play it, you experience it differently. And that's really, really important. And so I think, I'm hoping it will have the potential to fit in as a family game. My youngest is 8, and he plays it easily, and he keeps borrowing it to go and play solo games, which is good. He says the Rogue's by far the best for solo games, so I'll have to ask him what testing he's done on that and whether he's got all his notes still. But it would also, which I think is a good thing, be an introduction to Fighting Fantasy books. We're going to put a flyer in there for the Fighting Fantasy game books, because I think if people see this, there is the possibility of getting this into supermarkets, for example, in the US and UK. If someone picks it up on a supermarket shelf, sees, game 9+, 1 hour, 1 to 6 players, and go, and they play it at home, and they think, this is good, and they see a flyer at the bottom of the game books, they start buying those. Once you've got to that stage, you've got them hooked on Fighting Fantasy. And of course, there will also be something for Advanced Fighting Fantasy, although by the time we do the next Fighting Fantasy Fest, I hope to have a boxed starter set of Advanced Fighting Fantasy, maps and cardboard figures and so on. But that's another project. So, where are we at? Well, we've got the prototype. That's on the table about 10 feet that way. We're running sort of hot seat games. Just drop in, play a couple of rounds and move on all day. The Kickstarter pre-launch page is done. There's a QR code you can scan to get to that on our stand. We're really sort of doing the marketing. We're getting email lists together and so on and so forth. We have got some stretch goals planned, and with any luck, it will be available spring next year. But is it just going to be a one and done game? We're going to publish the box and then that's it? Well, no, actually, we're not. Firstly, we've got various mini expansions planned. So packs of cards. So maybe a stair pack. Specific goals for characters. So many of you will have played game books where you've got to collect 12 statuettes to beat the final boss. Well, you shuffle in the 12 gold cards into the treasures. If you've only got 1 or 2, you've got a big penalty against the boss. If you've got 7, then you've got a bonus, and somewhere in between. So do you then delay your trying to beat the boss until you've got them, but then you're up against a time limit, and so on. But what we also want to do is some expansions. So forest, city, swamp, caves, etc. These would have dungeon tiles. They would have new tiles. They would have new adventure cards. But you get a couple more heroes, another boss, some more treasures, some more spells. So you could still play, say, with the druid or the ranger from the forest set in the dungeon. But then you could still bring the dungeon heroes and play those in the forest. And then the treasures go in to make your treasure pack bigger. And what these will do, these expansions, they will not only give you a new way to play the game, but they will also give you new cards and tools that you can use in the earlier expansions, making those replayable again with that expansion. So I have briefly mentioned the basic AFF. And actually, I think this has really only become possible because of the experience of designing the board game. This has been completely different. Oh dear. This has been completely different to any of the sort of RPG design. Because with the RPG design, you write the book, you lay the book out, you release the book, people buy it, job done, you move on. Whereas with this, there are so many more people to manage and deal with, and companies to deal with, and so on. But I think the experience has then given me the skills to move on and do this introductory box set, because again, I think AFF is a perfect introductory game for children into role-playing, into role-playing. So why not do an introductory set? I think that could be quite good as well. So watch this space for that one. So lastly, there is a QR code. Whether or not that will work on that big screen, I probably doubt. I don't know, it might. But we've got both the pre-launch Kickstarter page up, and then on the Advanced Fighting Fantasy website, we've got a thing where you can sign up for the mailing list. It works, does it? Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. I see I'm learning new things all the time. It's brilliant. But if you go to the board game page on the website, there is a sign-up link where you can get, I'm sending out an email every week with updates, latest bits of art, news, etc., etc. So you can sign up for that if you wish. If you think it looks good, please share the word, because the more people that back it, the more stretch goals we can do, the more expansions we can do, the better experience everyone has. So if you think it's great, tell people about it, is what I'd say. So thank you very much. And are there any questions? Yeah, right at the back. Right, so the sort of distinguishing feature against some of the other board games, I suppose, would be twofold. Firstly, ease of play. You could receive a box, you could open it, and you can be playing within 10 minutes. Because the rules of the basic rules are very, 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 very simple. Very simple. Probably the other thing I would say is actually the feel of it. There are lots of other dungeon crawlers out there, but a lot of them are quite similar in terms of either game design and or art and or feel and or whatever. I've got a few of them on my shelf. But sometimes it feels like you're almost playing the same game each time. Whereas this feels different, you know, the black and white art. So I think that's really important. But the ease of use would be the main thing, and the replayability, the fact you can keep playing again. When we had a test weekend, we played it 12 times over the weekend. Every game felt different. Every game felt totally different, just because of different dungeon condition cards, different characters, different mixes, different dungeon layout. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah.
Why 61?
Because the tiles are just under 10 centimetres square. The box is 30 centimetres square, so you get 9 per sheet. It's simple as that. Because because you pay per sheet, it's either that or and actually that's the amount we had for a lot of the play tests, and it seems to work quite well. But putting an extra few in isn't going to be a big problem if we had to. So, yeah, but that's the same reason why. So the reason you get 9 ability cards is when I'm printing and play testing them, you can fit 9 of those cards on an A4 page to print and cut out. If you do 10, you've got to use an extra sheet of card, you see. And I'm from Yorkshire, I don't really do wasting stuff. So I wanted to be a bit tight and just save myself 2 pence on a couple of sheets of card. So, yeah? Yes?
Thanks for the talk. Would you mind just going into a little bit more about how you handle balancing spells, all these random stats, therefore how you balance
Yeah. So, for example, the wizard has -1 skill. So if he tries to fight something in hand-to-hand, he's actually rolling 2 dice and taking 1 off the thing. But he's got spells. But the spells, because they're random, he might, for example, have the death spell. So death spell, you roll, you'll add a couple because he's the wizard, you add 5 for the death spell, so you add 7, and you've got to get more than the opponent's skill, you do 3 damage. Can kill most opponents in one go. But it's half of his starting mana. So the wizard can, if he's got death spell, can go blam, you're gone. But that's half of his starting mana, and in order to recover a mana, you've got to rest for a whole round to get 1 mana back. So he has to rest for 5 rounds. But you've only got a 30 round game. And so because it's timed on that 30 rounds, if a wizard spends 5 of those rounds recovering his mana, he's just used to cast 1 spell, he's not getting anywhere. He's not exploring tiles. He's not getting experience. He's not getting treasure. And so the wizard then has to decide, is it worth doing that, or do I keep my mana, and so on. And I think a lot of the balancing comes from my history of the role-playing design. Because I've obviously written the AFF, we've done 27 supplements, or 25 supplements post that. But I've written books for Savage Worlds, I've written books for D6 System, I've written books. So I've spent the past 20 years nearly balancing mechanics in role-playing games. And in a way, I've used the same skills here. So what you will find in this is that different characters are good or bad in different contexts, different situations. So you might be the rogue, and if you then get the well-lit dungeon, and then every card you draw is, say, an undead or a demon that you can't steal from or sneak past, you're in big trouble. You're going to really, really, really struggle as the rogue. You might do okay-ish, but you're going to struggle a bit. But it's all about then making the best of that. Maybe do you flee from those and go and find some other monsters you can steal from? So it's what tactics to use. So we've tried to get the balance in so that there are different specialities. The knight has got better armor, but only +1 skill. The mercenary's got +2 skill, but not quite as good armor. The dwarf has only got +1 skill, but a good stamina, can carry more items, get past rockfalls. The rogue is good at stealing. You know, the warrior mage has got +1 skill and a few spells, but he hasn't got any armor. And he's only got a few spells, but then the mage's got loads of spells, but can't really fight. And there are pros and cons to all of them. And so what we've then tried to do is we've then tried to put the monsters in, so some you can bribe to get past if you're in a hurry. Some you can sneak past, but some are really difficult to sneak past but easy to fight. Because if you then choose to sneak past and you fail, you might have to fight them, but they're much more difficult than if you tried to fight them in the first place. So it's not possible, I think, to completely balance everything totally, 100%. You can't in any RPG, board game, whatever. But I think, based on the 60, 70 play tests that we've done, we're just about there in that every character is more than capable of winning. This is not the talisman situation where if you get the prophetess, you win. And if you get the sorceress, you lose, because we didn't want anything that different. We wanted characters. Every character can win the game. And in fact, during the playtest, after about the third game, one of my groups said, "Rogue's rubbish, can't win competitive, useless, terrible, never going to win." I said, "What about on that?" "All right," then he said. So we played a competitive game. I was the rogue. I won. And I'm like, smug, so he didn't talk to me for 5 minutes. I mean, he said he was busy making a pot noodle or something, but I think he was sulking. But every character is capable of winning, and it means that you can then try everyone because you know that all of them have that opportunity. Yeah. The art. So most of the art is already done. The artists, at least one of whom is in this room, are poised. As soon as the Kickstarter hits its funding goal, I will say to the artists, right, can we get the rest done? So the plan is to have the art done by the end of the Kickstarter campaign, such that then it takes a couple of weeks to get the money through, but once the money comes through, I can order the prototype from the manufacturers straight away. At which point, as soon as that arrives, if it's all okay, I order the things, because I want it to be shipping, I want it to be here by ideally March time. It's going to say May or something on the Kickstarter, because I think it's always wise to, under promise in that way. So, yeah. Oh yeah, all of the art is new, and I know this will get asked at some point. There's no AI art anywhere, because I've got some fantastically talented artists working on this. Quite a few of them have provided art for Fighting Fantasy game books or other AFF products or whatever. If you've got a really talented artist, use a talented artist. It shows. Because the feel that we get from the dungeon tiles, from the adventure cards, I don't think you could get that from any sort of automated. And I would much rather pay the artists a good amount for good work to produce a good game than try and do that. And that's always been my ethos, and I think it always should be. Because, I was talking to Ian McCaig there. I can't draw. I'm terrible at art. Absolutely hopeless. He's brilliant at art. I like to think I'm reasonably good at game design. So I'll do the game design, let the artists do the art, what they're good at. So, any other questions? No? Right, thank you very much for attending. And please do tell people all about it. Thanks. wizard or the Anyway, thanks. If you need to, hi there. Hi. Right. Say hello. I'm gonna come back. Okay. Are you listening to that talk? I would like to.
Probably just going to be sharing amongst yourselves.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I think you all need to, well, I hope you had some food and something to drink to boost your stamina. But that equally goes for our guests who've been very busy all morning signing and chatting with fans. But I'm sure they love it really. So I would now like to introduce our artist panel. We have Alan Langford, Malcolm Barter, Tony Hoff and Duncan Smith.
Hello, everybody. Right, so apparently what we're going to do is we're going to have some slides and then we're going to sort of look at them and say stuff, you know. Sorry? They're going to be behind us, Malky. Yeah, on that great big screen there. Yeah. So, what we got? The Monster Makers with Malcolm Barter, Alan Langford, Duncan Smith and Tony Hart. Oh yeah. You got a clicker? Okay. Well, let's go for the first one, and we'll right. Whose is that then? Oh, that's you, Malky. Yeah. So I suppose what people want to know is what happened here exactly. Yeah.
So I took some mushrooms one day, and that's where I ended up. But I had longer hair then, obviously.
Yeah.
But no, some picture from Forest of Doom, which isn't my favourite moment in time, really, but that one's okay. But you can tell from the lack of background, there wasn't enough time to do the pictures. I had a ridiculously short deadline, but it's what it is, you know. And I'm still trying to redeem myself for that ever since. So.
Because you're a stipple fanatic, aren't you?
Pardon me?
You're a stipple fanatic. You like your stipple.
Dear boy.
Pointillism.
Pointillism. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Someone told me today.
Yeah. But that's a very labour-intensive way of drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You know, you get good,
and also very
good
hard
fast
on the wrists.
Everything. And you mentioned once I should have carpal tunnel problems in my wrist or something, but never happened.
I can well imagine that. Yeah,
never happened.
Yeah. So fill these people in on exactly how long we had to do each book.
No, it's about 2.5 weeks in my case. 2 to 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks. Hang on. I had a month to do my
But in the early days, I don't think they realised how the books were going to. They suddenly had a rush on of wanting to get loads of books out and loads of artwork done. Sod the artist and what their technique is. Just give us the. And the first pictures I'd done, they sent a couple back to be corrected. And I thought, well, this is okay. If I just scribble out anything, I'll send them back to be corrected. And then they didn't.
Oh.
That's the one they published. So, but, you know, it'll be the thing that's etched on my grave, the guy who didn't do the cover of Forest of Doom, I think. But it's fair enough, you know.
Yeah. Well, I did one with. Well, I did 2 without doing the covers, so I know what that's like. but
no, it's, I thought we were going to talk about monsters. And making of them. But
well, I mean that will come up when we have monster pictures. It will come up. But we'll talk about that. Right.
But again, the background.
Can you put the next slide on? Yeah.
The background suffered.
Right. What we got here?
And I don't draw like that anymore. Nah.
So what reference or kind of influence did you have for your goblins?
Ipswich Hospital Cancer Ward.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty grim.
That's my brother was in hospital dying of cancer when I was drawing the book, so that's why everything in the book is so thin. Wasted.
Oh my goodness.
But, you know, life, art, whatever it is, it's the same, isn't it?
I see, yeah. All right, okay. Next slide, please.
No, could we do the next one, please?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's better.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is
some
more your full
recent
style.
stuff.
Isn't
This
it?
is the Scriptarium, the French publishers, who've got a brilliant table around the corner with their stuff on it. The best books in recent fight and fantasy, I think, for the production values and quality of the paper. So, and I enjoy working for them as well, and they give me a decent deadline. So you get a full picture with the background as well.
So what kind of deadline did you have then? Was it days, weeks?
I go in a weird zone when I'm drawing. I've got no, you know, I'm panicking always because I know I've got a deadline, but yeah, I don't eat or sleep too much in those times till it's done.
So which dying or unfortunate people were these based on?
Some people I know in Ipswich. I know some really rough types, but for ogres and stuff like that, they're brilliant reference, you know.
Yeah,
I haven't told them
I
all.
think I've seen that guy somewhere actually. Yeah.
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 But friends of mine recognise who it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Back
I
then.
think he's been to Luton. Yeah.
Not yet. Right.
All right, next slide. Oh, hello. Right. So, Alan, this is your stuff.
I didn't do it in colour. It was black and white. Somebody else has coloured over the top of it.
Is Alan's mic working?
Is it working? You can't hear it.
Oh,
I'm holding
okay,
it too far away. No, I think it's a beer.
You have to put it near your gob. Yeah.
This is Island of the Lizard King. Yeah, and I think it's a Styracosaurus. They didn't want a Triceratops. I've had plenty of practice doing Triceratops, but Styracosaurus is a bit different. So, you know, it's an armored warrior, goblin, whatever. And, well, that one up there was a Cyclops. And I remember a kid, you know, when they first came out, this kid came out, I love your Cyclops. I hope you do. But some time ago now. That was the first one I did, Island of the Lizard King. And back in the, when was it? 84 or something like that. So quite early on.
So were you already interested in dinosaurs and stuff like that?
Just like every other little boy.
Yeah. Well, I remember
I grew up with him as a little kid. A guy called Zanuck Burian, his paleo art used to fascinate me. Check him out sometime. There's a D after the Z. Zanuck Burian. And you look at his artwork, it's incredible. Long gone now. And of course, Ray Harryhausen's animation with Rico Welch running around in a buckskin bikini. That was all pretty good stuff, which you know, it attracted me to. I like drawing dinosaurs a lot, but still do today. But I don't think my dinosaurs are accurate as regards paleontology, the science goes now. I think probably, I don't want to see them with feathers. I don't want to see a T-Rex looking like Big Bird from Sesame Street. But, you know, yes, dinosaurs definitely fascinate me. And so does mythology. Norse and Greek mythology, that fascinates me a lot. The idea of the Cyclops, I know. Anybody see the painting in the National Gallery? Ulysses deriding Polyphemus? And mythology generally is a fascinating subject. But yeah.
Yeah, when I was a schoolboy, I was really into reading the Greek mythology, and it did give me a lot of images in my head. You know?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And also you're viewing the world for the eyes of not long after the Stone Age, really. It certainly sort of enters into Paleolithic times. Things like Hydra and the many-headed monster and that kind of thing. Well, become a fire hydrant, water spilling over the landscape, and poor Herc has to go and sort the business out. and Zeus up on Mount Olympus.
Of course, now you're getting back to Ray Harryhausen as well, because you got Jason and the Argonauts. And all that.
Yes,
the best fantasy movie ever made.
I
as far
couldn't
as I'm
agree more.
concerned.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah,
I couldn't get over it. Talos turning his head.
That frightened the
still gets
shit out of
now.
me when I was a kid. I thought that first moment where it just turns its head and you go, and you're like, oh my god.
How many of you have seen Jason and the Argonauts? Just about everyone. Did you
how
enjoy it?
many people do you reckon has seen it as many times as I have? It literally is a film I could literally watch every weekend. It's just so good. All right, next slide. What we got?
Crazy. That was, the big guy. When you played the part of the monster, you were the monster. That Creature of Havoc. That's right. And I met Steve. I think it was Steve who did it, didn't he? He wrote it. He asked me to come up to his home, and we chatted about it. And the initial drawings I did were completely wrong, and he didn't hesitate to tell me so. So I had another go at it, and I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. Actually, it was the idea of you being the monster, so that the creatures that you're encountering are scared of you, because you're this whatever it is, a troll, whatever it is that's walking around. And the hobbits didn't like him very much, because he used to eat hobbits. So he would have been a friend of Saruman, I think, or Sauron or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting job. What's going on with? Oh yeah, Steve said, "You like drawing horses?" And I said, "Yes, yeah, I do like drawing horses. I'll give you a horse-type creature." So I did this beast that he described, and I gave it horse's legs, and it didn't look right at all. I gave it the legs of a dog or a wolf, and somehow it came together. It looked more natural. So I stuck with that design, and I waited for another opportunity to do a horse later on in the story. But come on, do your job. Ask me a question.
Well, I think we've covered the horse. I was going to basically say, I can see that the horse.
Pardon, Tony?
I was going to say I can see that there's a lot of horse in that creature.
Yeah.
But I just wondered how it had come about. But you've answered that. So,
Yeah.
right, let's have a look at the next one then.
Oh, thank you. I got a horse. Oh, I got two horses. Goodness me, what was it? Portal of Evil? Was it Portal of Evil, or it was a dinosaur one at any rate? Battle Blade Warrior, was it? Thank you. And I remember I was ill when I had to do that book. I had a bit of a breakdown. I was recovering from that, and I put that book together. And I think this illustration here, I think I had it in mind, Tolkien, at the end where, crikey, who's the name of the lovely lady who slays the monster and the, that's it. And had that in my mind, that sort of image. And I love doing pteranodons, so putting something like that in there, that came in handy. And a horse, of course, and a warrior with a shield. I hope my horses are better now. I did them a long time ago.
Well, all of your horses are better than the ones I did. So.
Oh, come on. I've never seen you do a horse, actually. I'll have to check
well,
that out.
there are a few.
There are horses.
But my absolute all-time most unfavourite of my
comic
fantasy
illustrators
was a ghost of a knight on a horse, and the horse came out so shit. And if that book is ever republished, I am redoing that drawing, and I'll do it for free. Yeah.
Well, I've met comic illustrators who draw anything but shun horses. Like doing a horse, they got to get all the books they can out on how to draw a horse.
Yeah,
Well, I love drawing them. They
That
weren't
was-
always drawn accurately when I was younger, but
Well,
I did like drawing
for
them.
me, it was the 1 day per picture deadline that kind of that ended up making that one not so good. Because I mean, we had 30 pictures to do in 30 days, so you know that's my excuse, and it's not good enough. All right, next one.
Oh, crikey. Well, the one over there, what was it, Spellbreaker, is it? Yeah. This is the only cover I ever did for Fighting Fantasy. And I would like to have done another one, but they couldn't have been impressed with that one too much, because I never got another one. That was it. But the artwork I did on the interior, I was quite pleased with. But,
I'm really hesitant to ask you what you based the other one on.
Oh. Oh, that doesn't happen anymore. No, the beast is slumbering. But, no, it's God,
All right,
I wouldn't want to go up the hill to get a pail of water. That thing came looming out at me. Put it that way.
All right, moving swiftly on. Oh, hello. Now. Ooh.
Oh, crikey.
Right, fill us in on this.
I wasn't expecting that to come up. That's from a comic strip I did for Shift magazine. And it's a story called The Star Drake of Dumnonia. And it's about a monstrous creature that's washed up on a Cornish shore after a huge storm, this terrible storm. And that's just a scene from it. It's a 12-page story. And I sort of just put it together. I did it during COVID, during the lockdown. And I thought, what the hell can I do? So I finished illustrating a graphic novel that I'd done. I thought, well, I'll have another go at doing a short graphic story. And it was basically set back not quite as far back as the Dark Ages, but after the Norman Conquest. And these people, including a priest or a couple of monks, discovered this thing washed up on the beach. And it's big. It's about half a mile long, and it's not of this world. You have to read the yarn, I think. It's called The Star Drake of Dumnonia, which I think is the old Byronic name for, Bryphonic name, sorry, of Cornwall once upon a time. But, yeah. That was, I did that for, Eagle Times. And that was done for, what's his name? John. Oh, my memory's getting worse. Well, John Freeman. He's a really great character. He did the Down the Tubes website.
Oh, I know John Freeman, yeah.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. And he phoned me up and said, we should do me a cover for the Eagle Times. It didn't pay a great deal, but I thought it sounds an exciting sort of thing to do. And it's not Dan Dare. It was Lyon's sort of effort to sort of move in on the Dan Dare thing. God, what was his name? Tony, can you remember?
Who's that one?
The character. Does it say there? Condor, Captain Condor.
Captain Condor.
So, I didn't know anything about Captain Condor. I loved Dan Dare, and particularly the way it was illustrated back then in the Old Eagle. But a friend of mine phoned me up and he said there was never an old guy like that. And I said, well, it doesn't matter. It's a cover. It's supposed to just be a bit of a drama. I love doing the crashing spaceship.
It kind of reminds me of the old Star Blazer.
Yes.
If you used to read the Star
I used to love
Blazer
those
thing,
little magazines. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
It was that kind of thing. It wasn't too bad a job. I don't think I did. But it's if you're a comic purist, and some people are, and they've got every right to be. I just put together a cover, and I hope it looks interesting, exciting, and I let it go at that. But
I think it does the job. Yeah.
Pardon?
I think it does the job.
It does the job, yeah.
Yeah. Next one. Duncan.
Oh,
Right.
we know this man.
All right, Duncan, fill us in. Have you got your mic? Have you got a mic? No. Oh, do you want my one?
Who's going to ask me questions, though?
I'll ask you questions. Yeah. So, come on.
So this is Scorpion Swamp, and I'm sure you all know the monster.
So was this just based on the description, or did you have...
There wasn't really a description, it just Scorpion Swamp, and I asked if they wanted like a scorpion type thing, and they said no. So I went, okay. Why is it called Scorpion Swamp? But I just played around with it and came up with doodles of a kind of monster that wasn't too horrible, but was threatening enough. And just gave it lots of big claws and teeth. And that's how it came about, really.
Come to think of it, scorpions live in deserts, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't live in swamps.
Yeah.
So, why?
I know, I don't know why.
What's
There were scorpions in the book that I did draw eventually.
Oh, there was? Okay.
But they didn't want one on the cover.
Okay, right, next slide. So you've got a creepy demon.
Yeah.
And
everyone really likes that one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, I liked it as well because it was just basic black and everything.
Yeah. As an aside, anything in a picture that can just be black is a bonus for us.
Yeah.
Because
you get it done quicker.
Yeah. And we have
move on to the next one.
We have this phrase: when in doubt, black it out. You know it.
Yeah. So, and it was always trying to, do something different with these books because sometimes the description of what was happening on the page was really boring, and it's just trying to give it a bit more drama or, make it a bit more like black, to be a bit scary. Same with this. I can't remember what this character was called, but again, it was trying to break away from the usual kind of thing and have it kind of coming out like what we used to do in the 3D films and everything.
Was his name Barry or something?
Yeah, it was John.
His name's Barry. Next slide.
And one of the things about these books were they were all very basic. They just wanted, the description was book in a cupboard and a couple of candles. So trying to make it a bit more fun or a bit more interesting, was trying to, create the illusion of dark and light in the background and the book, and just try and make it a bit more mysterious because that's all there was, the information I had to go with it.
Sometimes their choices of what they actually wanted us to illustrate were a bit sort of
Yeah, they were. I mean, a box in a room,
a
cave or whatever, stuff like that. And it was like, where's the drama in that?
This is the thing about what I noticed about Fighting Fantasy illustrations is that you had there's either two things, either something really simple that you could do or something so ridiculously complicated that you couldn't imagine it. Like when they asked me to do a huge panorama of a garden made of crystal with trees made of crystal and paths made of crystal and a fountain that spouted crystal and there was a path going off to the left and there was a monster on that path made of crystal and there's a path on the right going off and there was a monster made of crystal and in the background there was a city made of crystal. Do that in a little rectangle.
That's right.
Using a pen.
That was pretty much how it was. There was always something that you just couldn't get into that space. And one of the things I used to always do was try and have the image bursting out of the space just to change it up, make it look a bit more.
Hence the monster bursting out of the dice.
As this. I mean, for that, again, they just wanted, a giant dice and some monsters, and that was it. So I just picked out like the little dwarf from, the logo and everything, and the little bits and pieces, trying to cover it. To give it a feeling of movement, but, being broken open and everything coming flying out.
Well, where did you get the idea for the Tiger Man?
For the Tiger Man, well, it said it had to be a tiger, but that was about the gist of it. So I just thought, right, okay, you'll have this guy, you know, like a human, but you know, still a tiger.
Yeah.
So
Drooling.
I mean, I was going to have a real tiger bursting out, but every time I drew it, I sort of head on it. It just didn't look right because of, you know, it had to be a tiger man. You know. So, but that was good fun to do. And there was a box set. This was part of a box set as well. And so I had to do all the sides and the top and the back and everything. So that was quite interesting to do. But it took a long time because there had to be lots of crystal in it everywhere. No, there wasn't.
All right, next slide. All right, what we got? That one's based on me, isn't it, when I had a beard?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm glad you tidied it up, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, these ones were, there wasn't a lot you could do because all they wanted was a mermaid sitting in a cave with some water around about it. And it was trying to, again, come up with ideas that would make it a bit more interesting to see and work with. So therefore, you've got, you know, the water being black instead of white and things and stuff like that in the cave. Again, it was just, you're trying to finish the work and trying to make it really, you know, different or good. And you don't really have a lot of elements to put in it. You know, you're limited to what you're told to do then. And the same with this one, you know, this was, the first one I did of this was a huge portrait of the man with the beard and everything. And it had all the birds in his hair and they were flying around and it had all sorts of things in the walls. And it looked really good. And I sent that in and they went, no. Can you push him back, make him really small and have, you know, birds flying around. So there's two versions of it. This is the second version, which they liked. And the first version was much better, where the close-up, you know, you could see the
Is there anywhere we can see the first version?
Yeah. Well, I think someone bought the second version because they liked that better than that one. Yeah. Is that? So, yeah.
And was he based on someone that you know, or?
He was based on Tim, who was in, you know, what was the shop they used to sell everything from?
Which one was that? Outer Limits, or?
No. I can't remember. There used to be a shop in Ealing where they used to sell all the tiny figures and everything and all the books.
Forbidden Planet?
No, it wasn't Forbidden Planet. Sorry, I can't remember.
All right.
But it's roughly based on him, you know.
Okay. Would he be flattered?
No. Not at all. I like the idea.
Right, next one. Oh, hello. Hello. Right, so what we got here? Yeah, what these actually were, when I had some spare time, and I was looking for ideas for, you know, paintings to show off and all that, I thought, well, I've done all this legwork doing these fighting fantasy drawings for Spectral Stalkers. So I thought, well, I'll just do paintings based on them. So yeah, the one on the left is the Hunting Party of the Gods. This was from Spectral Stalkers. This was one of the weird little episodes. I don't know how many of you have actually read Spectral Stalkers. Hands up. Yeah, but obviously Peter Darvill-Evans, being like me a massive Whovian, kind of had a lot of ideas about lots of different worlds that your character could go to, and it had quite an interesting sort of take on mythology and stuff. So he had this episode where you encounter this bunch of strange hunters mounted on strange beasts, chasing sort of, you know, like a sylph and a centaur and stuff. And I just thought it was a really lovely idea. Just resonated with me. So I thought, yeah, that can work as a painting. So, and I don't know really where I got the idea for the weird little spiky leg thing with the bulbous head and the multi-legged creature. I guess I'm just weird. I suppose, yeah. I mean, obviously, when I drew the original, I didn't really think about what colour it was going to be. But when I did the painting, I suppose that just, maybe that was in my mind, you know, to make it pink. But it's sort of, yeah, I just thought it was a sort of a pretty colour. And I like the idea that something can be both scary and also a bit pretty at the same time. Right, what else we got? Oh, yeah, this was the also in Spectral Stalkers, where you sort of you emerge from your sort of you know, traveling weird sort of experience where you go from world to world, backstage at a traveling show, and of course the guy turns out to be a vampire and the woman turns out to be a werecat. And this was just one of them things where I thought, you know, I go for a sort of a showman-like sort of thing, and hence the sort of ridiculous posing, and of course the peasants in their smocks. They're trying to get their shocked expressions. All right, next one. Right now, the one on the left, I could sort of talk a little bit about technique for that one. You'll notice the background has been done just using vertical lines. Well, I nicked that from Bernie Wrightson, so cheers, Bernie. And the robot metal snakes, well, I just kind of went with what I was told to do for them, but they seem to work quite well. And here's my night dragon. Yeah, this was my first ever published painting, and when I got the commission, I thought, hang on, it's a black dragon in a dark cave. There are no light sources mentioned in the story at all. How are you seeing it, and all that? And yeah. So I did this painting. I did this painting in gouache, which is unusual. Most cover painters use acrylics, but I wasn't confident enough in acrylics, and I still had an airbrush as well. So hence the sort of misty bits. And yeah, so I did this painting. I was a bit worried because I don't know if you know about the difference between different sorts of paints, but gouache, because it's watercolor. It's water-based. It's a bit more vulnerable. Like you could sick up on a acrylic painting, and you could just wipe it clean, and it'll be fine. So I was a bit worried, and I actually took that painting by hand all the way to Puffin's offices, just to make sure nothing bad happened to it in the post. Because back in the old days, you know, we had to lend them the actual artwork. And then they decided it needed a few little changes, so they sent it back to me in the post, and the postman tried to fold it in half. Yeah. So, I mean, it sustained a bit of damage. It needed to be sort of patched up. It was a bit hairy. I don't know about you guys, if you ever experienced the pitfalls of having to send your precious original artwork to the publishers. Out of you guys, how many of you have ever lost artwork because the publishers lost it? Yeah, yeah, really, they lost them.
Piece of artwork. I got the rest back.
All right. Yeah, I actually had Knights of Doom and Night Dragon. All of the black and whites were lost. Puffin sent them to the printer. They didn't come back from the printer. So that's what, 60 illustrations that are lost somewhere, you know. Fortunately for me, I tended to keep, you know, good photocopies of the work I sent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any copies of them at all, you know. Yeah, so anyway, I managed to fix that one. And actually, the same thing happened to the Knights of Doom cover. The postman tried to fold that as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, terrible. I mean, I'm sure I wrote "Do not bend" on it, you know, but they probably couldn't read. All right, next one. All right, what we got here? Oh yeah, right. Okay. Well, there on the right, you got Now, this was in acrylics, because by the time I got this one, I was more confident. Okay, I want to talk about influences, right? First of all, for the sort of style, I found that I could take some inspiration from Les Edwards in the way that he uses his acrylics. And it's his birthday today, so everyone say happy birthday, Les Edwards, even though he's not here. And for the actual creature that's sitting on the top of the mount there, I was rather influenced by a chap called Richard Corbin, whose work I was familiar with through magazines such as Eerie and Creepy. I don't know if you lot ever read the Warren magazines, but Richard Corbin did a lot of really good illustrations. And I only found out fairly recently that the American versions of the Fighting Fantasy books all had covers by Richard Corbin. It's just something about the way that he did characters that kind of, I think if you look at the Beastman and you look at his work, you'll see what I mean. That I definitely was kind of inspired a bit by his, just the sort of expression and pose of the character. Right, what's the next one? Oh, yeah, okay, right. You got your medicine man here from Bloodbones. This is one of my sort of experimental paint overs. This was actually painted using Photoshop rather than actual paint. Basically because Photoshop pictures are easier to store, and I live in a very small place, so yeah. And I just wanted to make him look angry, and yeah, and his hand seems to be evaporating because he's casting such a nasty spell that, you know, it's reducing him to his bones. Sorry? The Joker, yeah, I suppose, yeah, he's got a bit of a rictus grin, yeah. All right, next one. Oh, yeah. All right. So on the right hand side here, we got the big fish. Everyone loves the big fish. Now the thing is that woodcuts and early films always featured unrealistic fish with sort of fairly mammalian qualities to their features and stuff. And I kind of wanted that to carry over to this one. Just kind of, you know, wanted it to look kind of mythological rather than piscatorial, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so that was for Bloodbones. And right, on the left, we've got this little melange of stuff. The woman at the top is the Ice Queen from the Twas role-playing game. The person at the bottom, or whatever it is, this is Arachne, the spider goddess. And this was for a tabletop skirmish game called War Gods of Olympus by Crocodile Games. And yeah, she being the master of spiders is controlling this horde of horrible arachnids that are busy biting this chap. So I hope none of you are triggered by that, but you should be used to my artwork by now, otherwise why come in here, you know? Yeah. Incidentally, the actual female parts of the actual face of this horrible monstrous spider were based on my wife. Yeah. Who?
The portrait on top left. Is that based on you?
That is me. Yeah. Yeah. I was younger then, but not much. You know. All right. Next one. Oh, okay. What we got here? Okay. Well, we got Fenrir here, the horrible Ragnarok wolf thing. That was for a game by Isgrim Creations. And I can't remember much of the details about it, apart from the fact that it's basically, he's, you know, chained away in Ragnarok. Again, this is pencil artwork, which has been scanned and then coloured in using Photoshop. And on the left, we have one of John Green's Twas illustrations, which is the guy emerging from the fridge is sort of based on the character from Where the Wild Things Are. That was John's idea. And then you've got lots of toys in a big pile. I don't know if you know about the Twas game, but it's basically features animated toys. You know, your player characters are animated toys, basically brought to life by Christmas magic, and sent off to save Santa Claus from the Krampus. I managed to slip a Dalek in there. I don't know if you notice on the far left, behind the it's for those geeks among us. It is a Doctor Who and the Daleks film version Dalek. I'm going to be very specific about that because Doctor Who is kind of my thing. As for the rest of it, you got a lion there. Basically lots of toys. And I think the lion in this picture is one of the ones that can become a player character in the story. All right, next one. Right, hello. That's not us, is it? No, that's something else. Right, okay, now, we've been through everyone's individual pictures, so I want to open up to the floor and ask people if they've got specific questions. To be honest, I haven't, and it's a shame. I did a personal one a while ago. I did a mashup between Davros and Pinhead from the Cenobites. I don't have a picture of that to show you, I'm afraid, but you can find it on my websites. And just combining a few things that I loved. But I mean, I would love to, but I've never been commissioned for it. So, all right, anyone else? Okay.
Has any artist here ever drawn something to disturb them enough that they thought, I'm going to self-censor this and not put this forward publicly?
I've done some pictures which I don't put online, not because I think that they're too bad, but I did some tattoo designs that only particularly mad people would have on them. But what about you guys? Have you ever done a picture and then thought, oh no, I can't really show that, it's too shit, it's too mad, it's too evil? Yeah? Yeah, you'll need your microphone. Is it? Is it not? Yeah, I'll use mine.
Hello? Yeah. I once did a book for, I think it was Penguin, and they wanted an accurate kind of portrayal of where the Native Americans were being, kicked out of the country and everything, and just what happened to them all. And I was doing all of that, and I was told to make them look how they would dress and everything, and then they came back saying, "Oh no, this is just not right. It's not not what we're looking for and everything." But it was appropriate for the time and stuff. But they just disagreed because they thought this would upset people and things. So that was a bit strange, that kind of thing. I can't really remember anything else that would have affected it.
Well, actually, funnily enough, the first picture I did for Games Workshop, they never actually used the whole picture. It was largely based on a scene from the Hammer film version of She. I don't know if any of you have seen that film, but there was a rather disturbing scene where a bunch of natives are brought before Aisha, she who must be obeyed, who have displeased her, and they're all chained up in a line, and they get thrust into this basically a hole full of lava, and they all get sort of tossed over the edge into the lava. And the picture I was doing for Games Workshop was a bunch of orcs, literally kind of doing something similar to a bunch of little runty creatures whose planet they'd invaded. And first of all, the first thing they said was, "Can you put dark glasses on them or something so that people don't feel so sorry for them?" Yeah. So I did that. I made them a bit robotic, and I put dark glasses on them. But still, they didn't really. I think they thought it was a bit too much, you know. But I didn't really encounter that with Fighting Fantasy. I mean, I think some of the pictures I did for Fighting Fantasy were actually quite scary. I mean, I was talking earlier on about the one, there was a zombie of someone that had been hung, and he's got like his bulging eyes, and he's got his tongue sticking out, and the noose around his neck, and he's stumbling around in the rain and all that. And looking back on it now, that was pretty heavy for a children's book, you know. Right, next question. Well, from my perspective, I read The Warlock of Firetop Mountain in, 82, 83, and I bombarded them with samples for about 10 years. And then eventually they relented. So, yeah. What about you guys? You had an agent? Yeah. I've never had an agent. Yeah. Oh, no, I did have an agent. They were fucking useless, and I sacked them straight away. Yeah, no, agents.
I had an agent as well.
You did?
Yeah, and I was working for DC Thompson doing a regular weekly feature. It's called Pawnee Patrol, and it was about a group of Pawnee Indians conscripted from a reservation. They're sent to Burma in the United States Army, and they have to fight the Japanese of the 1940s armed with machine guns and tanks every week. And it was a daft story, but I got to draw ponies because they stole some ponies and they dressed themselves up in war paint with bows and arrows, and they beat the Japanese every week.
Okay.
But I also did the occasional job for IPC, and all through my agent, Mike Fowler, who's long gone now. And he devised a thing called Arkwright Artists. And I think it was another fantasy illustrator, Russ Nicholson. He was on Mike's books as well. So, no, the reason I opted for it is because the Fighting Fantasy replaced the comic industry, because the weekly regular publications were fading out. You know, when I was a lad, the Regal was a weekly treat that you look forward to getting. But there's lots of different frills on that these days, and there was back in the 80s, the latter part. And the comic industry was fading out, and Mike got me work doing illustrations on the Fighting Fantasy, and I was very happy to do them too. It filled, not entirely, but it filled a bit, it helped our finances along, put it that way. But that's how I got into it. But I enjoyed using imagination as well, so it was a fun thing to do. Yeah. Malcolm? Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, all right.
All right, how did you get into it then?
I'd done some books for Puffin in the past, and so they knew kind of what my work was like. And then Ian was doing some of the book covers, and he said to me, they're looking for people. So they phoned me up, and they said, do you want to do this Fighting Fantasy book? And I went, yeah, okay. And that was it, really. Just simple, not a lot more to it. And that's the way it is. Sometimes, you know, you get referred, or one of your mates will say, oh, they're looking for someone, and stuff like that.
I think in my case it helped that I'd already done some work for Games Workshop, and that came about because I literally bombarded them with samples for several years, and then eventually I had a phone call from John Blanche saying, "Oh, would you like to do some samples for us?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll do that," you know. But and you know, through that I got to know various other artists and stuff like that, and that might have helped to spur Puffin into sort of saying, "Oh yeah, okay." As it goes, my first cover for Puffin came about because I went to the 10th anniversary party at Puffin's headquarters with my portfolio, and I faced off the art editor after he'd had a couple of sherries, and showed him my pictures and said, look, I can do dragons, I can do stuff like that, let me do the cover. And, in the warm glow of alcohol, he said yes, and then he couldn't go back on it, so that was quite good, yeah. Yeah, and also, it's weird sometimes how you get into these things. I don't know if you know, but I stopped illustrating for quite a long time. There was a gap of at least 10 years where I didn't actually do any illustration. And the call to do Bloodbones just came out of the blue. You know, I'd heard nothing from anyone for 10 years, and I suddenly had a phone call just after I'd been made redundant from a factory saying, "Do you want to do another fighting fantasy game book?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." And then they told me the fee, and it was 3 times the amount that I got for the previous ones. And I was like, double, oh yeah. Right, next question. Anyone got a question for us? Oh, pre-internet, yeah. Libraries, yeah. But the thing is, also, I do collect a lot of stuff, and like for instance, I have a very large collection of Look and Learn magazines and World of Wonder, which are full of useful reference. Yeah, but it was. I mean, you know, as I say, it was a picture a day for those, and we kind of had to be quite quick. I mean, you don't want to copy other artists if you can help it, but you can draw inspiration. But yeah, there's many a time I had to pose in front of the mirror to get, you know, to get poses right and stuff like that. Yeah. What about you guys? Where did you used to find reference before the internet?
What you suggested, posing in front of a mirror. We talked earlier about hands. You got to stand here on the table.
Yeah.
Just move your left hand or right hand, depending what hand you are, and just draw it repeatedly into positions.
Also, yeah, I can't stress enough to any budding artists out there how important life drawing is. As well, if you can get to a life drawing class. I mean, I did life drawing when I was doing my foundation art and design, and that's how you program your brain to remember how to draw things, is by looking at things and drawing them. You know, it really is the best route. Even if you're a fantasy artist and you don't want to draw things realistically, it's going to help. You know.
What's that?
Life drawing.
Oh, life drawing. Well,
yeah.
One morning a month, and it's working from 3D. Makes a hell of a difference working from 3D rather than a flat image, two-dimensional image. And you look at fantasy art, comic art, there's lines around everything. While in nature, shadows create the lines, so you've just got to draw what you actually see. You should be just drawing the shadows. And it's an education, because you realize things have curves. Even if the model's getting on a bit.
All right, okay, amongst the panel here, hands up who's actually been a life model.
What, life drawing? Oh,
Yeah.
a life model?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, I can't say that.
Yeah, I've done it. It's a really boring job. Really, really boring.
Yeah.
So? It actually did pay well. In the 90s I did it at a local college, and it did pay well. It was about $5 an hour. That was a lot of money then. But it's just, the boring thing is just trying to think of something to occupy your mind while you're just sat there, you know. I just used to think of Star Trek. Right, any more questions then? Over there. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used it before I went into comic because I worked for a company called Etch Masters. We had to do line drawings, and they were transferred onto these copper laminated black plates sort of thing. And we had to do a line drawing. These are photomechanical method for transferring them onto photo. So they're all topographical drawings in the main. But when I went to comic, I was told by IPC magazines everything had to be done with brushes. And some of the artwork that was created was fantastic, using just brushwork. There's a guy who used to do war comics in the main, Mike Western. He's passed on now. But you have a look at Mike Western on the net, and the Battle comic or whatever he's doing. It's beautiful work, very, very, and it's done in monotone. The idea they did it that way is to keep the cost down. So it's a cheap printing method. So it didn't have the color and the glory of things like the Eagle TV Century 21 or something like that. But it was very, very well depicted. And the guys really knew what they were doing who worked in that medium. So I had to get used to using brushes. And then later on, rotary pens started to be used more and more commonly. Ron Smith, I think he must have used a pen for some of his work. And, very, very, it's all good stuff. And rotary pen's a tool. It's a handy tool.
So Duncan, what did you used to use?
I used to use dip pens, dip them in like that, and then just work that way. It took a lot longer, but it had a nicer feel about it and worked. And then once I found out about Japanese brush pens, I used Japanese brush pens, so you had more movement. You could draw really well and really quickly doing that, and they just looked really good. But rotary pens I never liked because they were too, almost like seemed like you're digging in when you're using rotary pens.
And they flop.
Yeah, all the time. So no, dip pens were just a godsend to me.
Yeah, most of my stuff was done. My old stuff and all the fighting fantasy was done with rotary pens, simply because that's what I was taught. When I was at. But obviously, we all use brushes as well for those big dark areas, because you can't. If you scrub at that with a rotary pen, you just end up with a sort of scraggy mess of paper. You do stipple, don't you? So I mean, I guess the rotary pen is. Yeah. Really? You all stipple, even the black bits. Yeah. So yeah. You see, you must use rotary pens a lot.
You can get some lovely effects with stipple.
Yeah.
You lovely effects with stipple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Frank Bellamy used it occasionally, not all the time, but he used it occasionally. And
I only really used it for very pale skin or things like that, where cross hatching would just be too heavy. But yeah. But I had a very close friend who was he wasn't an illustrator. He was more of a emotional artist, and he used to do big commissions for people using rotary pen. And his stuff was all stipple, and it used to take him years. It might take 6 months to a year to do one drawing. That's why he wasn't an illustrator. He would never have caught up with us. But I mean, his stuff was beautiful. Stipple is a brilliant technique for photoreal kind of results.
Well, in a way, it's a bit like a photograph, isn't it? Because it's dot. Printing is, printing technique, So you can then darken it, enhance it, lighten it, and all this sort of thing.
All right, any more questions? Someone asked me something, and I'll rattle on again for another half an hour. Sorry? Are we nearly finished then, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So how long we got? 1 minute. All right. Any very quick questions? Yeah, over there. I packed razors for Gillette and swept floors in a factory. And I showed people my artwork, and they said, "What the hell are you doing here?" And I said, "I can make more money doing this than I can do doing artwork." It was a dark time for illustrators. But then the internet blossomed, Kickstarters blossomed, the OGL was released, which meant that there were millions of role-playing games my daughter's generation got into RPGs, and suddenly it's all go again, you know. So yeah, there were dark times, but I had a family. I had to put, you know, food on the table and pay the rent. So I did what I had to do. But I'm absolutely over the moon pleased to be back doing what I love doing. And I think that probably goes for all of us, yeah? Right, so, okay, that's it then for us. So please give a round of applause for my fellow panelists. And now give a large raspberry for me. Thanks very much for coming.
Have you seen our office? No. They were all sitting on a table together, and now they've suddenly vanished. Which is bad timing. Okay.
One of these mics doesn't seem to be working.
I don't know. Ah, there's one. That's a good start. Hi. Are the other two with you?
Just
that.
hit the loo there.
Right, it's all good. Right, so which one's third?
That one. There's no panel on it, so I've just put that away. The other two were working. So.
Good, very well. Good, thank you. Thank you. I'm sure you were. Right, I'm just going to...
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed it, so yes.
No. Surprise. That would have been helpful, wouldn't it? I'm just trying to decide what to play together. Yesterday I was thinking of a new version and I was having a reply saying, I don't have a printer. You know, I'm in a hotel room.
Yes, there you go. Okay, but, all right, cheers.
I haven't.
Take that one.
At the moment, we've only got two working microphones, but if you're happy to share, by all means. Absolutely.
I could do it as well.
Yeah, do you want, have you got some, there's water down here.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I'll just...
Okay. You're right, that's recovering here.
There isn't anything to change, so that's easy.
Oh, no, I'm just saying who's covering.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
How many mics you got?
We've got two working mics. I'm going to see if we can get two more, but if you're happy to make a start, I might bring another one.
Oh, signing on.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear us? Well, we're just seeing if there are any more microphones, because as you can see, the 3 people listed behind have become 4 people here, but we've only got 2 microphones. So, sorry, Paul and Pete, you're not saying anything for the next hour, which will be a blessed relief, or perhaps I should shut up. So, we'll get started, and ever-rocking Johnny Green will see if he can sort out some better AV to assist us. If not, we'll just pass between us. Okay. See you in a minute.
We're nothing if not professional.
Thank you very much. We are back. Well, I'm back. Anyone want any anecdotes? First of all, did anyone see the panel that we did 2 years ago, which was myself, Paul, Pete, and the lovely Keith Phillips, who, alas, is unable to join us today? That was about 4 vaguely disinterested people, so maybe we'll slip in some anecdotes that we told previously. No refunds, no money back. With me today, I'm Mark Gascoigne, by the way. I was the editor on the Fighting Fantasy line, the second editor after the magnificent Robin Waterfield. I ran that for about 10 years. A previous life as a Games Workshop game designer and editor. Helped on Warlock and White Dwarf and wrote loads of things and set up award-winning book publishing companies and all sorts of stuff. It's all in the program. I noticed I had the second longest biography, which was very smart of me. With me today, we have the marvelous Steve Williams. And we're going to... Is it working?
Yes.
And we have Paul Mason. We have cunningly sat in a different order. The reason is Steve uses a hearing aid these days because he's an old bastard. And it helps him to hear questions and all the ramblings from this side. And, 3 o'clock. And also with us, the magnificent Peter Darvell-Evans, who... While he wasn't on the original plan, we took pity on him and thought he's still got a lot more to tell us about the glory days of Fighting Fantasy.
It'll be exactly the same things as I've already said.
Good job no one can hear you then. And the 4 of us were some of the many colourful personalities who first came together in the early days of Games Workshop. Around that time, when D&D was really taking off, Citadel Miniatures and Warhammer were just a gleam in some folks up in Newark's eyes. And Steve and Ian had already started making really quite a lot of sales and therefore money with their magnificent new book, The Warlock of Firetop Mountain. And we're all there doing the business of creating games, running White Dwarf, running the mail order and the trade sales, and keeping this magnificent new role-playing hobby going. But at the same time, we're all slowly but surely dragged into the worlds of game books. The story goes, and it can be summarized quite simply. When Steve and Ian produced Warlock of Firetop Mountain and then sold absolute truckloads of copies, quite a lot of other publishers would ring up and say, could you do some for us too? Which is a bit weird, you know. Oh, J.K. Rowling, could you write some books for us as well? It doesn't quite happen like that anywhere except in children's books. But what Steve and Ian would do would go to the other members of staff, saying, you're a creative chap. Jamie Thompson, Dave Morris, the Joe Diva, who was also on the staff with Gary Chalk, the artist, myself, John Sutherland, Steve, Paul, and Pete, all invited to write various series, obviously including Fighting Fantasy. But I wanted to know from these guys how we got to that point. How did we join Games Workshop and why? Because it was a mad frontier time where we were making it up as we go along.
Is this on? Yes, it is. I have to go first because I was the first, I think, of all of us to join Games Workshop. I've been working in a shop in central London called Games Centre.
Me too.
There we are. And I, in effect, got headhunted by Steve and Ian. I was in charge of running...
Just the head?
Just the head, yeah. The rest of... They didn't want the rest of me, no.
Yeah.
I was running the trade sales bit of Games Centre, which wasn't a very big operation, but clearly it was going to be a much bigger operation for Games Workshop. They had the license to import Dungeons and Dragons, and on the back of that, they were getting other licenses from other American manufacturers to import and distribute in the UK other American role-playing games. So that was going to be a big business. And they thought, possibly wrongly, that I would be the right person to do that for them. But anyway, they took me on. For some reason, they then put me in the shop in Dowling Road, the original Games Workshop shop, and thought that I'd be good at running that, which I wasn't. But then they did eventually send me over to the warehouse, and I started running the trade sales part of Games Workshop. And that was back in 1972, 77, maybe. No, possibly 79. But it was certainly a very, very long time ago. And that's how I came to work for Games Workshop. Who's next?
Next in order. Who was next in? Was that you, Steve?
Oh, well, I may as well connect dots with. Yeah, so I was at school having pretty rubbish time. Really didn't know what I wanted to do, but I was completely obsessed about role-playing games. And I got a summer job at Game Centre in Oxford Street. Their big branch there, which it was the idea was that you were selling games to people, but really it was about going there and stealing as many miniatures as you could to take home at the end of the day.
Shocking.
And I met Joe Deaver there, who was the absolute boss of doing that. He used to go in with a motorcycle helmet that used to weigh about half a ton when he left, but I'll say no more.
This is not a tip for any of the youngsters in the audience.
No, obviously not. Yeah, that was my session. I went to a few conventions. I met Gary Chalk of Talisman and various other things. Fantastic illustrator artists who kind of really kind of inspired me. I very much got into. I was always on the kind of RuneQuest side of the fence, and that. Again, that was something I got into, and Call of Cthulhu as well was kind of my bag. So when I was talking to Jamie Thompson, actually, it's very funny because he had the same conversation, but where Ian Livingstone rang his mum, and the other way around. Sorry, Steve Jackson rang Jamie to ask him about his. Sorry. Yeah, and to talk him into joining the company, or talk her into the company. I had exactly the same situation where my mum was really against the idea, but I was totally committed. It's all I wanted to do. And Steve had a conversation with her and absolutely charmed the pants off her, I think, because luckily I got an in. And I went straight into the mail order department, worked there. It was an amazing place. I've never met a more interesting bunch of eccentrics. Everybody was mad in a slightly different way, but we all had a kind of demarcation zone. So there would be the kind of traveller fanatic and the D&D hardcore people. There'd be whatever, but they all had various jobs in the factory. It might be packing, or it might be mail order, or whatever it was. Everyone was just completely into gaming, which was just a kind of revelation, really. So I worked there for a while in the mail order department, and got to know the editorial staff because Jamie Thompson and I used to drive into Sunbeam Road, Games Workshop every day. In a rusty Datsun which had a hole in the floor. You could see the pavement was in bars.
Great days.
Great days. So I kind of got introduced to the editorial department. There was a little fanzine called Black Sun, which was part of the. I don't know, had it been around?
I haven't arrived yet. I'm just waiting for my cue to say when I joined.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's all about me, and then we can talk about Black Sun and Dwarf and stuff.
Oh. Run that by me again.
So then I joined, and then we set up Black Sun in that order.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't joined yet. I haven't told the nice ladies and gentlemen my story yet.
Okay, all right, okay.
We should have rehearsed this better, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
We've only had 5 run-throughs.
Would you want me to continue?
Let's pause that, and then we can ask 3 more questions and pull it out to make it seem more interesting.
Okay, all right. Ooh. Sick burn.
Sick burn there.
Get some alum.
That's very much Mark.
So my job with Games Workshop, and then my entire 40-plus career messing about on the edges of fantasy and publishing and so on. I've never had a proper job, apart from working in a shop, also Game Centre, though I wasn't there with Steve. Yes, but I was there with your brother Pete, who was there for a while, and we were both in the shop, which is now the Virgin Megastore, or was the Virgin Megastore, is now undoubtedly something else. I joined 2 weeks after David Bowie had bought a D&D set for his son Duncan's 11th birthday.
I sold him an Intellivision.
Yeah, fascinating. But I did manage to be there when Dave Lee Travis, the since disgraced Radio 1 DJ, came in. Luckily, nothing untoward happened. He also bought a starter D&D. There was obviously something in the water back then.
Yeah.
But when the Game Centre collapsed at the end of '83, went bankrupt, turned up for work, first day of 1984, with all the clocks striking 13 and Big Brother looking at me, the little handwritten biro sign saying, "Sorry, gone bankrupt, go away." I'd started a gaming fanzine when I was still at school called Dragon Lords, which D&D and games like that allow you to create adventures, and then you start creating new monsters and characters and scenarios and whole world settings, and you can change the rules. And every time we came up with a good rule, we thought, well, that's good enough, somebody else should hear about this, so we started a fanzine. We quickly got bored of that and just started taking the mickey out of Stephen Ian at Games Workshop, the high point of which was turning up to interview Ian all about the great legacy of Games Workshop, but forgetting a tape recorder. So we went home and made it all up, which he wasn't entirely keen about. But one of my fellow editors, he'd failed to get a job at Game Centre somehow, despite everyone else. He was completely innumerate, it turned out. I'd had a Saturday job in a shop and knew what 79 plus 81 might be in loose change. He'd failed his interview, so he went and got a job in the warehouse at Games Workshop, packing stuff up. And when there came to be an assistant's job on White Dwarf, he moved over. So there was a job in the warehouse, which he tipped me off at. And while I was filling in the application form in reception, Ian Livingston, for it was him, came in, did a double take, pretended to call for security to throw me out the building, because he's got a sense of humour, you wouldn't believe, but he has. And then said, "Oh, when you're finished with that, come and talk to me, because my editor's just left, and I've got this role-playing game we need to have finished." And that was absolutely, for me, and that's what I did. I ended up working on a Judge Dredd role-play game, and then loads of board games. We helped with White Dwarf and mail order. I learned to typeset and do graphic design and all sorts of stuff, without a single qualification other than the fact in this tatty thing covered in rub-down letraset and badly typed photocopied pages, I'd taken the mickey out of Stephen Ian for 3 years. And that seemed to be the par for the course, that none of us had any qualifications. But we were very keen, and we were in the right place at the right time. Not to build a massive theory with capital letters and stuff out of this, but it was an absolute frontier spirit. And we certainly all mucked in together. And because when we needed an assistant, I think it must have been Ian who called in a chap called Paul.
It was not quite that simple, but yeah. I should point out this, we're making it sound like to get a job in those days, you just kind of wandered into an office or phoned somebody. But this was at the depths of Thatcher unemployment. So I did a business degree from allegedly one of, at the time, Britain's top business schools.
That wasn't Donald Trump, was it?
Yeah, Donald Trump Business School, that's right. And, but after I got on the course, I discovered that the reason that course had such a high employment rate at the end of it, which is the reason I'd gone on it, was because everyone on it, apart from me, was going to go and work for Daddy's company.
Yeah.
So I came to the end of it, realized I had no interest in business, so what could I do? And I'd been producing a fanzine, and in fact I wrote a couple of things for Dragon Lords. And then they needed an assistant, exactly as Mark said. It wasn't just as simple. I was in competition with another person, I seem to recall.
Oh, goodness.
You interviewed me.
I
It wasn't
interviewed
just
you.
Ian. Yeah, you interviewed me. I was told there was an extremely good-looking woman who had applied for this job.
Yeah, that may have just been a ruse.
That was the 80s for you.
Well, yes.
He just wanted to look at your legs too.
Yes, yeah. It has stressed me to this day, but yeah. So that was it. So I'm the last incomer, and I really this is the story of my life with all the jobs I've had since virtually. I came in just as everything was falling apart. I mean, Games Workshop might have been going on to stratosphere, but a month or two after I joined, Games Workshop relocated to Nottingham. And we were left as Games Workshop Publications.
Yeah.
And then a few months after that is, oh no, after all, we're going to ditch you. So I lost my first job after 6 months and was made redundant with no redundancy. And I was not, they offered me a job in Nottingham.
Did you get a re-roll?
No, I started right at the beginning, all my stats wiped out.
All the miniatures you could nick out of the warehouse?
I never nicked, I was not into miniatures. So I was the exception. So that was me, yeah.
So we all ended up in these little collection of offices in sort of out North Acton sort of way, Sunbeam Road. The road is still there, Games Workshop obviously isn't. Good to know. And there was just so much creativity whizzing about because we were really making it up. As Steve alluded, and here's the time to tell the story, we were helping out with various mail order ads. There was always an advert in White Dwarf, which, it's weird, they talk about the glory days. If everyone's familiar with White Dwarf, Games Workshop magazine, originally a role-playing magazine, slowly but surely became the vehicle of the new Games Workshop, full of Warhammer toy soldiers, and thrives to this day, just done an issue 500, where for the first time in 400 issues, they actually referred to the previous time. They'd been obviously very much single-minded about their mission to sell you as many overpriced toy soldiers as possible for the last 40 years. Well, actually, are they overpriced? Not if you buy them. That's their motto. Yeah, if we put it up this much, will they still buy it? And strangely enough, they're now bigger than Marks and Spencer's as a British company. That's all we need to know. But obviously feature less on indicators of the health of the high street on BBC News, whatever. But in those early days, we were just helping out, filling up the pages of White Dwarf, including the advertising. And between Steve and your colleague, Trevor, you were coming up with these amazing mail order ads, where Trevor would, between packing boxes and drinking an awful lot of tea, he would draw amazing little black and white pictures of the alleged little trolls and goblins that lived in the mail order. And I think it was, we were talking about this earlier, obviously you guys weren't there, so we've done some of these anecdotes already, but over 2 or 3 or 4 adverts, they really started to take on a personality. What was the name of the character you had?
Gnatha.
Gnatha, the over... And he was reporting to senior, Lord Zlarg and various other people.
Yeah, there was a teddy bear involved as well.
Gnatha had it was in one of the pictures that Trevor did. Suddenly he had a teddy bear with a cross for an eye and stuffing hanging out.
Definitely a heavy satanic vibe.
Yeah, very black and white pictures. But slowly but surely, we started not just advertising the latest Middle-earth role-playing supplement and back issues of White Dwarf, but starting putting little stories of daily life down in the mail order dungeons. And we did a rap, and we did Teddy's Happy Christmas Diary, where he dreams of getting presents, but unfortunately in real life he's having his fur ripped out by one of his alleged friends. And these crept into the mail order leaflets we'd stick into White Dwarf as well. Now, being fanzine people, we even got our old fanzine writing chums to contribute stuff. So suddenly, as well as here's the list of all the great new stuff and rules of reviews of some of the new items that were coming and that we really wanted to people to buy. There were rules for things. There was RuneQuest variants. There was an amazing set of rules for using wheelchairs in battle cars, our Mad Max sort of driving thing. Obviously not taking it very seriously, but became very popular. And suddenly we're giving away badges and we're producing a 16-page magazine every 2 months. That actually summed up the attitude of what we were doing there, which was making it up as we go along, having fun with it, and if it worked, we did more of it until they told us not to, or the company got bought out by its toy soldier arm and everyone was either let go or... actually, I was one of the 4 who did move up to Nottingham. Jervis Johnson, the creator of Blood Bowl and a long-term Warhammer game designer, recently retired as one of the others, but most folks decided to stay in London rather than move up north, where things were very much miniature-based and very different.
Yeah, it was quite a... I think we were talking about it. We were both kind of driven up to Nottingham for kind of day out, come and have a look and see if you fancy it up here. And they took me to the factory, and it was a factory. I mean, although we'd been in a warehouse, it's like, I'm not sure whether it was a
warehouse come social club for renegade gamers, really.
It was such a kind of oasis. Downing Road was, it it felt very industrial. It felt very industrial, and that's where. I mean, I don't think I'd ever have found a place in Nottingham, to be honest.
I said 4 people went up. Actually, about 30 people went up, but
Where are they buried?
26 of them came home with them.
Exactly.
The
They got
entire accounts team had moved up and decided it wasn't for them.
They couldn't take their drink. That's what it was.
None of us could take our drink in those days, but that's a separate issue.
But it was a big. I mean, I don't know how the run up to the takeover or the exit was it over quite a while? I mean,
Yeah, it
did
was
we
over
know
a good
was
year
coming?
because
Yeah.
there were 2 guys in the London office who wanted to buy. This is getting quite arcane, so do put your hand up and start booing if it gets too done. There were 2 guys in London office who wanted, the Bailey brothers, who wanted to buy out Steve and Ian, and the guys in Nottingham wanted to buy out Steve and Ian. And we were forever being dragged into meetings saying, right, when we take over the country, which of us are you going to report company? Which of us are you going to report to? And like, oh God, I don't know. Him, wrong answer. Oh.
No, it was horribly messy. I mean, for those of us who'd worked for a long time for Steve and Ian at Games Workshop in Sunbeam Road, it was really quite traumatic. I mean, you suddenly realise that it is going to stop. This place is going to close down, and none of the people, neither of the 2 guys in London who wanted to take over, nor the chap in charge of the Citadel Miniatures factory in Nottingham, I mean, all of them were some version of sociopath. And
Damn right.
we didn't want anything to do with them. And it was, it was really quite painful. And the other thing that was happening, and we ought to bring this back to the subject at hand, really, the other thing that was happening at the time was that game books were becoming were a publishing sensation. I mean, they were. There was a point at which I think the first 5 fighting fantasy game books were at numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the children's bestseller list, and other publishers were very keen to jump on the same bandwagon. So, and this was all happening at the and was kind of combined with because Steve and Ian were so committed to the game books now, to fighting fantasy, it encouraged them to want to move on from Games Workshop.
It was a proper schism, wasn't it? It was like
it was a very difficult time, and we all felt our loyalties were being stretched, and we didn't know quite who to be loyal to, and it was tough. And I mean, I felt that I couldn't write a game book. I couldn't write a fighting fantasy book until after I'd left Games Workshop. But other people didn't have the same scruples. And other people were also prepared to write for other publishers while still employees of Games Workshop, which I thought was almost outrageous. But I mean, again, there wasn't much I could say about it, particularly as Steve and Ian were kind of doing the same thing. So it was, it was a difficult time, and that was the birth of game books. It came out of, in a sense, the death of Games Workshop, or certainly the death of Games Workshop in London.
People were kind of, it was almost like the Titanic had hit the iceberg, and people were pairing off and like eyeing the lifeboats and going, well, I'll buddy up with you, and people were basically pairing off into writing teams or other, there were obvious kind of strong associations like you and I, where we just felt like there was some creative escape.
But it's the case that for all 4 of us loyal employees here, we all worked on fighting fantasy books rather than any rival stuff. At least at that time, maybe later, blah blah blah.
But I mean, I don't want to make it sound too awful, because obviously all 4 of us went on to do other things, and which we wouldn't have been able to do had we stayed with Games Workshop. So I mean, it's not it hasn't been a disaster or a long-running sore for any of us. But it was just tough at the time.
I'll just make a point that Mark made when we were talking about this earlier, which is that you have to realise, even though you're looking at us now, decrepit as we are, that we were very, very young. You know, it was my first job out of university. Mark was saying, you know, you just rolled up there and you were writing a role-playing game the next week.
I wrote Britain's best-selling role-playing game when I was 21. No clue. I didn't have a bloody typewriter for 6 months. I was doing it longhand because Steve Jackson had bought some weird typesetting thing that didn't work. And I literally had to plead with him on my knees to get the electric typewriter, all pre-desktop publishing days.
So when you're being very critical of the game books we wrote in those days, please remember we didn't have computers or Excel spreadsheets or.
You protest too much. They're brilliant, and they've held up. And look, thousands of people have come to see us.
Right.
We wrote computer games though.
Well, some of you did.
Yeah, well, I did. Yeah. But,
well, let's stick with the game books for a moment. Presumably for all of us, there was a moment when either Steve or Ian sidled slightly sideways into our office and said, "Can I talk to you about a project?" And we were invited to work on something. Pete, were you the first of those?
No, I would have been probably the last. I mean, because in effect, when I was made redundant from Games Workshop, my redundancy package included a payoff, an old company car that had belonged to someone else,
not a Porsche,
and not a Porsche, no, and the offer to write a fighting fantasy game book, which is why, which is my one is number 25 in the series. It's because it was quite late on.
Yeah, so I'd already done Out of the Pit at that point, which was because I was working editorially, I was working very closely with Ian, particularly on things. Not that he ever read what I wrote, but he was directing. Yeah, we need one of these. Yes, so I'll do that. And he came in and said, "Oh, we need to do a big book of monsters, but I'm too busy. Can you do it?" And it turned out that I could, but I did 4 sample monsters that were then immediately printed in Warlock magazine, which is still run by Penguin Puffin Books at the time as the Fighting Fantasy magazine, which was good cheap content for them. And then he told Penguin I was writing and I was off and away and it'd be delivered on a certain deadline. Meanwhile, I'd said, well, obviously I'm not going to work without a contract and a set deadline and a conversation with the editor at Penguin. So when the editor at Penguin rang me up at my desk at Games Workshop in the White Dwarf office saying, "Mark, we've been trying to get hold of you for months. Where's the manuscript?" And I had to say, "Well, I haven't even started work. I told Ian this, this, and this." And then she started crying down. She didn't, but certainly her tone of voice was, well, her lips were very thin and you could hear that over the telephone. So I then had to write the thing in very quick time. And that hit number 4 in the sales charts. For a big book full of monsters, for game books that you couldn't really use them because there wasn't quite a role-play game yet. But actually, obviously did well enough that a year later I was asked to assemble the Fighting Fantasy world. And that one, I'd moved up to Nottingham and had a day job working on actually a whole bunch of board games. We were working on the first edition of Blood Bowl and a second edition Talisman and a bunch of other classics then, and helping run White Dwarf again and training the typesetters. And trying to bring some of the London experience, not that I had much of it, to bear with people who had done nothing but cast toy soldiers and make mail order leaflets. It was a big steep learning curve for everyone there. But Titan, again, that was more of I had a day job and had to take 2 weeks off work and just write the book, which was an ordeal I don't think I'd repeat. Getting up at 7, typing all day, not stopping, not correcting, not editing it, getting into bed at midnight with a pad and a pen and a paper and drawing the maps and the charts and the cutaways through Yaztromo's tower and all those sort of things so I could mail them to the artist in the morning. But that one hit number 7 in the charts and has stood the test of time. And then once Titan was out with Out of the Pit, I think Steve Jackson came in with the idea of role-play.
No, actually it preceded Titan.
It did, brilliant. So tell us more about this then, Paul.
We had to fill the pages of Warlock magazine because it transferred over to us.
Were we editing?
We were editing.
Oh,
well, you were editing it. I was your T-boy.
I remember now.
So to be clear, at some point, Penguin got fed up of having to do a bi-monthly kids magazine because they had a proper submissions process. People were sending in adventures in their thousands. And I know this because when it turned up in Nottingham, for me being the 3rd stage of it, there were still boxes and boxes of unread adventures that the kids and older folks had sent in. Possibly some people here had submitted stuff to Warlock. There's Nick in the corner here. Good man. Sorry. Well, we'll get round to it. We'll get back to you, surely.
So the three of us, this is before you went to Nottingham, there was a point where the three of us were actually in Ian Livingstone's old office, which had this extremely plush green carpet.
Putting green, I think.
It was a driving range.
I asked him about that. He denied all knowledge. He said he didn't.
Well, there's also a lovely Art Deco drinks cabinet and other pieces of antiques that he couldn't fit into his mansion.
Right. Yeah, we never broke into
his
that.
office was very nice. And,
So anyway, we would fill Warlock with Column by Jamie and Solo Adventures by Ruth Precy, I seem to recall.
Yes,
all of
the
our
most
adventures being
amazing.
written by.
She should have written professionally.
Yeah. So, but for some reason, we had to do a tie-in to Death Trap Dungeon, and it had to be role-playing.
Yeah.
So we knocked up this scenario, and on the strength of that, Steve Jackson came in, and he said, "Can you write one of the 4 adventures for the supplement to the Fighting Fantasy role-playing game, which had already been out a year or so, but I don't think had been doing very much." And we then went away and came back with an entire book, which he accepted. So I don't know whether he asked anybody else or what. You got any idea?
I can't remember. What was the title of that first adventure?
Adventure?
Death Trap on Legs, I've got in my notes.
Death Trap on
Which
Legs
sounds like a
was
great title.
Sorry, a Death Trap on Legs was the Death Trap Dungeon sequel, the original Death Trap Dungeon sequel, which involved a guy riding on the back of a crocodile, as I recall.
Why not?
That's right. And hence 2 years ago I was asked, why is your stuff so weird? But anyway, so we came back and we did Riddling. We were writing Riddling Reaver at the same time that you were writing Titan.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's that.
And why is it called the Riddling Reaver? Where did that all come from?
Well,
was it just mad, something in the water type stuff?
No. I was just thinking, what would be a villain in Fighting Fantasy? He does puzzles and steals things. You know.
So he's a bit like the Riddler, but he kills you afterwards.
Yeah. I wasn't a big Batman fan or anything, but I wasn't thinking of the Riddler. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, we were going to call it the Whittling Weaver, but we thought an incontinent craftsman wasn't quite the same.
Yeah. We wouldn't have got away with that.
That would have been the Danish version. Would have ended up as incontinent basket
Do it
weaver.
again. Do it again. Yeah. Well, we did another magazine though, didn't we? We did the Good Games Guide, which we had to launch, which was a bit sad because I think at that point, I don't know if you remember at the time, like computer game magazines, we'd started producing computer games, hadn't we? And we'd done, I did a thing called The Tower of Despair for the Spectrum with 3 other guys, with Jamie and two other guys. And the whole, computer...
Weirdly, Jamie talked about it earlier and made it sound like he'd done all the work.
Somebody sitting there in the audience had to tell him that you co-wrote it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, he might be right. I don't know. I can't remember now. But the reason I mentioned it was because at the time, that was the kind of the tsunami of the kind of computer games industry was just coming inland, and there were lots of very, very high-selling review magazines that were reviewing kind of Spectrum games, and people were really buying into that. And I think Livingston and Jackson thought that we could do a kind of equivalent, all killer, no filler game reviews magazine, which we did as well. But it was very.
Was that from Livingston and Jackson, the Good Games Guide?
Good Games Guide, yeah. It was. I mean, we were doing that in London in that period between.
Yeah, no, I'm saying who had the idea.
Yeah, I think it was them. Yes, I mean, and I think it was conceived as entirely as an advertising vehicle.
Yeah,
I mean, really,
it was very.
It was nothing but Games Workshop games, and it was, and the idea was that you could buy the Good Games Guide and then read about the games that you could buy from Games Workshop. It was.
Really,
was like a massive catalogue, really.
It was a catalogue. It was effectively a catalogue. I mean, that's what it was. It came out quarterly. And I think we only did about 2 or 3 issues.
Yeah.
We did 2 possibly.
Yeah.
But I mean, Games Workshop's foray into computer games. I mean, there was a guy called Angus Ryle who was brought in to run set up a computer gaming thing. And I mean, he was designing games for a computer called the Sinclair QL, which
we all had one of those, yeah.
We all had one of those.
Put it up in the air if you've got it with you.
It had cartridges that were that square, and the cartridges consisted of magnetic tape. So it was just a magnetic tape running.
It was the 8-track of computer games.
Was a hamster involved?
I mean, it was hard to believe that. Well, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a particularly successful foray into computer gaming, but I mean, I think it was because the whole idea of computer gaming was so primitive in those days. I mean, it was. I mean, you couldn't actually create as good a game as you could if it was a board game or a role-playing game. It just wasn't possible with the technology at the time. But I think Steve and Ian always wanted to be at the forefront. They always wanted to try new things, and I think it was a brave attempt. But God.
Well, there were some adaptations of GW games as well. So Warlock became Chaos. There was a Talisman game. There was a Battle Cars game. Warlock of Firetop Mountain was a computer adaptation.
But they were
well,
later, I think.
Okay.
I think they were. I think they
after
they
the
were,
text adventures.
Yeah.
I guess in many ways, text adventures with branching narrative are somewhat similar to game books. Discuss.
Absolutely, yes, they are, and in fact, that would have been probably quite a good way to go. In fact, would have been to do that kind of game. Although I'm not sure the technology would have been up to it back in the late 70s, early 80s. I mean, it was.
These days, kids learn Twine and branching narrative coding at 12 in British schools.
Yeah. But ironically, the cost of getting into computing was pretty astronomical. I mean, it was really expensive. Like if you look at the kind of home systems before the Spectrum turned up, and weighing up the cost of lead figures versus magnetic tape.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they weren't kind of all over it. But
I mean, we were Games Workshop was a highly computerized company at a time when computers were very basic. I mean, we all had desktop computers. I think the first ones we had were oh God, I can't remember what they were called.
Were they PETs or something?
We had Commodore PETs. Yeah,
PETs,
I think we had Commodore PETs.
What a machine!
Really?
Yeah.
Not
I
editorial.
I just had an old typewriter.
No, you would have had an old typewriter. Yeah, that's but that's. Yeah.
It's all creatives deserve.
Yeah, it's all creatives deserve.
Well, we'd have just been playing computer games on them all day, wouldn't we? Let's be honest.
The accounts department, they had proper computers, and the mail order department had a proper computer. They had a big, powerful North Star Horizon thing, I think. So it was, it was
discs the size of dinner plates that would take 48K of data on it.
But like I say, it was quite. I mean, it was quite a thing for a small company like that to have computers on desks all around the place. That was quite unusual. Anyway, sorry, that was a digression.
Well, it turns out we've blathered on so much that we are in danger of forgetting you, lovely people. Beautiful, some of you. And we were determining to leave a small period for questions. Must remind you that a question is a thing with a question mark on the end, not a statement of political beliefs or an objection to something that happened in a game book published in 1986. But if you can form that into the form of a question. But we'd love to hear from you, questions for any of us about any aspect of our gaming lives. Chap right at the back, thankfully.
You'll have to let me know what you're saying.
Yeah, so the question was, I claimed somewhat alarmingly that I took 2 weeks off work at Games Workshop to finish Titan. How long did that and Out of the Pit take? Out of the Pit was about 8 weeks in total, in a great panic, and I had taken some days off work. But I literally hadn't started work when the editor rang up saying, where the hell is it? That taught me a lot. I also, when I started work, I didn't have a typewriter or a table in my flat. So that was the first thing I did. which is why I wanted to be paid my little advance, which authors tend to get a little bit of money, to buy a table, a chair. I actually took a table and a chair from Tottenham Court Road back to Hackney on the bus, because I didn't know how to get it there. There's no tube stations in Hackney. So I got on the bus with two little wooden chairs and a collapsed table. Anyway, and then Titan in total was about 5 or 6 weeks, but it was done very quickly. Which is why it feels a little stream of consciousness, and it was an absolute brain dump. On Titan, how much collaboration was there with Steve and Ian?
Next question.
I had a meeting with Steve. Steve was project manager on that one. He said, here's a copy, actually, this was for Out of the Pit. Here's a copy of all the game books published so far. I've marked all the monsters in highlighter, so saved me looking through and seeing the monsters' names in big capital letters, which was kind of fun. I still have those books, bizarrely, in my attic. For Titan, and then got given the other books up to that point, which was, I must have been sort of mid-20s, because Battleblade Warrior, which I did, was 29, I think. So 31, apologies. Was definitely after Titan, because I'd set up the whole plot of it in the little section on Vimorna, which I'd done in a whole bunch of areas for game books that were coming, but also potential hooks for authors who were not allocated just, hey, here's an idea, maybe that will make a great game book. Oh, go and invade this, go and break the siege of that, discover the lost treasure of this. So it is full of a lot of hooks for game books, some of which were picked up, some of which wouldn't. But frankly, it was give us the contents when you've worked it out, and it was broken down into sections, and then it was broken down into, tiny little paragraphs and units, and then I filled them in one by one until it was all done, and then I stopped crying, and then it came out, and thankfully was very good. Thank you very much. There was a wonderful chap who never gets talked about called Roger Wells, who is sadly no longer with us. He's a Brighton-based editor of the old school. He would work on things like the Penguin Encyclopedia of Jazz, checking every single one of the Miles Davis album catalogue numbers to make sure they were correct. And he would be our copy editor. There were times when he turned our books into very high-powered Penguin book-style prose, and we had to go back and say, no, it's slang, mate. It's what orcs talk like this, governor. And that say, hello, chaps, I'm going to rip out your gizzard from an orc is not particularly. But well, potentially, but he had a lot of fun and he learnt a lot working on the Fighting Fantasy. And he did save our butts many times. Back in those days, working on typewriters, you would send your manuscript off. One thing they never tell you about publishing books is, a year later, they'd often return you your original manuscript. Hurrah, flog that on eBay. I wish I'd thought 40 years ago, because that would have given Jamie something for his catalogue of rare Fighting Fantasy. What they didn't tell you is it would come back with Roger's red ink on it. Holy crap. That's, you don't have much of an ego left after one of those parcels turns up and you flick through. I'm sure there were no every single word on this page has been changed. But it's still my magnificent opus. So you guys did Riddling Reaver and then got into game books. And you collaborated on game books, Steve and Paul. The first 2, 3 you did?
First 2.
Slaves of the Abyss and Blackbane Prophecy, it says here. So how did you collaborate writing a game book?
Well, how did we collaborate? Well, it kind of varied, didn't it? We had different kind of methods of writing. Yeah.
Well, give us one example, because no one's asking any more questions.
We would sit in front of the computer, literally, and I would type and he would tell me what to write.
So it always seems to be the way. One paces, one types.
Yeah. But also structurally, it's a bit like, we'd build the honeycomb and then pour the honey in. So we'd work out a structure, like a structure, and then we'd write into it. Rather than just going...
So you'd break it into bits and fill in each section.
Yes, but there'd be an underlying structure there that we think through first, so that we're writing towards specific, narrative
I don't
goals.
remember honeycombs. I remember we basically have separate A4 pages, and each one would be, this is the section for when they go off and do this, and this is the section. And then you start drawing your little maps.
Yeah.
So much like a solitary writer would write a game book.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Oh, sorry, guys, no insights there then. Chap's got his hand up here.
Neither of us. It was Mark.
What?
No, actually, that's true. He didn't edit that. Which one was that? Black Vein Prophecy. Well, you were claiming earlier that it was yours and it was a clever idea.
Oh, you mean the
failing the luck test?
Cheat test at the beginning of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
cheat test. He calls it.
Yeah, basically, it was just like it was like a gotcha. So when you got to the end, you know, failing a skill test was what got you through. So it was just, you know, we'd seen all the, you know, the way that, you know, things have been gamified, and it just seemed like a.
And we do have the same excuse that I've used repeatedly for all of these things, that we'd been on Warlock, we'd seen all of these letters. All of the letters that said, we want this to be really, 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 really difficult. And we were, as I said, we were very young. We didn't realise they were lying.
Yeah. Chap in the white here. I was just lobbing out loads of stuff that could be. Yeah, and yeah, obviously Graham and the crew then have loads of stuff to put in the Advanced Fighting Fantasy. And the point of Titan was not just to put in what was in the game books. Similar with Out of the Pit, it wasn't just you've read all this in a different format and now we're selling it to you again, which would have been obviously sound business sense, but not. We wouldn't be able to look ourselves in the eye. So we added more to it, and some of it, there were loose ends, loose threads, entire civilizations, and a complete under-history of some of the gods and all things that were there to be picked up if anyone wanted it. Because having played and written 4 role-play games a little bit at that point, I thought I knew how to world build and set things off. And the trick is just to fill it full of stuff that maybe inspires something. But thank you. Chap here? It was so sudden. It was going to the... I was in the room. They didn't know us. Brian Ansell, the head of Games Workshop, was going, look, we really need to make cuts. We're not going to be able to get out all these other things and still do Warlock magazine and this and that and the other. And it was like, well, we could cut Warlock, which, it's only selling 26,000 copies every 2 months. We would kill to have any magazine sell 26,000. There's stuff on the high street that barely limps along, not doing a quarter of that. And they're like, has anyone told Mark? And I was able to go, I'm in the room, it's fine. Which was the only time that went down well. I was fired by Games Workshop 3 months after that, but for gross misconduct, but we'll talk about that another time. I was not smuggling. I'm not a particular minis fan, though. I had plenty of free samples should I wish to have got into minis. I'm very much a board games and role play and stories and worlds kind of person. But yes, it was so sudden that actually the magazine was finished and all we could do was put that in. And it's a great shame. We went out on a high. We had a game about summoning Satan and demons in a magazine for the under-12s, which was... it was the Halloween issue. What do you expect? It's got to be a bit spooky. And then we moved Derek the Troll, who was the best bit of Warlock, the wonderful cartoon strip by Lou Stringer, one of the gods of classic British comics from the Beano onwards, and still out there doing amazing, funny strips. And we moved him into White Dwarf, which, boy, they were not happy. The readers hated that more than I think anything we'd ever put in White Dwarf, including the change to role-playing and strange acrostics in the contents pages or anything like that. But he managed to last 3 or 4 issues before, alas, got moved on. Time for maybe 1 or 2 more. Chap here's been patient. Yep.
What's the justification for Birdman having a skill of 12?
What are you talking about?
Is that how you pronounce
Caverns of the Snow Witch by I. Livingstone. Let me just check. No. I think you'll need to track him down for that. To give you a challenge, plainly, game balance was one of the things we talked about all the time. I know Paul still gets letters about the Mudworm that I editorially messed up for him. With no, I did. I assume I did. He tells me I did, and people have been arguing to and fro about it for years. Did you still enjoy the book? Yay! Job done. Milady. Start with the easy ones, eh?
Readers or writers? Writers don't. Read game books. Oh no, actually, I would say go out into the world. In other words, I think there are some.
You mean get lost? Is that what you're saying? Sod off.
Oh, yeah, that's why I've not been able to find my way back from Japan. There are some really, really, really good game books being written in Europe. And it'd be great if we could get those translated into English. But there's some Italian, German game books.
Well, Jonathan Green's amazing game books.
Well,
Many of our friends next
also
door
true.
pushing game books out. It continues to be a valid format. Not everyone is a bloke in his 50s in a black T-shirt toting 40 battered copies of stuff from 30 years ago. Chap right at the back. Yes, who's just turned around going, me, no, can't be me. And what are we up to? That's probably a good way to round up. Pete, hey, what are you doing with yourself these days, my dear?
Well, I'm retired because I'm very old, so that's quite. So that's a good start. I've written a novel, which is I'm trying to find a publisher for at the moment. But other than that, because I'm retired, I mean, what happens is the government gives me money for doing nothing. So it's
just like Games Workshop, then.
So basically, I don't feel under a great deal of pressure to do a lot. So I've got projects which I'm doing, but nothing which is nothing which really is on the boil at the moment, and that's fine by me, really. Yeah.
Apart from my boring job in a Zen Buddhist university, I play really bad music gigs. But given the present company, I will just say that my most recent fighting fantasy effort was that last year The Wailing World was published, which was going to be my last game book. So in other words, in the 90s. But it's come out as a role-playing scenario in Japanese Warlock magazine. So I was talking earlier to a guy so that it might be published in French. I'm working my way round to English. So ask me again in 2 years. Yeah, 33 years I've been in Japan.
I make films and animations. I worked, collaborated for a long time with the English National Opera doing video projections and various other theatres and stuff. I also make kind of narrative, animated kind of histories and stuff for museums, that explain kind of mad inventors and historical events and stuff like that. And I also direct and shoot short form film for anything I fancy, really. Like sometimes it's charities, just things I really like and I want to support, and sometimes commercially for kind of companies and corporations.
You can see why you stopped writing game books with me, can't you?
Yeah, so that's my deal.
That sounds rather wonderful, doesn't it? I've worked in the borders of fantasy gaming and book publishing for 40-ish years until February this year when it stopped. I walked away from my last imprint because the people who owned it were changing direction, and thankfully they gave me lots of money to go away. So I'm just deciding what I'm doing next. I've been pottering on a bunch of things, none of which I can talk about. But I'll always be around. I'm always helping folks out. I think for various folks in this business, there's a lovely network of creative folks and people who they call on you and say, "Oh, do you fancy having a look at this, or do you want to contribute to that?" As long as the money isn't important, which is increasingly the case in what is plainly a non-remunerative hobby in role-playing and in game books, but it's stuff we do for love. As long as that works, then there's always opportunities just to get out the old map pencils and start typing at 3 a.m. again and falling asleep and so on and so forth. But I take a bit longer over stuff these days, though not always. And that is us. Thanks to these 3/4 fine people here, and thank you.
Japan, then if you're still based there, often you come over. Do you come over specially, or is it?
I actually came with I needed to scatter my parents' ashes with my parents' family, and conveniently, that's right.
Thanks for coming out, Peter.
That's okay.
I appreciate it. Something that I'd like to do is, I'm an aspiring game book writer. Something I would like to do is have an Easter egg referencing all Fighting Fantasy authors. Is there something that would represent you, like a golf club perhaps, if you really like golf? You combine it with an actual conference or something? That's what this is the actual. This is the as far as my guitar. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's business card. That's original. Oh wow. Thank you. Do you have a background in paleontology?
No, I don't. I was.
Yes. Yeah. Completely
Yeah, Graham Lemons. Yeah, well, he was. We always thought he was an agent from Mossad.
Yeah, there was something going on. It was like suddenly, like when the doors had been opened.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, the guitar I think is probably the one. That's a particular guitar. It's not a Gibson. It's a copy of a Gibson, but it's a lovely guitar. I don't remember the Beatles playing their last live concert on that's the guitar. It's a copy of the same Gibson.
That's a nice copy of Major.
That's a bit of saying Mark Gascoigne wrote his beer. That card I've just given you. That's the guitar. It's a copy of the Gibson ES guitar.
I was talking to Graham, who wrote the adventure in this. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I got that as a present from many, many years ago. Quite rare though, because towards the end of the run. Look how cute I was.
Right, now what should we do? I think we should go home. That's done yet. Maybe more books. Anyway, I'm off. Nice to see you. Okay,
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
Okay.
I'll use that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. No, I think it's someone else's. I'll see if I can find him. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Hi, my name is Johan. So I'm an aspiring game book author. And I want to have an Easter egg. So for every author that wrote one of the Fighting Fantasy books, wrote one or more, have something in one of my books referencing that. Yeah, so for Peter Darrell Evans, it's going to be the copy of that guitar. That's what he got. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. It's a really obtuse question. is the dark room, which is an hour, although I've put it till 8, but I don't think anyone's going to mind. Will you go after the auction? No, I was just wondering, that was all. Not something I
Yeah, we just got back from Seattle. Oh, yes, it is. Thank you.
If it has, that's more to
Oh.
say. I think it's just squashed.
No, that's okay. That's thank you. Yeah, no, all good, mate. Yeah, great. Happy to introduce you. How you going? Good to see you.
It's a common thing.
He's got a
We
fucking
always
game to
we
do.
always see
It's
him
fine.
passing, mate.
It's fine. Take care. Yeah, do you want me to move this? Shall I get rid of this? I'll do it. Thanks, mate. Beautiful, Jonathan. Good man. All right.
Well, we heard one of our guests of honour earlier giving his fantastic masterclass, and now it's the turn of another of our guests of honour, Sir Ian Livingstone himself, will be leading John Robertson to his doom in Death Trap Dungeon Live.
Thank you, John. And let's have a big hand of applause for John. Without whom this would not happen. Without whom Magic Realms wouldn't happen either, by the way. So, thank you. So, I'm so happy that you're here to watch this disgusting piece of human tissue and bone disintegrate in multiple ways.
Are you talking about yourself, old man? How wonderful. Before your very eyes, he will now age further. What a joy. Every room you go in's a death trap dungeon.
Hurry up, get in.
Oh, he's angry. Now he's turning on the people. Come on.
Yeah. There's not a lot to like about him, is there? Why are you so successful in what you do? I can't believe it.
Well, the question I wanted to ask, Ian, because you are phenomenally successful. I remember I rang you up once and went, "Hello, Commander," and you went, "Actually, they've upgraded me," which was a hell of a thing. Why are the handrails so transparently unsafe in this place? Looking as though they're leaning away from the gamers in the middle. This is terrifying. I'm assuming the venue was affordable, Ian.
It's actually very expensive. You talked to
Well, I'm
John.
looking at this and it fucking shouldn't have been. Hello, children. Sorry. Oh, that's okay. Covering the ears will help. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So what are we doing, Sir Ian?
Well, as you know, I'm quite old and can't remember.
Outstanding. And please just leave the house to John. Thank you. He did look down to see if there was a probate there. Friend, I believe we're going to play ourselves another one of your fine fighting fantasy games. I believe we're in Death Trap Dungeon, it being the 40th anniversary.
It is the 40th anniversary. And I'm tired of having to apologise for you having to attack Throm, honestly. But it's funny. Who cares about Throm, eh? And we did this at UK Games Expo, and it was a huge success. Was anybody there at that one?
Hey! Well, that was the entirety of the audience that was there, and it was good of them to come back, really.
So we're going to do it again.
Yes!
And as was explained, it's my job to destroy him with your help. So when he tries to make a decision, he often asks the audience, as you do on quite a few quiz shows, but you have to give him the wrong answer, not the right answer, but sometimes give him the right one and he'll think it's the wrong one and go for the other one. So you need a bit of thought process on this for it to be successful. We expect him to buy, I think, what's the number of times you died most? 4 or 5? I can't remember.
No, about 1,000, as I recall.
I need 2 assistants. One to roll the dice on behalf of the book. One to keep a record of how badly he's doing on this adventure sheet. So someone who can actually read and able to keep track of numbers.
At some point, for people who haven't seen what we're about to do, we're doing a live play of the Fighting Fantasy book. I'm pretty much the character walking around. I want to make that clear, because at the moment what it's been is 5 minutes of 2 guys going, "So you're shit, how are you?" You know.
So who'd like to volunteer to keep a record of the adventure? No, but he rolls his own. We need high rolls.
He's so let down, this man. Okay.
I want someone
who wants to roll the dice for the book?
Who
will
can
it be?
do this?
All right, who are you picking? This one? The guy who looks like he's come in from bothering Indiana Jones? This guy? Mr. Safari suit? Yeah?
No.
He doesn't like you!
No. It's not that. No, I'm being guilted into selecting a small child at the top. So come on down. You can do it.
That's so inconvenient for so many
That
people.
won't keep.
Come
That
down.
won't keep his swearing down in any way, by the way.
Hello.
Right, you stand there, and you're going to be rolling these dice in a few minutes, okay? But I won't sack you if you roll the wrong ones. Now, who said they could read and count? Okay. Yeah. Anyone in a costume?
Oh, yes.
This is, you might think this is Zager, but it's not, it's M. Or it might be M, it could be Zager, but she's got a fantastic most amazing tattoo on her shoulder, if you like to show it, but of Zager at some point after the show. Okay, this is going well.
And hello, and what is your name? Anya.
Anya, that's a beautiful name. Better than your name.
It's all
John.
right.
I mean, really?
Okay, sir. Yeah. Yeah, it was really weird, you know, your parents called you sir, middle name Ian, strange, presumptuous, I thought.
I know. They were anticipating good things. Anya, do you not want to do this?
She wants her sister, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Look
They can have 1 dice each. 1 dice each. Okay, here comes...
Oh, yeah, no, there you go. Right.
Yeah. Here comes Papa.
Yeah. Who's just abandoned the other child. You fend for yourself. We're in the show now.
Okay.
Yay!
You go and set that table.
Here.
You take these dice. Well, we've only got about 5 minutes left. So, in Death Trap Dungeon, you have to survive, compete against 5 other contestants who are trying to get through Baron Sukhumvit's hideous traps and monsters to try and get through to the side and win a rather large purse of gold, something you won't know about, but...
It's a cashless society, Ian.
But,
also, what I do makes no money. That was very hurtful.
But you have
to... lend
to...
us £1. Right, yep.
I don't carry cash.
No, you have boys to do it for you.
Yes.
Okay.
I have staff.
He's your son, for Christ's sake, Ian.
That's lucky.
Yeah, you don't have to pay him. Right.
Right, we need some stats for you.
Oh, goody.
So we're not going to waste any time doing all that stuff. You're going to make up his stats now. Skill, stamina, and luck. It's up to Em whether she likes you, whether you're going to have decent stats or not.
I do like you, but the idea is to kill you, you foolish adventurer, so you're going to get the bottom stats.
Ooh, that's a bit harsh.
Well, I am Sable.
Yeah.
There you go, 7, 14, 7.
Oh.
Yeah, well, your dragon looks like crap, you know. There you go. Yeah, you like that?
Okay. 10, 18, 10. Let's be vaguely.
Thank you.
That's the only time I'll ever be nice to you in my life. Right, we need to get going. I'm old and I can't read without the aid of some glasses I'm about to affix to my head. So...
Someone was so astonished to find out you needed glasses. That was amazing. They literally tried to break some just to help you.
Right, let's get on with this thing as the people start snoring or leaving. So you've been wandering around, picking up various stuff, as you remember, in Birmingham.
Oh, yep, that's fine.
And you
picking up stuff like I did in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Get out of the car, Susan. All right.
Right, the tunnel bends sharply to the right, and round the corner you see a little old man with a long beard carrying behind a large wicker basket. The basket is tied to a rope, and the other end of which disappears into the ceiling. The old man sounds very worried as he says, "Do not attack me, stranger. I pose you no threat. I am simply here to help you. If you be so kind as to offer me some sort of remuneration, I will gladly haul you up the basket to the upper level. And believe me, that is where you need to be." So, do you want to give him something from your backpack for your services, which is one of the 5 gold pieces that you have, which we didn't make a note of earlier? Or you'll walk past him and on down the tunnel.
Ooh. All right, gang. Should I pay the man? Yes! Or ignore this call to adventure and keep walking? Yes! Gosh. If it wasn't for that weird introduction involving reverse psychology, I would believe these people. And yet I feel like for the good of the show, yes, remembering that I have 5 gold pieces, I give him one of them.
Oh, okay. I know when to cheat. After paying off the old man, you climb into the wicker basket and watch it as he tilts his head back and shouts, "Pull it up, Ivy! Pull it up, Ivy." Remember, there's children in the room. The rope goes taut and the basket rises jerkily off the ground as you are hauled higher and higher. The old man calls out to you saying, "You'll like Ivy. She's a nice girl. We call her Poison Ivy."
You don't have the rights to that character and you know it.
He starts to laugh uncontrollably and you wonder what's...
Sorry, if we are going up an elevator, I'll just get higher in the room. Right.
He starts to laugh uncontrollably as you wonder more apprehensively who just is...
Oh, g'day, Ivy. How are you? Right.
The basket goes through the ceiling. You find yourself in a small chamber face to face with an ugly old female troll.
What horrible timing! I am so sorry. And for you, the one who said that's about right, you go to hell, young person. I will beat you severely. Right.
Her face is hairy and covered with warts. With a huge hand, she reaches
There's
forward
nowhere to look!
and hauls you out of the basket, which she then lets fall to the floor below. She grabs you around the throat and says in a husky voice, "I want paying too."
Sorry, just for clarity, was
Will
that
you-
paying? Was that you just said paying?
Paying with a
Paying,
P.
because from here,
P.
I think I speak for all of us. Yeah. We all just heard, "I want pain," right? Yeah, sure, all right. Fortunately, I have 4 gold pieces remaining, and I
Yeah.
will give her one. Hello.
Oh, innuendo. There are alternative choices.
Oh, are there?
You can either try to talk your way out of her, I think, or attack her with a sword.
Oh, goody. Well, let's put it to the
Or
crowd.
give her the gold piece. It's up to you.
Okay, here we go. Talk our way out of it. That is the noise you'll make while being choked. Yeah. The sword. The money. Ah. Sounds to me like it's sword time. Oh, this will go well.
It's funny how people don't change in the 40 years that how they've been doing this.
I love the man who ruined your childhood just acknowledging it at that moment. I taught you to make poor choices and you learnt nothing.
You managed to free yourself from Ivy's grip and draw your sword, picking up a broken stool as a weapon. She advances towards you.
Oh, she does it. Okay.
So Ivy's got a skill of 9. You have to do all this. And a stamina of 9. But we only do 2 rolls to advance the combat. So, you are playing the role of Ivy, my friends on the left.
Right.
So you will roll first.
It's going very well. Ooh, hideous troll. Oh, oh so scary. Oh. Yep. Oh, I'm going to roll? Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. So 7. Yeah, good job. Let's see.
Because we gave him 10, that was stupid. Yeah, you were right. Okay, here we go again.
Oh, that was good. 5.
And a 6.
It's a 6, is it? 1. 1 is what it was. But fine. Okay, 11. Well done. Good job there. I've always liked your system more. Right. Here we go. Well done, you. I lose 2 stamina. Oh, I'm so sorry. This never happens.
What's Ivy got left?
We've got 16.
16. Okay, we'll have one more roll. Best of 3. Come on, Anya,
Come
you
on,
can
Anya,
do it.
yeah.
Oh.
No, that's not what that was. 6, well done. And another 6. That's well done. 3. Damn it. Okay. Yep.
You got injured. It was me who had the hip replacement, not you.
Oh, you're right. Acting.
Right.
Again?
We'll do one more.
One more, go on.
We'll let you win this one now.
No, it's okay.
We'll be here all day if we don't.
Oh, okay, 5, quick. 1, and 4, and... It's enough, we just did it. Well done.
Okay, Ivy, I'm sorry, you're asleep. If you win...
Yep.
This one.
Acting!
You search through the cupboards and boxes in Ivy's room, but find nothing except for an old bone.
My God, it's Ian's other hip.
A door lies in the east wall of the chamber, and you decide to leave, taking the old bone with you if you wish.
Yes, I take it with me everywhere
Make
I go.
a note of that, Captain. You now find yourself standing at the end of another tunnel. Hold on, the excitement's building. The tunnel ends at a flight of stone steps leading downwards. From the floor below, you can hear the sound of barking dogs. Have you got an old bone with you?
I sure do. This doesn't feel contrived at all. Someone wrote one of these bits after they'd written the previous one. Right.
You take the bone out of your backpack and throw it down the stairs. The barking grows louder, changing to snarls and growls when the bone lands on the floor. You walk down the steps with your sword drawn, say, two huge guard dogs fighting over the bone. You were able to run quickly past them. Do I detect a little bit of warmth and love for this disgusting creature that stands before us?
I was very concerned by your use of the phrase, do I detect a bit of warmth?
The tunnel veers sharply to the left and comes to an end at a high wall in which there is a door. You hear a ferocious roar. Roar, please.
No. The man told you it was a ferocious roar, and that, frankly, was a roar of great interest, but not ferocious in any way. And I can see ferocious-looking people here, so let's try that again. Go! There we go.
That's better. And wonder what gargantuan beast could have possibly made that noise.
About 100 people, as it turns out.
Yeah, this is great. If you got
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh!
Because
No, I bloody love your books with author's commentary. Oh, this bit's good.
No, not the writing or anything. It's
No, the typography.
No.
Ah, it's so well laid out.
No, the fact that I know you haven't got a rope and grappling iron. Because they didn't give you one because you didn't find it because you started halfway through the adventure. Are we going to give him a grappling hook and a length of rope? Hands up who wants to give him the grappling hook and the length of... You are finding followers. It's happening all over the world. Populism. Okay, we'll give him that. Regrettably. I'm not sure I like this audience.
We're friends. What is this?
I think we might need a new one. You tie the rope to the grappling iron, hurl it over the top of the wall. The hooks dig into the stone, and you begin to haul yourself up. Peering over the top of the wall, you see an enormous dinosaur-like monster thrashing about in a sand-covered pit. Its tough hide is mottled green color, and it stands some 10 meters tall on muscular hind legs. Rows of razor-sharp teeth line its gigantic jaws, which open and close with bone-snapping power. There's a large double door on the wall on the far side of the pit, which appears to be the only way out of the section of the dungeon. Will you lower yourself down the rope into the pit to fight the pit fiend?
Oh. Shall we go fight the pit fiend? Well, we did so well killing that small girl earlier.
Or,
yes.
Or
Or
try to hook the pit fiend with the grappling iron while sitting on top of the wall.
Oh, can I give it money?
Well, actually, you need a bone monkey charm, because I know you haven't got one of those either.
Well, a bone monkey charm? I used to have a bone. I could use it to charm a monkey. Right. Don't analyse what I've just said. All right, let's see. Grappling hook, hang the dragon? Yeah! Fight time! Yeah! Grappling hook? Yeah! But violence, though? Yeah! The time of violence is once again upon us.
You going down?
Yeah. Yes, again. Right. Yes.
You lower yourself down the rope into the pit with one hand, using the other hand to grip your sword. The pit fiend is one of the most fearsome beasts you've ever seen. And you know this is to be one of the hardest fights of your life.
Jesus, this is going to be one of the hardest fights of my life.
Pit fiend with a skill of 12 and a stamina of 15. This could
Sorry,
take...
sometimes this show is just people impressed by maths. Whoa, those were two numbers that were higher than other ones? Wow!
This is to show the beauty of mathematics.
Is it?
Show you a number like 15 and you quake.
I bloody knew there was some educational element in these.
And they also improved literacy, critical thinking, decision-making, and gave the children agency of control.
Ian, they already like you.
And
There's no need to advertise. Right.
Participation leads to achievement.
Sorry, have you mistaken this for a lecture to children? What is it?
Right, let's go on.
Okay.
Anya, we need your dice.
Anya, where are the dice? What happened to the dice?
Behind you.
Oh, no, they're not. No, they're bloody not. Oh, there's one. Right. Okay. Are you ready, mate? Thank you. Okay.
Go for it.
7. All right. Okay. My go? Yeah? All right. 11. You are correct, sir. Well done. I mean, just outstanding.
We're going to make this a one-round combat session because we've only got 25 minutes left. Who won that one? Oh, what? I've never seen anyone headbutt a pit fiend before. Okay. Well,
I've never shaken my lizard in front of so many people. That's not true. Right.
In a fast-forward combat session we just had, he defeats the pit fiend.
Yeah!
You are exhausted and sit down for a rest on the tail of the dead beast.
Oh, I sit on the tail, do I? Sorry about this. Yeah, that's going to go home with a smell, sorry. Everyone gets a souvenir from Fighting Fantasy Fest.
Looking down at your feet.
Oh, yep. There they are.
You suddenly notice an iron ring poking up through the sand.
Good God. My foot's married.
Do you want to pull the ring up, or would you rather leave the pit through the double doors?
Ooh. Ring? All right, pack of addicted Frodos, no worries. Sounds like it's ring time.
Steady on.
I'm really loving Carry On Fighting Fantasy. Ooh, a dragon. What's it dragging it
the
on?
iron ring is attached to a small trap door. It lifts up easily. Inside, in a small compartment, you find a finely crafted shield made of the purest iron. Marveling at its splendor, you strap it to your arm. Add 1 skill point. Why are you supporting him, by the way? I think I'm losing it. Okay, you walk through the double doors. He's getting a bit cocky now.
Yeah. Are you enjoying my shield acting? Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
The
It's
doors
not just
open
one
into a
chicken
tunnel.
wing, yeah.
Pay
Huh?
attention.
Oh.
The doors open to a tunnel running north. You close the door right and set off again. 214. You need to pay attention to that one, actually. It's just a connector. Walking along, you see a red line painted across the tunnel floor. Notice a sign on the wall which reads, "No weapons beyond this point."
A shield is not a weapon.
If you wish to abandon any weapons before continuing north, do so now. If you'd rather just ignore the notice and carry on, do so.
Be a rebel. It worked so out. Yeah. All right. Shall I ignore it? Yes! Or be a law-abiding citizen and pass in the weaponry? No, this is amazing. I just did shows in America and they weren't as pro-weapon as you people. This is astonishing. All right, yep, fine. It's Second Amendment time, baby. I could carry a shield and a grappling hook and this AR-15 I brought with me. Yeah, can you write AR-15 down, please? Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, I need to let you know. I've brought an assault rifle to the game.
Yeah.
That's in there now.
Okay, give him another...
Oh, he's actually doing it.
Yeah, another skill for that, sure. That's only because he hasn't got any bullets.
Fine. All right.
The tunnel leads into a marble-floored hall with pillars rising up to the ceiling. As you
God,
cross
you'd
the
hope that's
floor,
where they were going.
your footsteps echo through the hall. The hairs on the back of your neck start to prickle, and you sense unseen eyes watching you.
Hang on.
Unknown to you, one of your rivals is hiding behind a pillar. It's the ninja.
Is this the ninja now?
The deadly assassin dressed in black. The deadly assassin dressed in black, which is quite apt.
Right. A deadly assassin.
Without a sound, he steps out from behind the pillar and throws a star-edged disc at your back. Instinctively. Instinctively, instinctively you duck. We need to test your luck. Roll 2 dice. And we'll tell you whether
Yeah,
it's
thanks. That saves time. Okay. All right, let's go. Wait. 6. 4, 10.
It's a 10, and our luck is 10.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Oh!
It's a shame. The razor-sharp disc whistles past your head and bites deep into one of the pillars. Turning to face your would-be assassin, you prepare to advance. He advances with long sword drawn. The ninja's got a skill 11 and a stamina of 9. We're having 1 round. Due to
Well.
time constraints.
Well, that's 1 more bloody round than I've got in my rifle, apparently. Okay. All right, yeah, let's fight a ninja. Yep. Yeah, you all right? Yeah. 3 and 3. Yes. All right. It's attainable. Let's see. Nine! Pow! Bang! Boom! I've watched one UFC DVD. Bang! Ah! Oh! That was amazing.
Ah.
In fact, hang on. The child's too young to have seen The Matrix, but the impression's amazing. Yep.
You had your weapons with you, didn't you?
Yep.
You decide to search the linen and find a cloth bag in the folds of his robes. In it is a flask of water, some rice wrapped in a palm leaf, a jar of ointment, and a beautiful diamond. Will you eat the rice and drink the water? Rub some of the ointment into your wounds? Or take the diamond and leave? So it's
Eat
and
the
drink,
diamond.
Bend yourself or steal a diamond. Quite varied choices.
Yeah. You reckon steal the diamond? Little bit of steal the diamond? But what about this precious ointment I've heard so much about? Yeah, no, I feel as though beating beating the crap out of somebody and then standing above them while smearing ointment above yourself feels like the ultimate insult. So yeah, it's ointment time. Yeah. One guy, no!
Are you sure?
Yes! Ointment! Delicious ointment! This is how I celebrate victory! This is normal and good!
Okay.
My knees were very dirty! Read the fucking thing, Ian!
I'd rather just watch you do this. The Timothy White sun cream all over you.
Mildly?
You empty the contents of the jar into your hand and apply them to your wounds. The healing powers take immediate effect and you feel yourself stronger. Add 3 stamina points.
Yes.
You may now either eat the rice and drink the water, or leave, taking the diamond with you.
Let's leave and take the diamond with us. I'm having a good day.
Unfortunately, you are. This is going a lot worse than it did in Birmingham.
No, it isn't. We were in Birmingham. Right. Yeah.
The only possible way out of the hall, as far as you can see, is by using the chute in the northern wall. You decide to give it a go and climb down the chute. You slide gently down and emerge into another room, landing on your back. Yeah, you do that. As soon as you stand up, you're confronted by the most repulsive sight you've ever laid your eyes on. Not the best. There in front of you, wallowing in a circular pool of fetid slime, is a bulbous creature, too horrible to be believed. Its body is green and covered all over with fearsome-looking spikes. His face is a mass of crimson blisters, one of which suddenly bursts to reveal yet another of its many sinister, all-seeing eyes. A narrow path runs around the edge of the pool and leads into another tunnel in the far wall.
Don't use words you've only ever seen written, mate. Right.
If you know anything about the blood beast, you should say yes now. If you don't know anything about it, say yes now.
Hey, gang. Do I know anything about this?
All right, I'll
like
test
yes.
you. Who drew this? So he knows nothing.
Nothing there. Was it Sir
Okay.
Ian Livingstone?
No. Is Mr. McCaig out there? We can just tell him this guy finally found a guy who knows.
Actually, I've just realised with how your name is written as Sir Ian Livingstone, when is guest of honour getting here? There are clearly 3 people involved in this.
So you don't know anything, so we're doing this. The blood beast flops around awkwardly in its pool, and the smell of its poisonous fumes make you retch as gas bubbles break the surface and contaminate the atmosphere. Will you run around the side of its pool towards the tunnel, throw a gem into the pool, or attack it with your sword?
All right, gang. Running away. Disposing of jewellery. Sword time. Oh, we'll be getting the sword out, Ian. Yeah. Stab, stab, stab.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that one.
It's all right. It's just got some cold sores. It's okay. Oh, that's too real for you people? Right.
Right.
The energy
As you
kicked
make
in
a lunge at the
45
blood
minutes in.
beast, you suddenly start to feel faint. The gas rising up from the pool is highly toxic, and you slump to the floor unconscious. Test your luck. Roll 2 dice.
All right. Yep, here we go. Yep. Ah, thanks. Oh, good, 2. Excellent.
No,
and
low is
I'm
good.
sure this will go very well. 6! Yeah, I was lucky.
You're lucky.
Yes.
I hope you're deducting
jammy
luck
bastard.
points.
Oh, I can tell I'm back in the UK. You don't hear jammy anywhere else. That's adorable.
The blood beast is too bulbous to climb out of its pool, but its long tongue whips out and tries to wrap you around your leg. Fortunately, you've fallen beyond its reach. The air at the ground level does not contain any of the poisonous fumes, but you wake with a pain in your throat. You cover your mouth with your sleeve so you can breathe through it and decide what to do. Do you want to run round the pool towards the tunnel, or do you want to attack the blood beast with your sword?
Is it running away time? The time of the sword! Sword time!
Yes! Failure time. You lunge at the blood beast, trying to avoid the tongue which flicks out to grab your leg. Roll 2 dice.
Okay.
Is it same or less than your skill?
5 and 2. Thank you. It was a 5. 10. Thank you.
It's 10, so yeah.
Success. Same or less in the skill sort. I was too generous, wasn't I, at the beginning? Let's face it.
I mean, if you genuinely feel that way, oh no, my hip needs to be replaced. I lose 3 stamina. No, apparently
You
not.
react quickly and manage to cleave the blood beast's outstretched tongue with one swipe of your blade. The beast screams in pain and hurls itself forward to try and clasp you between its blood-filled jaws. This is the fight to the death. The blood beast's got a skill of 12 and a stamina of 10. As soon as you win your first attack round, you have to test your luck. Roll them.
All right. Oh, hoi. 4 and 2, 6.
6. Anya? Oh, she disappeared.
Anya, how you've changed. Yeah, they grow up so quickly these days.
Go
go,
ahead.
mate.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah. 5.
No, you lost that. Let's do it again.
Oh, really? All right.
No. You go.
Okay.
No, you didn't win it.
3. 6. 9.
Very, very good.
Six. 2.
That's 8 plus whatever it is.
8 plus 10. You were hit again.
This is, you know.
A very nice drawing by guest of honour, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back.
It's not that little goblin, is it? Look.
Yeah, all right. I get that you want me to be impressed by the art, Ian. Okay.
Carry on. Another one.
All right. 6 and 2. That was nearly something. Right. Thank you.
Anya's back.
Yep.
What is that?
He lost. Okay, one more losing and you're dead.
Oh, goody. All right, Jack, let's see. Two and 5.
Anya, come on, finish him off. You can do it. You can do it. We have faith.
Oh. Good throw.
Oh.
1.
What was it? 7.
Oh, calamity.
Oh, guess what?
What?
You're dead. You die.
Killed by a little girl and some impressive art I needed to know more about.
Right, we've got 5 minutes left before we get ready for the auction. All right, what number's that then? Oh, I know. 342.
Sorry, that was fantastic. Guy just calling out the hits there. Play skeleton puzzle.
Anyone like a section they would like to test this rather inept fighter with?
Oh, you want to fight Thrum? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's some talk of fighting Thrum.
You want to fight Throm? Really? You know that guilt? Okay, well, anyone know what number that is?
Oh, thanks, mate. What number is it? Oh.
After the trial master. 60.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
You're very excited to fight Thrum, Anya. That's, yeah. Okay. This is the
for your information, you're walking along with Throm, who you've befriended.
Oh, I remember Throm.
Yeah, you did. You
yes.
You were with him in Birmingham.
Yes.
He was your pal.
Yes.
And you were doing splendid things together, weren't you?
Yes. Back in the Navy, and we won't discuss
sharing
it.
the spoils.
Hmm.
The tunnel ends at the large door. Throm wastes no time in testing the handle. Is somewhat surprised to find the door is unlocked. He pushes it open and walks into a torchlit chamber. Sitting alone on an ornate chair is a dwarf who bids you to enter. As you do so, the door swings shut behind you. Adventurers, you have done well to get this far,
Yes, we have.
says the dwarf, especially when you're dead.
Yeah. We were
Says
dead. We
the
weren't even
dwarf
in this
in a
part of
deep
the book
voice.
before.
However, as you know, there can only be one winner in the Trial of Champions. As trial master, it is my duty to Baron Sugamvit to let only the most able continue. Therefore, I must devise a test of wits and strength to eliminate one of you. Please do not attempt to dispose of me. It would be utterly pointless, for, as you can see, there is no obvious way out of this chamber, and only I know where the hidden exit lies. Now, if you'd like to decide between you who will go first, I shall make the necessary preparations. You look at Throm, suddenly angry that your effective partnership might come to an end. He leans over and whispers in your ear.
Genuinely angry, Ian.
He leans over. He leans over.
Any of you ever seen The Ring?
and whispers in your
7
ear
days.
that should you try to kill the dwarf and worry about the exit later, Throm is saying you should kill the dwarf.
Right, well, let's kill the dwarf.
Do you want to do that with Throm, interact the dwarf, or would you rather persuade Throm to go through the dwarf's test?
All right, gang. Persuasion? With no context, that didn't sound great, mate. Right. Kill the dwarf! It's dwarf killing time!
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're done.
Your choice.
Was it?
Easily persuaded. You tell Throm that there's no point in killing the dwarf, as you will never find your way out of the chamber alone. You argue that an opportunity of tricking the dwarf might arise later, once you've found the exit from the chamber, so you intend to go through with the dwarf's test. You tell the dwarf that you're ready, and he beckons you to follow him, telling dwarf to wait for his return. A secret door opens in the chamber wall, and you follow the dwarf into a small circular room. He closes the door behind you and hands you 2 bone dice. He's telling you to throw them on the floor.
Ah, my hips, they've returned.
You roll a 6 and a 2, a total of 8.
Oh, wow, a 2. Oh, a 6. Yeah, 8.
The dwarf asks you to roll them again, but this time you must predict whether the total will be the same.
Yep, it is.
Or less.
It's the same.
Or more than 8.
I predicted it's the same.
You're going to roll an 8 again.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Are you going to say it's the same?
It's the same.
Okay.
Thank you. And literacy. And agency. And some fourth other bit of marketing spin from 20 minutes ago.
Critical thinking.
Oh, critical thinking. Yeah, I'm feeling critical. Right.
Roll 2 dice.
Okay. 5, 1.
Come on. Is it 8?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yep, that'll be Matt's. Oh, it actually...
Dwarf looks at the dice. You're not very good at playing the odds, are you? He sneers. I regret you must suffer a penalty before you can continue. From out of the pocket, he produces 2 pills. One is stamped with the letter S, and the other is stamped with the letter L. He asks you to choose one and swallow it.
Wait, hang on. So he's holding 2 pills out to me?
Yeah.
What colour are they? I'm beginning to think the Wachowskis owe you money, mate.
It's S or L.
S or L. All right, gang. S! Yes! L! Yes! That'll be L time.
Okay.
L. This is giving me the shits. You're correct. Thanks.
The pill makes you feel as though the whole world is against you. Lose 2 luck points. The dwarf tells you can now go on to the second stage. He reaches for a wicker basket, which he informs you contains a snake. He tips up the basket, and the snake drops out onto the floor. It is a cobra, and it rears up in the air, ready to strike. The dwarf tells you that he wishes to test your reactions. You must grasp the cobra barehanded below its head, avoiding its deadly fangs. You crouch down on the floor, tensing yourself for a moment, at which point to seize it. Roll 2 dice.
You do it. Wow, 8? That's amazing. $11. That's even better.
That's greater than your skill, I suspect. Oh, 11 is there. You failed your roll.
Damn you, Anya!
How is it? The cobra's reactions are quicker than yours, and its hooded head shoots forward to bite you. Test your luck.
Hang on. Let's test our luck. That was 4. Good throw, Anya. 6! Yes! What?
Lucky.
Bloody mess!
You're lucky. You're lucky. You're lucky. You're lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Luckily for you, the cobra's fangs sink into your leather wristband. The snake... That was lucky, wasn't it?
That was lucky.
The snake recoils quickly, ready to strike again as the dwarf tells you to have another try.
Okay.
This is roll versus skill. 4. Okay, that was good. Oh my God, this is a long paragraph. Right, this is really going to test you, isn't it?
It's like having God read the Bible. Oh, no, this is good, though. No, I convinced him to sacrifice his son. You're going to love it. Right.
I'll cut to the chase. He throws down 2 pieces of paper. One of them, the words, "no crop is written on it. And the other one is "ruin moat." In an ever-calm voice, he says, "If you manage to rearrange the letters of the words, you'll find the name of 2 creatures. You may choose which one to fight in my arena."
All right.
What's the anagram of "no crop is"?
I never took Latin in school.
You don't need Latin.
It's English. Don't be racist to me, mate. I mean, what's
It's an
wrong with you?
anagram.
Out of
You've got to
nowhere.
rearrange the letters to form a word.
Okie dokie. Scorpion, thanking you. Sub-Zero, apparently.
Okay.
Yep.
And ruin moat?
What?
Ruin moat.
Ruin moat. Oh, Christ.
No,
a
Minotaur, not Manticore.
A scorpion or a minotaur? All right. Scorpion. Minotaur. Yeah. Scorpion. Yeah, suck it, you people. Right. I assume it's a scorpion of normal size.
Normal size bus.
Yeah, like a little scorpion.
No,
like a
it's-
little insect.
No, size of a normal size bus. This
Oh,
one.
goody. Oh, it's the size of a bus. That's fine. I'll never
Size of
bloody
a bus.
arrive. Right. Thank you.
1, 4, 3. It's a giant scorpion. Look, it's.
I mean, it's not
quite
giant.
big.
It fits in your tiny little book. It's literally the size of a normal scorpion. I can
Yeah.
see, if it was that size, I'd be impressed.
If you were a child, you'd have an imagination. No, that would be a lot larger than actually on the page.
If I was a child who had an imagination, I wouldn't need the bloody pictures, would I, Ian?
No, you'd have Ian McCaig pictures rather than these. You're going to fight the giant scorpion. Should we let him win? Because we really have
No, let's do it real fast. Let's
run
do
out
it real
of time.
fast. Come on.
Okay. 1 round.
1 round scorpion fight. Okay. And the child will get to roll, yeah?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Who's going first?
Anya.
Anya, there you go, mate. Make it happen. That's a 6 and a 4. Good job. All right. Okay, thank you. No, we'll re-roll. Fine. 2 and a 1. Oh, you bastards.
Did you fail?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. The scorpion managed to hold you in its pincers long enough to flick its segmented tail forward over its head and sting you with its poisonous barb. The effect is fatal, and you slump to the ground, wondering whether Throm will win through.
Oh.
Unfortunately, you'll never know. Your adventure ends here. A big hand for John Robertson, who smiles in failure. And Anya, and Emma, the dragon, yourselves, James on the door.
And one more time for Sir Ian Livingstone.
Thank you. May your stamina never fail. That was great. So I think we're going to be 5 minutes before the auction starts. And of course, don't forget, after the auction, we have Mr. John Robertson again in
thank you.
the dark room.
Yeah, come
where
along.
He tells hideous stories and kills people in horrible ways and really offends more people than not, and scares children. But it's magnificent and one of the best things I've ever seen.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Because Ian has been nice enough to promote the show in this way, I will just tell you what Ian said to me the first time we met, if you haven't heard this story before. It was at the 2012 Edinburgh Fringe. I was about to go and do the dark room, you know, it's a live action video game, deranged game show. And this nice fellow just appears out of nowhere and says, "Hello, my name's Ian. I invented the thing you're parodying." Beauty. All right, what do you need for the auction, mate? Do we need to move away, and what's the go? All right, I think...
Hopefully people will stay for the auction.
Oh, no, but I meant, like, do people who aren't Ian Livingstone need to leave the stage now?
Yeah, then we're going to join these tables up, put the stuff on, and then hopefully I'm going to get some helpers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. You did a brilliant job.
Well done.
Cheers.
Good job. And good job you. Thank you so much.
No hard feelings about wanting to give you the list.
No, that was perfect. I would have done that. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ian.
Of course you can.
I'll go find a bin for this. I'll go find a bin for this.
That's all right. Oh, there he is. Fabulous work. Nearly had it. Yeah, yes, you would have. Ah, man. I turned to you, Paul. I assume the publishers sent some copies this year. I did, yes. On your book. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, 2019, I'll never forget. Yeah, well, you had one. You had one you brought from home.
And they're like blaming me for moaning.
Yeah. In case I don't get the chance to say that next time, thank you very much. I'd love to show us the back of the story. It's brilliant. Thank you. I've been spreading the word.
Before you set up, there's 5 of these which you didn't sign. There's also one I've got which isn't numbered, but I'll keep that and then, I'll keep that and I'll bring it along to Dragon. Okay. Well, I have.
Seen it on eBay for 200 quid.
200 quid, yeah. And the lanyard, 50 quid. Same guy. That's,
I don't mind people giving them money so they can get what
should spend some time. Yeah.
Day one doing that.
And that's a starting bid either. It's not buy it now at 200 quid. It's the starting bid.
I don't think I'll sell.
No. Not when I stick mine on it. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ian. What I'll do... Yeah. I'll check through that box then, see if there's a missing number, and I'll number it out.
Okay.
Because they're all sort of sequential. Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much.
then each one, Matt is going to help me do the raffle tickets run around. Yeah. Do we try and set them out roughly in order? Try and put them in order.
There's a load of number ones.
Yeah.
There are 2 groups of 4.
Yeah, and that one's with the crease on the cover. So I'll put that one first. Is that the poster? Sorry, Fighting Fancy Fest 1. There's going to be several.
Signed by Stephen Lee.
Right, that's number 4.
This one, signed by Stephen Lee.
Oh, and that's the, right, okay. So that one is
14.
That's number 3. Right, okay. Bookmarks. Is that bookmarks? Okay.
What else do you need?
10 FF items, yep.
Card game.
Definitely a card game, yep. And Death Rock Dungeon published by Eidos.
That's
Right.
Death of Dungeons.
PC game.
Hello.
Can we have a photo with you quickly?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to come around there?
Yes, please.
Do you want me to do it?
Well done. Yeah.
Fart at Manchester, just do that one.
Well good, man.
Excellent. Temple of Terror, signed near mint. What's that? Temple of Terror. Near mint copy. It's not those.
Here it is.
All right. Okay. And then Island of Lizardkin.
Harry on and I gave up. Well, we didn't give up, but we put some of the cash stuff through
Right.
onto the tills because 4,000.
So
But
then it's Challenge
easy
Champions
over.
Wizard Edition.
Don't know how.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Black Sand.
Sand. Warlock 3, and then Warlock 5.
Anniversary.
So after all 5, that's that
9
one.
number ones, don't you?
Then we've got City of Thieves,
got the 9 number ones?
No.
So did these then the nine signed foreign editions?
Oh, I've got one of them. Sorry, that must be those, isn't it?
Yeah, that's on here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. I'll just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there might be one more.
That's a signed one. Is that it?
Is that with the troll page signed?
No. We'll put it in with there for now.
Okay. Warlock of Fart and yeah.
Troll page.
Oh, I see.
This.
Right. Wow. And then Warlock 1 to 3 Japan. Okay. I'll move on to this table.
Yeah.
Warlock, no, sorry, White Dwarf 5 and White Dwarf 9.
Sorcery 3 and 4.
Is that one with two items?
Clash of Princes, which I just
Matt,
saw
so if we can
here.
move it just over so we can make some more space here.
Places.
10th anniversary yearbook.
Traveller here.
Matt's going to just go on the big on the standard. Task of Tantalon, and then Task of the Solution. They're 4 different items, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Creature of Havoc signed Wizard Edition. Creature of Havoc signed Wizard again. And then the Scholastic one, is that? House of Hell Wizard, is that one? Warlock of Outer Mountain signed Wizard. That was that one. Catherine First Edition Fighting Fantasy. That's that. Slithering Reaver, yeah. Out of the Pit, which is here. Signed poster, that was one of these, isn't it? This one, I think. Take that off there, I think.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Sorry about a bit of a slow switch over, but picking up the bits of various body parts of John Robertson was a bit messy. So here we are, the annual, it's not even annual, the biannual auction of various Fighting Fantasy elements, raising some money for good things. More than usual, so I hope we're going to enjoy this. There's a few small ones to get us off. Just need the list. So, lot one. For those who haven't been to Fighting Fantasy Fest, I might want to catch up on the programs. The first 4 programs with number 3 with a little crease at the top. So, anybody interested in this little item? Who have not been to? Yeah. Let's start it off with, I think, £5. £5 I had bid. Anyone want to offer me 6? 6 at the back. 7 anywhere? 7? 10 here. 10 I have. 11. 11 going once. 20 we have. 25. There is another one set as well, by the way. 30. 30 we have. 30. I'm looking for 31 anywhere. 30 going once. 30 going twice. You all done? 35. Ninja. 35 going once. 35 going twice. You all done? I'm selling. Sold. Sold. I'm sorry that was sold. But, as I just said, we have another one, so it's sold. 35. 35, yeah, here. No, we were going to bid for this one too. Yeah, because this is there's no creases on this one. So, who wants to give me 20 for this to start it off? 25. I have 25. 25. I'm selling at 25. 35. 40. 40 going once. 45. 45 going once. Going twice. 50 going once. Going twice. Are you all done? Sold. The gentleman at the front. Well done. And now, in the same vein, we have Fighting Fantasy Fest, the first one, 2014, poster, signed by Steve Jackson. Of course, I'll sign it. I'm sure Jonathan will as well. If you want to buy this, the first Fighting Fantasy poster, but it's signed by Steve Jackson. So what am I a bit here? Are I 20 anywhere? 20. Do I have 25 anywhere? 25 I have. 30 anywhere? 30 I have. 35 anywhere? I'm selling at 35. Going once. Going twice. You're done? Okay. Yeah, I see it. 40 here. 40 going once. Selling at the front here. Going twice. You're done? 90. Did you say 90, sir? 90 I have. Bit of a preemptive strike there. 90 going once, 90 going twice. Are you all done? Sold. Do you want me? Well, congratulations. Do you want me to devalue it and sign it? I'll do that now before I forget. Whilst I'm signing that, next one's going to be Blood of the Zombies. Quality paper. Yo. That's very kind. Might be quicker to go to the back. There you go, mate. Got it. Bloody Zombies poster signed by me. Do I hear £10 anywhere? I have £10 at the back. Do I hear 15 anywhere? Obviously not as popular as some things. Yeah, all right, it was a hard book, I understand. 15 I have. 15 going once. 15 going twice. 20 we have. 20 going once. 20 going twice. You all done? Sold to the gentleman in the gods up there for 20. All right, the next thing we have is some bookmarks. We have, not so good with my left hand. In reverse order, we have Défi Fantastique, Scriptarian bookmark. We have a Wizard's Book bookmark. And we have a Puffin bookmark number 2. And just thrown in for a fun 2024 calendar from Hungary with an Ian McCaig on the front. So, 3 bookmarks on the calendar. Where am I bid here? £10 anywhere? 10 I have. 15 anywhere? 20 I have. 25 anywhere? 25 at the front. 30 at the back. 35. 35 at the front. 40 at the back. 45 at the front. I'm selling for 45. You all done? 50 going once. 55. 55 at the front. Do I hear 60? I have 60 going to 65. 65 going once. 65 going twice. You all done? Sold. Steve at the front. Thank you. This is just a bit of a laugh, this one. This is another one of those calendars. These are all signed by me, bits of ephemera. We've got the 2024 calendar. We've got a Biro Forester, Biro Festi, whatever it was called. Another Wizard, a book plate, number 24 of 100, book plate from Scholastic. Got the Death Trap Dungeon insert card, quite a rare one, that one, from the IDOS game. We have a Forest of Doom postcard, Blood of the Zombies postcard, as we know, not so popular as earlier. Return to Firetop Mountain, Hungarian cover edition postcard, and I think that's Assassins of Alancia postcard from Hungary. And which one is this? Fighting Fancy Fest 2 beer mat. So 10 items, bits of ephemera, got to be worth 10 quid. Anyone give me 10 quid there? All right, 15 anywhere. 15 I have. 20 anywhere. 20 I have. 25. 30 we have. 35. 50 we have here. 55. 55 I have. I'm selling for 55. Going once. Going twice. You all done? Thank you. Sell to the lady. We have yet another Death Trap Dungeon card game. Well, I can tell you they're down to my last 4 copies, having had about 300 a few years ago. So, Death Trap Dungeon card game, never been opened. 5 quid anywhere? £5. We've got lots of £5. Who wants to give me 10? 10 I have. 15 anywhere? 15 going once. 15, 20 going once. 20 going twice. You all done? 25 at the back. 20. Sorry? 30, okay. It's not that good. 30 going once, 30 going twice. You're all done. Thank you very much, to the lady on the side there. Continuing with the Eidos Death Trap Dungeon phase, we have a Eidos mint condition Death Trap Dungeon. Your chance to relive the adventures of John Robertson. 5 or anywhere? 5 I have. 10 anywhere? 10 I have. 15 anywhere? 15 at the back. 20 anywhere? 20 I have. 20, I'm looking for 25. I'm selling for 20. 25 at the back. 25 going once. 25 going twice. You all done? 30 in the front. Anyone want to pay 35 for this? Nope. I'm selling it once. Going twice. You all done? Sold. A gentleman in the middle there. At the back. And the last bit of Death Trap Dungeon stuff from Eidos. Yet another mint condition unopened PC game. Game wasn't as good as it's supposed to be, but nevertheless, it's a collector's item now, nevertheless. And it contains this and other stuff like a video game. So, do I have 20 quid anywhere for this game? 20 I have. 25 anywhere? 25, I'm looking for 25. I think I went for, I got 25 at the front, 30 anywhere? 30, 35 anywhere? 35 I have, 40 anywhere? 40 I have, 45 anywhere? 45 anywhere? I need to take my glasses off suddenly for reading, I can't see anything. People got their hands up, I don't even know about it. 45 I have at the front, looking for 50. 50 anywhere. I'm selling for 45, going once, going twice. Sold, well done. Okay, the last video game bit is the Warlock of Firetop Mountain DS game. Spectacularly mediocre game, might I say. But nevertheless, a very popular collector's item. I don't know why. Do I have 10 quid anywhere for this? 10 I have. 20, 50 I have. Do I have 55? 55 I have. 60. 70 I have. 75 anyway. 75 I have. 80 at the front. 100 at the back. It's a maybe, no here. So anyone want it for 110? That's the next step in this bidding. 110 I have. I'm looking for 120. 120, go on. Do you want to go on 130? Okay, I'm selling for 120, going once, going twice, all done. Sold, gentleman at the back, thank you very much. Now we have Temple of Terror, written by your favorite author in Puffin. It's virtually mint. There's a slight something here, but you can hardly see it. Temple of Terror, Puffin edition, first edition. Sign it if you wish. £2 anywhere? All right, £20 anywhere. 20 I have. 25 anywhere. I'm selling for £20. 25 I have. Do I have 30 anywhere? 30 I have. 35 anywhere? 35 I have. 40 anywhere? I'm selling for 35. 40 I have. 45? 45 I have. 50? Yes, good call. 50 I have. 55 anywhere? Thinking about it. It's only the same price of a cup of coffee. 55? No, you've got it for 50. If you want to bid against yourself, go ahead. That's fine with me. 50 going once, 50 going twice. You're all done. 55. Okay, more coffee thought. 60 I have. 65 or not? 60 I'm selling for 60. Going once, going twice. You're all done. Sold to you, Jen. Thank you. Next, we have a pristine copy of Island of the Lizard King. Zigzag edition, not the first edition, as you know, but still a mint zigzag. So what I have, I see 20 anywhere for this? What do you mean, no? Thank you. 20, yeah. 25 anywhere. 25. Island of the Lizard King, clearly very popular. Gonchong is going to get you if you don't bid. All right, 20 going once. 25 I have. 30 anywhere. 30 I have. Thank you. I'm selling for £30. We need to move this on a bit. Going once. Going twice. You're all done. Sold to gentleman in the middle. Thank you. Next, we have a Wizard edition of Trial of Champions. £5 anywhere. 5 I have. 10 anywhere. 10 selling Trial of Champions for a £5. Feel humiliated. Yeah. £10 there, yeah. 15 anywhere. I'm selling for 10. Going once, going twice, you're done. Sold to you, sir. And next, we have a mint condition of Black Sand. You. Never been opened. £10 anywhere. Yep, 10 I have. 15. Yep, 20 anywhere. 20 we have. 25 anywhere. 25, I'm selling for 20. 25 I have. 30 anywhere. 30 I have. 35. I'm selling for 30, going once, going twice. You're done. Sold. Up and down, up the stairs again. Well done. Next we have a mint condition copy of Warlock 3. 5 anywhere. 10, 15, it's to you now, 15, 20 anywhere, 20 I have at the back, 25 anywhere, 20 going once, 20 going twice, you're all done, 25, just beat the hammer there, 30 anywhere, I'm selling for 25, going once, going twice, you're all done, sold to young Mark at the back. Now we have Warlock 5, similarly great, amazing condition. 10 quid anywhere, 10 I have, 15 anywhere, 15 I have, 20, looking for 20, 20 I have at the back, looking for 25, 25 I have, looking for 30, or you'll be running up the stairs again. I'm selling for 25, going once, going twice. Off you go, sold. Right. Becoming an increasingly popular collector's item, but in mint condition. Warlock, a fire top mounted 25th edition, signed by both myself and Steve Jackson. 20 quid anywhere, 20 I have, looking for 25, 25 I have, 30 anywhere, 30, 35, 40 anywhere, 40 I have, 50 anywhere, 50 I have, 60, I'm looking for 60, 60 I have, 70 anywhere, 70 in the front, looking for 80 80 I have behind you. 90 anywhere? 80 I'm selling for once, going once. 90 I have. 100 I have. Going once. Going twice, you're all done. So there's a gentleman there halfway up for 100. Next we have an almost mint copy of City of Thieves, just a little bit of edge rubbing on the spine, but otherwise pretty good. Bit yellowed, but never been played. 10 quid anywhere? City of Thieves, 10 I have. At the back, do you want it 15? 15, yeah. 20 anywhere? 20 anywhere? 20 I have. 25 anywhere? 20 is going to be selling for 20. First edition. Going once. 25 I have. Do I have 30? 30 I have. 35 anywhere? I'm selling for 30. Going once. 35, 40 I have. Going once. Going twice. You're all done. Sold. Same guy. 40. I'm just going to do a quick count up. It says 9, but I think I only got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's actually 8 copies of the Warlock at Firetop Mountain in various languages, including hardback Italian, hardback Polish, Iranian, Danish, something else, French again, another one I don't understand. So 8 languages. Warlock Firetop Mountain, God, it'll be worth 20 quid somewhere. 20 I have. Do I have 25 anywhere? Yeah, 25. 30 anywhere? 30 I have. 40 anywhere? 40 I have. 50 anywhere? 60 anywhere? Yeah. 70 anywhere? 70 I have. 80 anywhere? That's only 10 quid a book. 80 I have. 90, I'm looking for 90. Anyone wanting this for 90? Sorry? 100. 100. I'm looking for 110. 110 at the front. 120 anywhere? Selling for 110. I'm selling it for 110, going once, going twice. You're all done. Sold to... This gentleman's got everyone apart from Warlock of Firetop Mountain, apart from the white labeled Spanish one. If you have one, you could really get a lot of money for it. Right. And now a star piece. This is a spread from the Warlock of Firetop Mountain, a page from the book, signed by Steve, Russ Nicholson, and myself. So... we'd like to start off with £50 for that. 50 I have. 60 anywhere? 60 I have. 70. The late, great R.I.P. Russ Nicholson. God bless his soul. It's a troll. I've forgotten where we are now. I think we're on 70 with somebody. Anyone want to give 80 for this? 80 we have. 90 we have at the front. Anyone want to do 100? 100 I have. 110 anywhere? 110 we have. 120 anywhere? 120 I have. 130? No, 120 we're selling at 120. Going once? 130. 140 anywhere? 140 we have. 150 anywhere? We're selling for 140, going once, going twice. You all done? Sold to the gentleman in the middle. Thank you. The next item is 3 Japanese editions of Warlock. Warlock 1, 2, 3. I think they only did 3 editions of Warlock magazine in Japan. So, who wants to give me a tenner for these? 10 we have. 15 anywhere? 15 we have. 20 anywhere? 20 we have. 25? We're selling for £20. 30 we have. 35 anywhere? We have 30. Going once. Going twice. You all done? Sold for £30. Moving swiftly on. We now have a mint issue of White Dwarf number 5. Who'd like to bid £20 for that? 30 anywhere? 40 anywhere? I'm looking for 50. 50 I have. 60 anywhere? It's you at the back with 50. I'm looking for 60. 60 I have in the middle. Looking for 70. I'm selling for 60. Seems like a bargain to me. 70 at the front. 80. 90 we have. You want 100? It's only about 10 quid a page. 100 at the back. I'm looking for 110. I'm selling for 100. Going once. 110 I have. Looking for 120. I'm selling for 110. Going once. Going twice. I'm going to sell it. Sold to gentleman in the middle. Thank you. Mint condition, White Dwarf number 9. Do I hear £10 anywhere for White Dwarf number 9? At the back I have £10. Looking for 15. 15 I have. 20 anywhere? 20 I have. 25 I have. 25, we're selling for 25. Are you all done? Selling White Dwarf number 9, mint condition for £25. Going once. Going twice. All done. Sold, Stephen. Okay, we now have Steve Jackson's Sorcery. I can't remember if it's signed or not. It is signed. Sorcery 3, signed by Steve Jackson in his famous red pen. 20 quid anywhere? 20 I have. Looking for 25. 25 I have. Looking for 30. 30 I have. Looking for 35. 35. I'm selling for 30 at the front. No, it's yours already. Looking for 35. I'm selling here for 30. Going once. Going twice. You all done? Sold. Yes. This Sorcery 4, signed by Steve. 20 quid anywhere? 20 quid I have. 25 anywhere? 25 I have. 30 anywhere? Selling for 25, going once, going twice. You're all done. Sold for 25. Clash of Princes, never been opened. Box set. Very, very nice. 20 quid anywhere? Yeah, 30. There's 20 at the back. Do you want it for 30? I have. And the lady in the middle. 35, 40, 45, 50. 50 I have. No, 50. I'm selling for 50. Mint condition, never been out of the box. 55, 60 anywhere? 60 I have, 65, 65 I have. Looking for 70. No more bids. Selling once. Going twice. All done. Sold on the left here, 65. Now have the 10th anniversary yearbook in good mint condition, signed by Steve and myself. 20 quid anywhere? Yeah, 20 quid I have. 30 anywhere? And 30? 30 I have. 40 anywhere? 35 anywhere? Oh, 35 you have, yeah. 40 anywhere? 40 I have. 45 anywhere? 45 I have. 50 anywhere? 50 at the front. 55 anywhere? 55 at the back. I'm looking to you. 60. It's 55 at the back. 60 at the front. Selling for 60 at the front. Going once. Going twice. All done. 65, sorry. 65 on the side. 70 at the front. 70, going once, going twice, you all done? Sold for 70 at the front. Next is Starship Traveller. Signed by Steve, first edition, Puffin. Wants to offer, give me 20 quid for that. 20 quid I have. 25 anywhere? 20? 25 I have. 30 anywhere? I'm selling for 25 in the middle. Going once. 30 we have. 35 I have. 40 anywhere? Go on, 40, yes. 45 anywhere? I'm selling, am I right here for, what am I selling it for? 40. Anyone want it for 45? Going once, 45, 50. 50. Going once, going for 50, going twice. You're all done. Sold to the gentleman on the right, thank you. We now have a mint condition Star Strider. The only reason why it isn't 100% mint is somebody's written a 27 on the spine in black ink. Might come off, I don't know. Is it signed by anybody? It's signed by Steve Jackson. So who wants to give me a tenner for this? Tenner I have. 15 anywhere? Silent room. 15 at the front, 20 at the back, 20 anywhere? 20 I have, 25, 25 I have, 30. Selling 25, going once, going twice. You all done? Sold. Right, now we have Tasks of Tantalon. And I should warn you, following Tasks of Tantalon is going to be the solution. So, who wants to give me £15 for Tasks of Tantalon? Yes, I have 15. 20 anywhere? 20. 25 I have. 30 anywhere? 25 going once. 30 I have. 35 I have. Anyone want to give me 40? 40 I have. 45? 40 going once. 40 going twice. All done. Sold in the middle. Thank you. Next we have the rather rare Solutions. But not that rare that there isn't another one, by the way. But they are very rare indeed. This has got a slight crease, nothing damaging on the middle. So, who's going to start me off at 30 quid on this? Who can Forge, Steve Jackson's, yes. Yes, it is signed. They're both signed. So who wants to give me 30 quid for this? Yep, 30 I have. 40 anywhere? 40 I have. 45 anywhere? 45. 50 we have. 55. 60 we have. 65. 70. 100. 110. 120. 120. 125. 130. Look, 140. 150. $150 going once. 160 going once. 170. It'd be great if you get the next one for a tenner, wouldn't it? Where are we? 170 with you, sir. Thank you. 180 anywhere? 180. 180 going once. 190 going once. 190 going twice. You all done? So the gentleman on the left here. Well done, thank you. Now we have another tasso tantalon. £10 I have, 20 we have, 30 we have, 40 anywhere. I'm selling for 30. Tasso tantalon. I'll sell for 35 if anyone wants to bid 35. Otherwise I'm selling, going once, going twice, all done. Well done, £30. As if by magic, a signed copy of Tasso Tantalon, The Solution. Who wants to give me 50 quid for this? I have 50. 60 any, 60 I have. 70 anywhere. 70 I have. 80? 80 I have. 80 going once. 100. It's 100 between you two. I don't know which one. 110. They're back. 120? Who said 200? 200 going once. Feel better now, don't you? $200 going once. 200 going twice. You all done? So well done, sir. Just been to the cash point. Okay, now a signed Creature of Havoc. Mint, Wizard edition. Who wants to give me £15 for this? 15 and a half, 20 anywhere. 20, 25 anywhere. 20 going once, 20 going 25 we have, 30 anywhere, 30 we have, 30, 35 anywhere, I'm selling for 30, going once, going twice, 35, 40, going once, going twice, you all done? Sold to the gentleman in the yellow hair. Here we go again, here's another Creature of Havoc. Signed by Steve Jackson, the same Steve Jackson. Have 20 anywhere? 20 we have. 25 anywhere? Market economics going on here. Supply and demand. Makes more than one person to make a market. So it's going for 20 at the moment. Do you hear 25 anywhere? 25, 25. Signed by Steve. Going once. Going twice. Are you all done? Sold. Sorry. You can sell it to him for 25. Now we have Creature of Havoc by Steve Jackson. Scholastic version, signed, mint, £5 anywhere. 5 we have, 10 anywhere, 10 at the back, 15 anywhere. Who said go on? All right, hello. 15 we have, 20 anywhere. I'm selling for 15, going once, going twice, we're going to move it along, all done, sold. Now we've got House of Hell by Steve Jackson. I think it's signed. It is indeed. The special edition from Wizard. £10 anywhere. 10 I have. 15. Anywhere, 15. I'm looking for 10. I got 10. Selling. Anyone want to give me 15 for this? 15 we have. 20 anywhere, 20 at the back. Selling for 20, going once. Selling twice. Sold to the back of the room. What the hell? Right, moving along. There's not a lot more to do now. What was that? Okay, Warlock, Firetop Mountain. It's a fighting fantasy game book. So, Wizard Special. It's signed by both me and Steve. Looks pretty minty. 10 quid anywhere? 10 I have, 15. I'm looking for 15, 15 I have, 20 I have, 25. Looking for 30. 30. 30 I have, looking for 35. 35 I have, looking for 40. 40 I have, looking for 45. 45. 50. 50, I'm selling it for 50, going once. 50 going twice, you all done? 55, looking for 60. 60, thank you. 65, looking for 60, 65? 65 I have, looking for 70. Looking for 70. 65, I'm selling at 65, going once, going twice. How much? 75, preemptive strike. 75 going once. 80. 80 going once. 80 going twice. You all done? Sold. Well done. Thank you. Now we have Fighting Fantasy by Steve Jackson, a role-playing game. Probably signed. Yep, signed. Who would like to give me 20 quid for that? 20 we have, 25 anyway, 25 at the back, looking for 30. 25, I'm selling for 25. 30 I have at the back, looking for 35 anywhere. 35 I have, looking for 40. 40 at the very back. 45 anywhere. 45 I have, looking for 50. Selling for 45, going once. 50 on the side here, I'm selling for 50, going once. 55 I have at the back. I'm selling 55, going once, going twice. Sold to you, sir. Now have the Riddling Reaver to go with Fighting Fantasy. 10 quid anywhere? 10 we have. Signed by Steve. Certainly. Maybe not. Yeah, it is signed. So 10 I have, look at 15. 15 on the side. 20 I have. 25 I have. 30 I have. 35 I have. 40 I have. 45 at the back. 50 at the front. 55 at the back. I'm selling for 55, going once, 60 in the middle, 65? 65 I have. I'm selling for 65. 75, I'm selling at 75, going once, 80. 85, I'm looking for, selling for 80. 85, I have, looking for 90. 90, looking for 95, I'm selling for 90, going once. 90, going twice. You're done. Sold to you at the back, sir. Right, we have a rather good, excellent condition out of the pit. There's a little bit of sun, not damage, but loss of color on the spine, but nothing else. It's signed by Steve. I'll happily sign it as well if you want it signed. Who wants to give me 20 quid for that? Yep, 20, 25 at the back, 30 we have, 35, 40, 40 I have, 40 I have, I'm selling for 40, 50 I have, 55, 55, 60, 60 I have, 65 anywhere, 65 at the back, 70 anywhere, I'm selling for 65, 75, 75 going once, 75 going twice, you're done. Sold to the gentleman in the middle. Right, back on the posters. A puffin poster, rather embarrassing, and one of Steve and I stuck up a tree. No idea why that happened, but got me a laugh, and we both signed it. Steve signed it twice. 20 quid anywhere? Quite a rare poster. 20 I have at the back. 25 anywhere? 25 I have. 30 anywhere? 30 at the back. 35. 35 I have. 40 anywhere? 45 I have. 50. 50 I have. 60 I have. 60 I'm selling for 60. Going 65 I have. Going you sure? Lists all the books at the back. Now I've lost it again. Who had 65 there? 65. I'm looking for 70. 70 we have. Go 75 anywhere. 70. I'm selling for 70. Going once. 75 I have. Looking for 80. Selling for 75. Going once. Going twice. You all done? Sold. We're overrunning a little bit, but we should be done in 5 minutes. The next is another poster. This is a fantastic poster, I thought, using a lot of Russ Nicholson artwork. The first one that Puffin did, a bit of a labyrinth. Does look good framed. So, what am I bid for this poster? I'd like to start it off at least 30 quid. You want to give me 30 quid for this? 50 right in the middle. He wants to give me 100. 100. I'm looking for 100. 150. 150 I have. I'm selling for 150. 160 I have. 170 I have. 180. 180 I have. 190. 200. 250 I have. I've got another 6 at home. That's not true, by the way. 250 here at the moment, isn't it? 260 anywhere? You know you want to. I'm selling for 250. Going once, going twice. You all done? Sold to gentlemen there. A big hand there. A more modern piece to be framed is the Alancia map by Irene McGee, signed by Steve and myself. A really nice paper. Who would like to give me £10 for this? 10 I have. 20 anywhere? 20 I have. 30 at the back. 50 at the front. Nice map of Alancia. 50. I'm looking for 60 I have at the back. Do you want 70? Selling at the back for 60, 70 at the middle, looking for 80, 80 I have, 90, looking for 90, looking for 100. 100, I'm selling for 90, going once, 100 bid, looking for 110, 110, looking for 120, going once for 110, going twice, you're done. Sold to the gentleman in the middle. Quite a unique piece, this. It's from the Hungarian edition of Rihanna Pritchard's Crystal Storms and signed by Steve Jackson. Is a wheelie mini poster. Who wants to give me a 5 for this? 10 anywhere? 15 anywhere? 20 anywhere? 20 we have on the right. 25 anywhere? 25. Looking for 30. Something for 25? 30 I have. 35 anywhere? 30. I'm selling for 30. Going once? 35. I have 2 people at 35. Okay, 40, gentleman in the hat, 40 going once, 50 in the middle. 55 anywhere? Okay, I'm selling for 50, going once, going twice, all done, sold, well done. I'm selling my used Sharpie. Sold! Last item in the auction today is come from Jonathan Green. It's a fan-made copy of Howl of the Werewolf, number 62. John, if you want to tell us anything more about it. Obviously, I can't do anything because it's wrapped in cling film.
It's made by a guy called Darren, and I think some of you might know his work. So he's created this edition of Howl of the Werewolf as if it had been published by Puffin Books, and he's donated it for charity. So.
He wants to give me 20 quid for that. 30 anywhere. 40 anywhere. 40 I have there in the middle. 50. 50 I have. 60 we have. 70 we have. 80 anywhere. 100 at the back. 110 in the middle. Looking for 120. It's green. 120. 20. 120. I'm selling for 120, going once, going twice. 130. Do you want it 140, 150? 150 going once. 150 going twice. All done. Sold to the gentleman on the left. Thank you very much. That concludes the auction for this year. Thank you very much for your contributions. John Green's your man for the next stage of this. And then John Robertson is going to destroy you.
So if you've won an item, please can you go to my table outside, dead opposite, where we will settle up. You'll have your ticket verified, and then you can bring it back to collect it. We have, the dark room, a very special performance will follow. And I'd just like to thank everybody for coming. All the staff at the university here, all the volunteers in their Trial Master T-shirts. I couldn't have done it without them. All of our guests, and of course, our guests of honour, Ian McCaig and Sir Ian Livingstone. And last of all of you, you are the heroes. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
That's all right. Yeah. Thanks, John. Excellent day.
Thank you for coming.
I'll give you a fist bump.
Thank you for coming. Hope they've had a good time. Well done. Cheers. Yeah, so the table dead opposite, they'll sort out the payments. I need to give Mrs. Willett. Do you need a mic? Yep. That one's the one.
Yeah, I need a mic. How will the lights get handled, brother?
That's Joe up in the AV booth, which has got the window.
Joe in the AV booth will do it?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, mate. Yeah, good. How are you? Yes. Oh. It'd be great to catch up with someone. Oh, that'd be lovely. Yeah. Well, I mean, oh, good. Yeah, great. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, let's have a chat. Let's have an online chat. I'm going over to the US a fair bit. I'll be back there at least twice next year, if not more. It'd be lovely. That'd be really, just
We're connected somewhere, like
well, whichever one works. Yeah, that'd be nice. Ping me a ding. Yes, please.
Nice one,
Hope you're enjoying California.
I'm coming back towards your show in a minute.
Oh, good. I've seen the set. Thank you. Hello.
Is it longer than an hour?
No, it's an hour.
Okay, I might no. It's just because I've got a duck foot.
No, it's an hour. Don't worry. No,
If I
don't
left
worry.
early, but if it's an hour,
It's going for an hour.
Okay.
Yes. No, there was.
Didn't want to miss it. It didn't come through earlier. But I also didn't, I feel bad like.
No,
even if.
Oh, look, I wouldn't have even noticed. Don't worry. Thank you. One hour. 1 hour. 1 hour. Yeah, do not let the thing fool you. It's 1 hour. brother. Right.
What is it you would like or need?
We're going to need, the feed from my laptop up to the screen, please. Thank you. Miracle accomplished. Next stop, you got access to these beautiful looking lights?
Yeah.
Sweet. In that case, the fanciest version of it is I'd really like it if the room was blue, and these other lights you have, the workers are off.
Yeah.
And when I shout the words, you die, you die, you die, I'd like the room to flash red, but not in a strobing way. If that's not possible, the easiest version of it would be when it's time to start, these lights would go off, and then at the end they come back on.
I can definitely do blue. I'm not sure I can do flashing red.
That's fine. Blue is good. In that case, fine. What we'll do is I've got a cordless mic. We'll have the show, we'll have the lights be blue. I'll go and take a cordless mic over there. When it's time for the show to start, just fade everything out so it's all black. I will narrate an intro over a video, so you'll just need to write the levels so I can be heard. And then out I come, and then you just bring the lights back to blue and just keep them there until the end of the show. And I'll go, let's get those lights up. And then you just give us this.
I think I'm told I'm not allowed a complete blackout.
That's fine.
For health and safety reasons. So I go to 1%, which is like basically off.
That's
but
fine.
not quite
Well,
off.
also, there's no way it'll be a complete blackout because we're going to have light coming off the screen anyway, so that's perfect. Thanks, Joe. And that'll take audio through the system, will it? Because I want audio off this.
Asking here because
Like, will it come through the HDMI?
sometimes it does.
Okay.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, well, we can run a little test. Just give me a minute, buddy. Yes, you bloody know.
How do you think?
Yeah. Oh, there it is, all good. Don't be silly about this, it's allowed. Good. So, oh yeah. Good, well here comes. Good stuff. And do you have access? Okay, that's fine. Do you have access to that volume up there? Alright, then I'll... we're at a uni. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I'll go do sort out some lighting.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll start getting set up. And yeah, great. Thanks, man. Thank you very much. Beauty. All right. Hello.
I need to shout.
Get your mic. Get a mic.
Is there a blue badge holder here who's parked in the main car park? Registration number HF24WHD. Right.
Oh,
So-
where am I going to go? I just need to connect my
Okay.
So,
Which
Starship Traveller.
Right.
So yeah.
And also, I've got to pick up the one you signed for me
Yes.
earlier.
I'll just let them know it's. Thank you.
I've got to retire for the day actually, so I will see you next time.
Thanks again.
Thanks for organising that.
Oh, well. Right.
What time?
Don't want to interrupt your friend.
Yep.
Just a quick ETA on when this will finish. Just because I've got a plan myself.
7:30.
Okay, thanks, man.
Yeah, around about 7:30. Whenever it starts, it'll come down an hour after that.
I can do that.
No
So
worries.
I'll
Thank
stay.
you, friend.
Thanks, man.
Legend. Thank you. Ah. Yay. All right. Ah. Howdy, folks. Once we clear the line, then we'll kick off. So this could happen any time between, today and tomorrow. Wouldn't worry about it. We've got till 8. No, we bloody don't. I wasn't booked till fucking 8. No, you're okay. You enjoy yourself. Don't worry. I would leave the signing table in the middle of the stage too. That seems clever. Oh, that's very good. Ooh. Good on you, Joe. That's great.
private as well, you know? No, we get on very well. Yeah?
Yeah.
Just roast you in public.
Well, I mean, why not? That's the basis of the friendship. If he was like that in private and pleasant in public, we'd never get on.
That's true.
Yeah, no, he's a lovely fella.
Yeah.
Such a saucy old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, in my family, it's considered rude if you don't insult the other person.
I understand.
So it's like that's how we show our love. It's like rude to
My
someone.
mother thinks that's the game, and then she becomes insulted, and you realise, oh, okay, actually.
Hey, you went too far.
Well, with Mum, anything is too far. You know?
Right.
Nice hat, Mum. What do you mean? It's like, oh, okay. Right.
Well,
Yeah,
you'll get there eventually.
No,
hopefully.
no, we're getting in the neighbourhood.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Oh, no, you're okay. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. No rush.
I can't talk right now. I'm going sorry.
Okay, Joe up in the tech desk. Are you ready, mate? Yeah, okay. Right, yep, come in. Yep. Right, the dark room is starting now. If anyone's coming in, you're welcome at any time, of course, but pop on by. Right. No! See? All right, then. Okay, Joe, we'll need you to drop those lights, mate. That's the drop? That's okay. Yeah, outstanding. All right. Fighting Fantasy Fest. Are you ready? I say again, are you ready? Then let's begin. Oh yeah! We are about to play a game that is super easy, like your mum. The rules are simple. Rule 1, find the light switch. Rule 2, find your family. Rule 3, escape the dark room. If you escape, you get £1,000. If you fail, you die, you die, you die. And now, clap your hands and we're to the stage, the dark room. Yes, sir! You are now inside the world's only live-action video game. Activating graphics. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ah. Now, before we do anything else, Joe on the tech, I'm not going to lie, you could probably take out the lights that aren't blue. The room is not, there we go. Now then. Ah. Ah. Now, friends, if you are alive, make a noise for me now. Congratulations. The torch is not. You have. Anyone got a phone? Give me the phone. Thank you. And the show is saved. Thank you, friend. Now, if you are alive, make a noise for me now. Congratulations! You have survived 5 years of the entire planet playing itself on hard fucking mode. You have survived the COVID main story. Ooh. Eluded the monkeypox DLC. Made it through weird expansion. What is that Chinese balloon? Survived the highlight of last year. Hey, maybe leave the Titanic the fuck alone. And survived the best part of 2024 so far. It doesn't matter how many video games Gen Z plays, they still can't aim a fucking rifle. And you have survived the 3.5 years that was the auction we just saw. Now, which is still going on outside. You've got a knighthood, you don't need more money. Now, if you were born ever, a noise. Nice to be sure. If you were born in the, I don't know, 1940s, let me know. No, they were wiped out in the main story. 1950s? Same joke. 60s? You're meant to sound like you're stoned, not like you're about to tell me to get off your fucking lawn. 1970s? Look at the difference cocaine makes to a generation. Now, I was created in the 1980s. If any of you here I love that sound, that sweet, underachieving sound. For that sound proves something. Our generation still has energy, for we are the first generation to accomplish nothing. And it's wonderful. Everyone prior to us has done something of conceivable use. They put a man on the moon. They've cured a disease. You 70s kids are getting so old, you remember Jesus when he was a boy. You remember, don't you, the little long-haired Jewish boy? Used to come around the house, used to throw him in the pool. He used to bounce off. Is there anyone here who was born in the 90s? Hello, both of you. Also, if you do want to come in, just come in, no trouble. There's literally, at no point will the show make sense. You've missed nothing. Friends, beautiful 90s children, understand this. Back in the day, I would have made fun of you for being young. But the year is 2024. Tick fucking tock, 90s children. Each of you now has a prostate and it doesn't work. Anyone born in the 2000s? Yay! Oh, how nice to sit with people your own age. How fun. Listen to me, you little embryo. I have personal problems older than you. I have Tamagotchis older than you. And I like them better, and they're dead. And just so we can feel the icy grip of the Grim Reaper upon all of us, is there anyone here born in the 2010s? Good. As I have sworn 6 times that I intend to continue, the person who lent me the phone, how old are you? 16. 16. Don't go through puberty all at once, mate. 16. Do you like video games? Yes. What do you play? Minecraft, you walking fucking stereotype. My God, Minecraft is just Lego for people too lazy to Lego. No. I am of the glorious 1980s. And back in the 80s, our video games didn't need your fancy graphics or multiplayer or fun. We had text-based adventure games. And if you have ever played a text-based adventure game, you know there are 2 words that shouldn't have been in that sentence, and they are adventure and game. But that is what we are about to do. If you are called upon to play, 4 options will appear up on the screen behind me. You pick one of the 4, you try to escape the dark room. If you succeed, I will leave this place with you. We will go together to an ATM. I will withdraw £1,000. I will hand it to you. It will, all in all, look quite suspiciously. But if you fail, you will die. But don't be alarmed. No player goes home empty-handed. Behold, the Table of Wonders. Tonight, on the Table of Wonders, this flamboyant potato. A joke that works so much better if Sainsbury's doesn't cut the fucking top of it. There is also some other shit, and the possibility of winning a chair. Now, good luck. Now, at this time, I will have a player. And I wish for someone who has never been to the darkroom before. Show me such a person. Who will play? Who amongst you? Who? Friend, I see that there has been some polite raising of the hands. I need to lean in. Come here, lean in. Come here, lean in. Thank you, good leaning, well done. You are correct. Right, now friends, understand this. I will give you a lot of noise during this show. I will see noise and I will hear movement. Who will play? Who? You will play, for you are the one most geographically convenient to me. Right, sit down. Fuck's wrong with you? What is your name? Chris. No. They do not like this name. You will be called Darren. Do you like that name? Shut up, Darren! Darren, you are weak to find yourself in a dark room. Pick an option, Chief. Why? Because it's dark, Darren, and a room, Darren, and you're awake in it, Darren. Go. Is that the problem, is it? This is you. Shh. Oh, I'm in a dark room. You open your eyes. The room is actually dark. Dang it. Such nice Christian swears. Dang it, what a hecking time we're having. Pick an option, friend. Really? And how will you open your mind? Smash skull into the wall! Congratulations! You have picked the least harmful of those 4 options. You take your skull. Your skull thinks it can break the wall. The wall thinks it can break your skull. The wall is right. You die. You die. You die. You die. Clap your hands for the man. This is what we're doing for the next hour. A prize for the young gentleman. Friend, yes, congratulations. You have won a feat of strength. And now another. Who amongst you? Who will play? Who? Yes! And now I will point out again, friends, not just silently raising hands, make noise as well. That's how he got it. Could have been yours. Friend, what is your name? No! Darren is your name. You have not given me wood, tree. No, thanks. Now, what is it you do, friend? You teach. Now, there's no shame in it. Is that a government school? No, then there is shame, it isn't. Just me and the boys having a smoker, a little bit of crumpets. Oh, I love money. Right! Do you teach a topic? Yes. What is it? Games. Oh, good on you. Well then, let's see if your fun little theories match up in any way to practice. Because you see, I've had people who do game design come down and see my show, and what they haven't figured out is the secret is my game is badly designed. So here we go. Now, is your school very fancy? Are you a master? Yes. You are? No, you're a university lecturer. Oh, I see. Outstanding. You'll be known as Submissive Darren. Right. Submissive Darren, you are weak to find yourself in a dark room. Pick an option, Chief. Light switch. Really? Are you so pressed for time you couldn't say find light switch? Really? You ever just gone into a McDonald's and just gone Mac? Not even specifying the size and then had a fucking computer thrown at you? Say find light switch. How will you find the light switch? You're in a dark room. You need the light switch to see. Do you see? We know. That is why you need to. How will you find the light switch? You're in a dark room. You need the light switch to see. Do you see? Bullshit, you see! You're in a dark room. Are you? All right, buddy, this is you. Shh. Oh, I'm in a dark room. I don't see. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Hey! You jump! The Super Mario in you tells you there might be a hidden block above. Congratulations! You have found something. Oh. There's a 10-inch meat spike in the ceiling. It impales you through the skull. I've no choice but to inform you. You die! You die! You die! You die! Clap your hands for old tree. A prize! Hey, friend, do you like aging Tories? No? Oh, I see. Now, shut up, mate. They fund that fucking uni you work for. Friend, you have won a Jeremy Clarkson DVD. Oh, I've just realized it's called Thriller. Finally, someone genuinely harmful associated with that word. Now, yeah, I know, a topical Michael Jackson joke. In 2024, the man's a genius. Now, who now? Who amongst you? Who? You. Yes, you, friend. What is your name? No. Darren. Where are you from? Ah, marvelous. Amsterdam? I was right. Amsterdam. And that was a fun game of British colonialism. Where are you from? Whatever I fucking call it. No! Marvelous. Now then. All right. Are you ready? You'll be known as Darren Van Darren. DVD. Right. Darren Van Darren. You awake to find yourself in a dark room with the new options. Go on, Chief. This is the tutorial, mate. Shop! Hello, friend. Welcome to the shop. Here in the shop, we can exchange real-life money for imaginary objects. Do you have any money on you? Then the shop is closed. Go. Okay. This is you. Oh, I'm in a dark room. No money. This is you. Crying Dutchly. Now that you have cried, what other emotionally healthy thing will you do? Oh, you sack of shit. Oh, you're one of those Dutch influencers we've never heard of and aren't expected to know. Right. Fine, this is you. Rather than going and making any of your own content, you take some of mine. You put it in a little box in your video and sit there going, ooh, what's all this about? Ooh, a bit weird. You get 100,000 more views than I do. You do not die, but you fucking should. Go on, chap. Fuck you. I wanted to go to a different event, but here we are. Right. Ah, that's not true. I'm delighted to be here. Friend, what game would you enjoy? That's lucky.
Impoverished and of variable accent, you leave your family to seek your fortune on the sea. You reach a lighthouse, which is at least near the sea. Your only duties are keeping the light and not contracting smallpox. But there is a ship coming, and its name is the USS Smallpox. It carries a cargo of smallpox. You have 3 weeks.
Oh. 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 Oh, it is I, a similar looking and sounding and yet different character. Oh. Oh, H.B. Samson, cunt. You've done it to yourself now. This, my first day of keeping a lighthouse, when I have no idea how to keep a lighthouse. Fortunately, I am insane. And all of my choices are made for me by some Dutch guy. Oh, Flying Dutchman, Darren, what will we do? Keep the lighthouse. That makes sense. How will we keep the lighthouse? Hasten to Nando's, you tiny fool! Rather than, in any way, trying to keep the lighthouse, you piss off to buy some delicious peri-peri chicken. The USS Smallpox crashes in. You die! You die! You die! You die! Clap your hands for the man! Prizes! Such prizes! My friend, do you like bread? You like bread? Bread for you. Huh? Bread. Yes. Inbred? Bread. How are you with having it thrown at you? Oh, I wish the jury to note that he has leant forward with his mouth open, which I'm not going to lie seems very wishful, but not great for the insurance. Get your hands up, friend. All right, you ready? You want this on easy or hard mode? Hard. Right then. In that case, let's throw it from the point that'll inconvenience the most people. Yep, there we go. However, would I have guessed that at Fighting Fantasy Fest there'd be a lot of glasses in the room? Yeah, probably angle yourselves a bit, friends, not going to lie. As I, like you, was not great at sport at school, and yep, I'm not going to lie, I can see the trajectory for this already, and we're in the shit. Here we go, friends. Hoi. It's fine. I have more bread. You shall have this on medium mode. Hoi. Yes. Also, as I come up there, some discoveries are made. This thing is not safe. Now, it was always leaning. Don't you gaslight me, you prick. No. I will have another player. Ho, 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 ho. Let's see. Oh, down there. Then why? Oh, you. You will play. What is your name? Yes. And what is it you do, friend? Finance. Ah, marvelous. Were you in any way involved in the great financial crash of 2008? Maybe. Outstanding. You'll be known as morally compromised, Darren. Where are you from, Chief? Where in Australia? Sydney. Ah, you'll be known as cocaine, Darren. And I will switch to Australian mode. Fucking g'day, how are you? Fucking get amongst the door, fucking You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Struth, it's better than the ones they have in Melbourne, eh? Right, pick an option. What, to Queensland? You're a fucking idiot. You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. How can you be sure? You're in a dark room. Go. Oh, what power-up will you use? Walk without rhythm. This is you. Shh. Oh, I'm in a dark room. Excellent. Why are you doing this stupid thing? Don't ever call my penis that in public again. Pick an option. Really? This is you. Shh. Oh, I'm in a dark room. Oh! Oh! Oh, I hope. Oh, I hope. Oh, I hope I've got feet. One! Two! Wouldn't you, in fact, prefer any of these 4 rhyming options? Oh, would you like to complete the game? Okay. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. What a rare decision you have made. Pick an option, Chief. Why? Because it's dark, Darren, and a room, Darren, and you're awake in it, Darren. Oh, what DLC will you download? Also, just quietly, that better not be with Australian money. I looked up the exchange rate today. 0.51 per pound. Ugh. Pick an option. Outstanding. An old man appears before you. Hello. He turns around and opens his anus. His Elden Ring expands. It chews your face off. You die. You die. You die. You die. Clap your hands for Sydney. A prize! A prize! Oh, yes, you have won all of the discarded auction tokens. They have more value than your currency. Now, at this time, yes, we will now have what I call the passive-aggressive co-op round. Ooh. In this round, 2 people must play together. And they will be the people I feel will get on the least well. Has anyone, over the course of today's beautiful convention, made an enemy? He's left now. No, your enemy is right here, friend. Now, you played before, didn't you? No. Would you like to play now? Oh, we can do. Yes, please, sir. Hello. This one of your bloody students, is it? He's very well behaved. Who are you? And leave him alone. Right. Now, my darling, what is your name? Darren. Yes. What do you do? I'm an office manager. An office manager. What form of office? A boring small office. Now, I need you to know that years ago, before he was a cunt, Ricky Gervais made a lot of money out of a boring small office. So don't you sell yourself short. You could write an excellent sitcom and then after 20 years of money, become an absolute fascist wanker. I say this with all the love in the world. You've already got the haircut. So, you'll have a shave later. Yeah, don't miss under the nose. Right. You're a very nice man, but you'll be known as Fascist Hair, Darren. So, we have here a boring office manager, potentially being radicalized. I need the opposite of this. Is there someone who finds what they do interesting? Or is there a sort of shaman or hippie here somewhere? Who will play against you? Right next to him. Marvelous. Name? Ken? No. Darren. Don't you bloody tell Ken what his name is, mate. You settle down, all right? You don't have your fucking jackboots now. Now, what is it you do? A barrister. Marvelous. Oh, the whole room's gone very quiet. They smell money. Criminal law? Oh, yes. Oh, it's getting a bit sexy now, isn't it? Do you mostly defend or prosecute? Only defend? Oh, fucking yes. Good on you. Yes, you're a bloody hero. You could suck my ass. You're a bloody hero, mate. You'll be known as Rumpole of the Darren. Now, God, that was a reference for people of a particular age at that moment. Rumpole of the Darren, who only defends. Marvelous. Oh, you're like Metapod from Pokemon. Right. There we go. Rumpole of the Darren, you do battle with Office Darren. And it'll go back and forth until one of you is dead and the rest of us are happy. Now, between the two of you, my love, decide who will go first. Yes. Oh, this is the first time I've seen a lawyer volunteer for anything. That's amazing. How enjoyable. And are you paid by the public or is it a private thing? Like, you know, it's public. We don't even need you. You don't understand. The man's a bloody saint. No, sit down, or else I'll kill you and he'll get me off. No. Which has nothing to do with the law court. He's going to jerk me in the car park. We're going to have a great time. That's been the fantasy I've been fighting all day. No. Oh, don't worry. If you strangle me as well, it'll be my final fantasy. Right. Do it 9 times. It gets a bit boring after that. Now, friends, as the show continues, some of you have been doing it, but just so everyone knows, as the show continues, every time I say, you awake to find yourself in a dark room, correct, join on in. And anytime someone dies, feel free to turn and point at them and scream, you die, you die, you die, you die. Outstanding. And we will, just for funsy onesies, have a practice of the you dies on this beautiful man here. God, yes, no, it's wonderful. I was genuinely looking at you and going, oh, didn't you used to host the Crystal Maze? So, here we go. Nice to see you again. Got that sweet Rocky Horror money? Right, here we go, gang. 1, 2, 3. You die, you die, you die, you die. Perfection. Good enthusiasm, friend. Right then. Hey, Ian. You die. Yeah. You ever just doing a show and then the man who the whole event's named for and after just kind of just stands there, doesn't come in, just sort of sits outside and heckles you with your own work? Bloody delightful. Right then. You're paying me. This is amazing. Also, you're blocking the door. Fucking fire hazard. Right. Welcome back to Fighting Fire Hazard, everyone. Every room is a death trap dungeon if you close the doors. Right. Public Defender Darren. All together, gang. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Thanks, brother. Pick an option. Where are you going? See you, mates. Are you heading off? Oh, I meant in a sort of naval sense. It's all right. Are you going home? Okay. Oh. Oh. Thank you, mate. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful fellow. Someone did come up to... Oh, yeah, incidentally, I'm Australian. I should have made that point clear. Someone did come up to me just as we were setting up and did go, oh, you know, I hope he treats you the same way in public, you know, in private that he does in public, you know. He was all snarky. And I was like, no, we're friends. We get on really well. And then he came in and treated me like he does privately. And now I'm confused. Bloody masculine friendships. You know, just punch me and I'll know you love me. What's going on? Pick an option, mate. Cry. Okay. This is you. Shh. I'm in a dark room. And Ian Livingstone's gone home. Pick an option, Office Manager Darren. Really? I can see you from here. They won't want you. You can't even masturbate to make yourself feel better because they keep telling you not to. Horrific. You die, but only socially. Pick an option, Public Defender. Feet. Christ almighty, you lawyers. Right then. Office Manager Darren, wouldn't you prefer any of these 4 rhyming options? It's still... You all right? It is you. Cheat! Well, the marriage is over. Fine then. Public Defender Darren, what cheat will you activate? Infinite ammo. American mode activated. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. 1,000 guns appear from nowhere. You die, you die, you die, you die. Clap your hands to the pair of them. Prizes, such prizes. Oh, I have a copy of Ian Livingstone's City of Thieves. And I still have it. Office Manager Darren, this will be the first anyone at this convention's had today. You've won a finger. And as for you, Public Defender Darren, you have won. Oh, prepare your own legal forms. Perfection. I've had that for 6 shows and been waiting for someone appropriate. Amazing. It'll go like this, friends. We have time for 2 more solo players, and then the dark room democracy round. Ooh. In that round, everybody plays together. And just like in a real democracy, only the people with the loudest voices will get what they want. Who will go second last? Who will be up and not? Yes, you, friend. You, beautiful bearded friend. Name? Yes. Job? Transport manager. You tell the buses where to go? The lorries. Oh, it's so fucking cute and quaint. Shipping? Oh, I see. Oh, working for Aldi. Marvelous. You'll be known as lots of petrol, little value, Darren. Here we go. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Go on, Chief. Fuck you. Work for a different shop. What would you like? Okie dokie. Congratulations. You have found a broom. You sweep with it. You find a mine. Boom. You die. You die. You die. You die. Clap your hands for Aldi. A prize. Oh, yes. You have won a DVD of Coronation Street Romanian Holiday. You are welcome. All right, gang. At this juncture. Hello. Yes. Yes, I okay. I'm not going to lie, I don't see what business that is of yours. Whoever the fuck you are. Normally we just put it to the crowd and probably pick people. Yes, I see what you're doing. I'm enjoying this level of advocacy. Normally, for a little bit of momentum in the show, I'd be like, who wants to play? And it wouldn't be arbitrarily decided by another audience member. I can see you because as the point's been made, the room's not fucking dark. But I will ask, who wants to play? What's that? The woman right at the back? What a happy coincidence. She's the only one in cosplay. She's got a fucking dragon. Of course it was going to be her. Sit down, James. No. You've done an admirable thing, but don't ever feel compelled to do that again, buddy. Right. Now, my darling, what is your name? Yes. What is your job? Really? In that outfit? I think traditionally wizard would be the name. What form of admin? Right, just everyone come here, just lean in, come here. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to move back. You've leaned in a little too close. There's a real sort of trace of lipstick upon the front of me. Friends, just quietly, because I am an Australian guy doing a voice, one thing I never tire of is the beautiful level of British self-deprecation, right? Only a British person holding a dragon aloft in one hand who has come in an outfit they've made will go, I work in admin, and yeah, no, just boring admin. What are you dressed as? Outstanding. And what do they do? Ah, boring admin, is it? Right! Outstanding! Fine then. Boring of Firetop admin, Darren. You awake to find yourself in a dark room. Pick an option, my darling. Really? Worn out from a long day of passing small notes to be fucking identified by a dragon. I've never worked in an office. I just tried to use office words. None of it worked. Why am I telling you? Because you're the only one who's still here. Right. You sleep, and when sleep has ended, you awake to find yourself in a dark room. Go. Ah, you've had yonder potion of slumber. Right. You sleep a second time. You awake to find yourself in a dark room, which is slowly filling with water, and the water is full of sharks. The sharks bite your face off. You die, you die, you die, you die. Clap your hands for them. Yes, you have won the remains of this energy drink. Because so help me God, if you're going to be that sleepy and you're driving home, you're gonna fucking kill people. Now then, now that we are up here, yeah, oh, hang on, let's see. Marvelous. Hang on a second. And now, the sound of the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz getting an erection. Thanks, mate. The person who just said that is hilarious instead of laughing, that is postmodern. We still have time for one more player and then the democracy round. Who will go last? Who? Yeah, you. Oh, wait a second, but hold on. Why, it's the one who lent us the phone. I'm terribly sorry. Thank you, friend. Oh, but now they've passed it back to you. What a wonderful exercise in courtesy this is. A little round of applause, please, for good sportsmanship. And what is your name? Darren. Yes! What do you do?
I do volunteering because I'm struggling to find a job.
I understand, and I need you to know that the second this gig is over, I also am struggling to find a job. And good on you for doing volunteering, because you know what I do when I don't have a job? Fuck all. Good on you. You like volunteer in a shop or something, do you, mate? Or?
I mostly try to do animal management, so I volunteer over in Hadlow.
That's adorable. Fantastic. In that case, fine. You'll be known as Harvest Moon, Darren. There's a game about managing some fucking animals. Right! Harvest Moon, Darren. All together, chums, you awake to find yourself in a dark room. What would you like, brother? You proceed in the direction you believe to be north. How can you be sure you're in a dark room? Go. Oh, I can wait as well. But you have selected way. Oh, Darren, no. Is this what modern society has done to you? You think, oh, I'm trapped in a dark room. Oh, I do hope. Oh, I do hope I'm not fat. You weigh yourself. You don't like what you find. You want a hint? This is the wrong option. You have selected click heels together for Stalin. Click your heels together 3 times, friend. Outstanding. Again. 1 further time. Well done. This strange and insane non-verbal tribute to Judy Garland will not go unrewarded. You are no longer alone in the dark room. Joseph Stalin is there with you. And where Stalin goes, he brings with him nothing but death. You die, you die, you die, you die. Clap your hands for Anatol Management. Normally, friend, no, you know what? Normally I would be inclined to walk over here and wonder what prize would go to a Darren who in their hour of need thought socialism would fix everything and give you nothing because it all belongs to the state. But no, you have won a copy of City of Thieves. And you have won a copy of Scorpion Swamp. Also, I need you to know you've received several texts. You're very popular. Now, God, they keep using the word emergency. I don't know what that means. Weirdly, a lot of them are from this guy. It's very confusing. Now then, folks, it'll go like this. It is time for the democracy round. On the count of 3, everyone will say, "We awake to find ourselves in a dark room." Then you call out the option that you want. The winner is the one with the loudest and the most. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. We awake to find ourselves in a dark room. What do you want? You have selected why? Because it's dark, Darrens, and a room, Darrens, and you're awake in it, Darrens. Go. You have selected, almost unanimously, check inventory, the most fighting fantasy bullshit. What is in your precious inventory? You have selected a torch. What will you do with your torch? What will you use the torch on? You have decided to, oh shit, you have decided to use your torch on the darkness. Outstanding. You hold in your hands a bamboo oil lantern. You set fire to it. In the flickering flames, you see, huddled in the corner of the room, early 2000s glam rock sensations, the darkness. You set them aflame. They believed in a thing called love. I believe in a thing called those outfits look flammable. The room burns down. You die, you die, you die, you die. Let's get those lights up. Ah! Thank you, legends. You have been a tremendous group of people to play with. Crowd would be such a strong word. But yeah, folks, what a joy you have been. My name is John Robertson. The Dark Room is on tour for the foreseeable forever. This year, we're coming up next. I'll be at MCM Comic Con in London, MCM EGX, that'll be fun. We're also doing PAX Australia. We've got gigs in Manchester, gigs in Portsmouth, things like that. That's all my social media details. In a second, when the show is done, I will probably go and stand over there. If you would like a photo with me, I will be over there in this outfit. Do not leave me alone in the outfit. Without the context of the show, I look surprisingly vulnerable. We will also, in a moment, the flamboyant potato will be given away to the audience member who I feel made the finest contribution to the show. We do also have a very, very small selection of merchandise available today, which I'll also be selling if you do want to come get a photo. The merch comes in the following flavour. We have T-shirts. Thank you, friends. The T-shirts, because I have just done